my honourable friend for that answer. I think the nation has been inspired by the actions of one veteran during this pandemic, and that is, of course, Captain Sir Tom Moore. But veterans from all of our services have got so much to offer. Skills in a wide variety of areas, involvement in many community groups, and an approach to getting things done. So how is my honourable friend ensuring veterans are kept safe whilst they provide their invaluable support?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. And during this, as I alluded to in an earlier question, during this period, I've been acutely aware of how the needs have changed and moved along during this pandemic in terms of our needs for our veterans. We have rolled out a series of services: the Veterans Trauma Network, the Transition Intervention Liaison Service, the Complex Treatment Service. We are working towards that place where we can build a panoply of services so that all of our veterans are looked after in this country in line with the Prime Minister's intent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Veterans across my constituency have been supporting one another, whether by calling in on those they've got mental health concerns about or raising money, as the Wantage branch of the RAF Association did in raising £6,000 for Operation Connect. Will my honourable friend join me in thanking them? And does he agree with me it shows even when our service personnel stop their active service, they continue to serve us in our local communities?
Minister.
I, of course, pay tribute in particular to the RAF Association in my honourable friend's constituency, raising £6,000. And veterans, like many community and voluntary groups across the country, have really stepped up during this time to deliver services, deliver medicines and help vulnerable people. It's something that I certainly have been enormously proud of and reflects the true values and ethos of our veterans community in this country.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Confederation of Shipbuilding... 16, sorry.
Minister.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to hear the right honourable gentleman. No one could ever accuse him of being inconsistent on this subject. I'm pleased to assure him, as I have previously, that we'll be commencing the competition in the spring.
John Speller.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Confederation of Shipbuilding and Engineering Unions has argued forcefully for defence orders to be brought forward to help our industry through the economic crisis, especially in our regions and nations. The Navy Carrier Group needs the fleet's solid support ships, and the department has the specifications from the previous bidding round. It's a project that's really shovel or welding ready. So when is the Secretary of State going to get off his backside and start ordering these ships? He may even want to intervene and answer it himself.
I think we'll leave it with the Minister to answer. Go on.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, though the Secretary of State is raring to go. The specification, just to reassure the right honourable gentleman, has changed. It's changed because we now understand more about Carrier Strike Group and how we will deploy these important assets. It is on track. We will get there. We've had 2 rounds of market engagement. We may wish to do more market engagement. We have got a busy shipbuilding supply chain. There are a lot of orders going through. It's important this is well-based and well-founded, and I want to make certain we launch this competition successfully, and indeed it is concluded successfully.
We're heading up to Birmingham Paribas with Shadow Minister Callie Mahmood. Callie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The country has a vaccine for COVID-19. It will be rolled out as a matter of urgency to save lives. The Ministry of Defence has had approval for funding the defence industry. Will the Minister, as a matter of urgency, roll out the FSS and other shovel-ready defence projects now and not wait until the summer to give a real shot in the arm to the defence industry, to retain thousands of jobs, to create thousands of new jobs, apprenticeships, new technology graduates, to support British workers, to use the springboard of the British defence industry to lead the country out of this COVID recession?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. I suspect he's referring to the CSEU report on shovel-ready projects, which I commend. It's always good to have advice from those quarters. Many of them, indeed, we are already ongoing. But I would just gently remind the honourable gentleman that the report praised the German government for increasing spending, I think, by 10 to 12 billion euros over the next few years. It praised the French. I think the French minister is being asked to go before the Assemblée Nationale with an extra 1.5 billion euros or around that number. I mean, this doesn't bear any comparison with our £24 billion investment in defence over the next few years, the biggest single boost to defence in the last 30 years, which will mean a lot of orders coming through to the benefit of British defence, to the British Armed Forces, and indeed to British firms right the way across the Union.
Owen Thompson.
Number 20, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
I have regular discussions with the Chancellor of the Exchequer about the integrated review and will continue to do so at wider issues concerning defence.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The spending review made some recent welcome changes in defence spending, particularly on cyber and other areas of resilience, but it did seem strange that the spending increases were announced before the integrated review. Are these new funds in the spending review part of the government's response to the integrated review, in which case is that a case of the cart coming before the horse, or is it a case of that's it, in which case the review will not be making any new announcements backed up by spending commitments?
The honourable gentleman asks a valid question about the timing of the integrated review. There will be an integrated review in the beginning of next year. The defence announcement was a building block, part of that review, and it will obviously work towards the overall posture of global Britain when it is announced in the new year.
So, Secretary of State John Healey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The extra funding was a very welcome promise to upgrade Britain's defences after nearly a decade of decline, so it's long overdue. The capital announcement is one thing, but what is the real terms revenue funding for defence over the next 4 years?
Secretary of State.
Over the next 4 years, it's 188 billion will be spent on defence. 126 billion of that will be set for resource spending, and 62 billion will be for capital spending.
John Healey.
Well, Mr Speaker, I asked the Secretary of State about the resource funding, and he has to face this question. The answer is, in fact, on page 67 of the Chancellor's Spending Review report, a 2.3% real cut in resources funding through to 2024-25. This means less money for forces recruitment, for training, for pay, for pensions and for family support when our armed forces are already 12,000 below strength after the last review. It may mean new ships and no sailors. Will he recognise that high-tech weapons systems are essential for the future, but highly trained service personnel are indispensable? And can I urge him, therefore, not to repeat the mistakes of past Conservative reviews and instead to put forces personnel at the very heart of his current integrated review?
Mr Speaker, now I know the right honourable gentleman was a minister in Mr Brown's government, and that didn't have the greatest reputation for financial accuracy. So, first of all, while we can agree on the spending profile, I think his interpretation of the rates of inflation and the alleged real-term cut is not something that we recognise at all. And recognising the decade of decline, as he calls it, I thought before coming to this House this time, I'd read the 2010 Major Projects National Audit Office report into the government he was a Minister of State in, and the spending on defence. In fact, the report that highlights in 1 year, up to 2009, they overspent £3 billion. In fact, that's where the black hole that amounts to 38 billion came from. So I think before he throws stones in those glass houses about managing defence budgets, he should be very careful. Perhaps I could, Mr Speaker, be very clear about how we went about getting to this settlement. We started, as I've said repeatedly in the House, with the threat and what we need to meet the threat and to fight tomorrow's battles, not the last. We then took that request to the Chancellor and the Prime Minister, had a discussion, and it resulted in the record settlement that you now see before the House today.
Thank you. SNP spokesperson Malcolm McDowell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. But surely the review is meant to tell us what the threat is, and then the government responds with the spending, not the spending coming before the review itself publishes. But all of that being said, Mr Speaker, I suppose we are where we are. I'm grateful for one thing that the Secretary has done. He's finally listened to our policy of a multi-year defence agreement. But can I ask him to go one step further? In other countries where these are used, they involve all political parties. Will he pledge to do so?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think, Mr Speaker, what would be good was the welcome from the Scottish National Party that, in fact, they got £1.76 billion will be spent with Scottish business, at least year on year. That is something that the Union manages to deliver for Scotland through the United Kingdom Armed Forces. This record spending unlocks funding for Type 26, Type 31, Type 32, research vessels and the FSS. Where they are to be built is obviously still for a matter of decision in some of those occasions, but I can guarantee that right now many ships off the Type 26 and Type 31 are being built in Scotland. That would be a great welcome from the SNP, but of course we know we'll never hear that.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Depends on them today, Mr. Speaker, haven't they just? But let me ask the Secretary this. Of all that new spending then, and I've asked him this time and again, and he usually just shouts back what's ever in his folder to me. Let's try answering the question. Of the spending announced for Scotland, at what point, he has only a few days of the year left, will they finally meet the promise they made 6 years ago of 12,500 personnel stationed permanently in Scotland? It's currently below 10,000. And when will we finally, in all the projects he listed, he didn't actually mention the promise of the frigate factory. And he laughs because he knows it's a promise that's not going to be met between now and the 31st of December, is it?
Yeah, here.
What, Mr. Speaker, I laugh because the frigate factory, having examined the proposals, would have included the closing of Govan and the investment in Scotstoun. Now, I'm not sure, but I remember distinctly that Govan was originally a very proud Labour seat, obviously then represented by the First Minister of Scotland. And so I'm sure that having done the review, BAE and indeed the MOD and others recognised that the best value for money was to invest in both Govan and Scotstoun to make sure that we make the frigates and the destroyers that he wants so much but not wants to use and sells them up to Scotstoun to be integrated. That's why we support over 10,000 jobs in Scotland and we will continue to do so. And where the future basing of our armed forces goes is for the integrated review and all will be revealed to the honourable gentleman.
Emma Lewelber.
23, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer question 23, 24 and 25 together. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has announced the first outcome of the integrated review of security, defence, development and foreign policy with the significant increase for defence funding of more than 24 billion over 4 years to enable modernisation of the armed forces. The full conclusion of the integrated review will be published, as I've said, early next year.
Emma Lewelber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for that response. An unaffordable and delayed equipment programme, a shortfall in personnel targets, plans to invest in space and cyber and integration across all 5 operational domains, as well as a fall in defence spending since 2010 of more than 8 billion in real terms. The government's poor handling of our nation's defence means that the review's ambitions will not match the Secretary of State's rhetoric. So when is he going to share with us what areas of defence will be scaled back or sacrificed in this review?
Secretary of State.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I thought she was referring to the 2010 National Audit Office report into the Labour government's amendments. It's a very good read. All those comments are in there. And it's remarkable that they haven't learnt the lessons. We've learnt the lessons. We've looked at what we need to do. We started with the threat. We're tailoring our response to our ambition, and as a result, it is my intention that we will make the tough decisions to disinvest in equipment that was fit for previous encounters with adversaries and invest in future equipment. But also at the heart of it, as I've said from the beginning, the most important equipment of our armed forces are the men and women of it. That's why included in that is wraparound childcare, for example, to reflect the modern armed forces.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Defence Select Committee, we've been able to look at the evolution of warfare and what that might mean for this country. Will the Secretary of State confirm that the integrated review will clearly lay out Britain's position in the changing battle space?
Yes, my honourable friend is quite right to highlight the profound changes that we are already seeing at home and abroad, and I thank the committee for the work they have been doing on that issue. The integrated review will set out the UK's global leadership, commitment to collective security and burden sharing, alongside defence's historic settlement. It will enable us to prepare for this new and complex reality, including investing billions in combat air, shipbuilding, space, cyber and world-leading research.
Let's head up to Birmingham, Erdington with Jack Dromey. Jack Dromey.
Mr. Speaker, the 4 years capital programme is welcome, even if it does conceal a real terms cut in revenue spending. And we have right now a funding without a strategy, and that's why it's essential that the integrated review be published as quickly as possible. Can I ask the Secretary of State this? Will he undertake that the capital spend be spent on British industry to equip the British Armed Forces, creating tens of thousands of jobs in our defence, aerospace and maritime industries.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, can I be absolutely clear? While we recognise the figures of Ardell and Seadale over the 4 years, we absolutely do not recognise the interpretation by the Labour front bench of a real-term cut in Ardell, using the inflationary figures and depressors that they have already jumbled up. The simple fact is we have a record defence spending commitment for this government, and we will be investing it in both people, their capabilities, and indeed their equipment. When it comes to their equipment, the first thing is to make sure we give our men and women the best equipment to keep them alive and safe on a battlefield. I'm confident, because Britain makes most of the best equipment in the world, that large proportions of that will be British made and will be British secured.
Toby Perkins.
Question 26, sir.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to group these with questions 27 and 28. As part of the national COVID-19 response, as we've discussed earlier on in this session, Mr. Speaker, Defence has 13,500 personnel to assist in winter resilience operations, including response to the current pandemic crisis. The force capabilities include liaison and planning, logistical support, engineering and other specialist capabilities.
Toby Perkins.
People in Chesterfield have had cause to be grateful to members of our armed forces who helped to erect the coronavirus testing station at the Technique Stadium in Chesterfield. And whilst, of course, the armed forces would be better placed to support the effort if we hadn't seen 46,000 of service number cut under this government over the last 10 years. Can the Minister tell us whether the armed forces stand ready to offer mass testing in all Tier 3 areas should the Health Secretary request that they do so?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his kind words about the service personnel who have been at work in his constituency. Defence will generate as much as we can possibly generate to meet the needs of the government. At the moment, 13,500 personnel are at readiness. We're looking at how we might generate more if required. No such demand signal has yet come from the Health Secretary, but if it did, we would see what we could do. And of course, we have the opportunity, given that we've placed the mobilisation orders in the House, to look at how we might generate our reserves to participate in the response as well.
Let's head up to Lancashire with Rosie Cooper. Rosie Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our armed forces have helped to deliver successful whole town testing in Liverpool, and we've heard today that the MOD plan to use MACA support for more testing and preparations to roll out COVID vaccines. Can the Minister indicate whether good quality local accommodation, together with extra funds, will be provided to the armed forces to help them with this vital work?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, these are matters for operational commanders, but my expectation would be, of course, that those who we deploy to do this important work at such an important moment for our nation are properly accommodated and fed whilst they're doing those duties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend our world-renowned armed forces for their much-valued efforts in the fight against the pandemic, especially when they recently helped to deliver successful whole-area testing. So can the Minister explain exactly how the government plans to use MACA, the military aid to civil authorities, support for other areas in Tier 3, such as my Slough constituency?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he tempts me to give him a lecture on the intricacies of the MACA process, which I've come to love over the last 9 months. The reality is that if the Honourable Gentleman feels that his local authorities would benefit from military support, he should ask them to put in a MACA request, and the MOD would look to resource that, as we have done on hundreds of others over the course of the year thus far. And if he feels that his chief executive of his local authority would benefit from assistance in generating that MACA request, he can write to me and I'll be delighted to help.
Mark,
29, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The assessment phase of the Challenger 2 Life Extension Programme has concluded. The proposition is now being worked up prior to a decision being taken on the investment case.
Mark Pritchard.
The Minister of State will be aware of the excellent Shropshire Defence engineers that have recently been awarded an £850 million project for the Boxer vehicle delivered through RBSL. Would he like to perhaps put on the record his thanks to all those in defence engineering in Shropshire,
and perhaps allude to the fact, should the contract be awarded in the West Midlands, it might be going to Shropshire?
Minister, I wouldn't comment on any particular forthcoming potential procurement, Mr. Speaker, but I have visited Telford to see RBSL. I can absolutely endorse the Honourable Gentleman's remarks about the brilliant engineers and apprentices that I have met there. He's rightly proud of the capabilities in defence throughout Shropshire, and I was delighted with the £860 million contract to support Boxer. It's a brilliant supply chain in Shropshire and throughout the UK.
Richard Graham.
Number 30, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Around 0.01% of defence expenditure is reported as official development assistance, reflecting the fact that the majority of defence activity falls outside the definition of ODA.
Richard Graham.
That military aid is not eligible for the OECD's goal of official development assistance, or ODA, although a stable and peaceful government is surely helpful for the economic and development of welfare of developing nations. Is it time for our military aid to be included in the many exceptions list, or is it time for a review of the OECD definition so that the good work of our armed forces can be recognised and accounted for as part of the government's aid commitments?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right to acknowledge the important contribution which defence activities make in helping create the secure conditions essential for sustained economic development. As he may have heard me say to the Honourable Lady from Oxford, West and Abingdon earlier on, to be constrained by the definition would be to do a disservice to our freedom of manoeuvre as a Ministry of Defence. But we very much hope that ODA rules could be changed to reflect the very wide range of activities that Defence is involved in, but currently is not accounted for as part of our ODA spend.
Substantive questions, Secretary of State Wallace.
The MOD makes procurement decisions based on security, capability requirement, cost, supply chain and other social value considerations, and will continue to do so. The November 2020 changes to the Green Book will ensure there is an increased focus on setting clear objectives and consideration of location-based impacts. MOD footprint and spend is widely distributed across the UK, and future procurement will continue to reflect this.
Let's head to Ludlow with Philip Dunn. Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The potential pragmatism of the Treasury towards its Green Book rules on public procurement is welcome, as it was heralded as one of my recommendations of my report on prosperity 2.5 years ago. Does my right honourable friend believe that this will make clear the prosperity metrics which the Treasury will recognise when it comes to defence procurement? And will they accept that £1 spent on defence in the UK is worth more than a multiplier of 1 in the levelling up impact on the UK economy?
Secretary of State.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, especially in that last observation, and I congratulate him on his prosperity report he did. He was clearly thinking ahead of the Treasury at the time, and I'm delighted that they have recognised the importance and contribution that those changes will lead to levelling up and indeed closing the north-south divide. While the end of the year rules themselves will not change, the recent £24.1 billion multi-year settlement with the Treasury will now allow the MOD to invest in next-generation military capability across the whole of the United Kingdom.
We have a substantive question to Minister Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has no plans to change its policy on overseas pension uprating. It is long-standing government policy that the state pension is not uprated annually for those not resident in the United Kingdom unless the pensioner resides in a country with which there is a reciprocal social security agreement requiring that uprating.
Let's head up to Glasgow to Carol Monaghan. Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, of course, prides himself on standing up for veterans, so it's surprising to hear him talking as he just has, that he's not going to do anything for the estimated 60,000 veterans who have had their pensions frozen, many of whom are living in poverty and reliant on family handouts. These are pensioners like World War II veteran Anne Puckridge, who instead of receiving £134 a week, receives a mere £72 a week. So when is the Minister going to stand up for veterans, as he should be as the Minister for Veterans?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take any lessons off my honourable friend about standing up for veterans. State pensions are the responsibility of the Department for Work and Pensions. She's well aware of this fact. This agreement has been conducted by successive governments for over 70 years, and questions with the policy should be directed to the Department for Work and Pensions.
Right, we now have to go to topicals with Andrew Jones.
Topical question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Dave.
Mr. Speaker, on the 21st of September, I made a statement to the House on allegations that the Ministry of Defence had blacklisted the media outlet Declassified UK. An independent review I ordered into these allegations has now concluded, and I have placed a copy in the library today. The review concludes that the Ministry of Defence does not operate any policy of blacklisting and has no direct political bias. However, on this one occasion, individuals acted as if there was such a policy. This was wrong, and on behalf of the Department, I apologise. As long as I am Secretary of State for this Department, we will not tolerate any form of bias within the Communications Directorate, and I fully accept the findings of the report and will be taking forward its recommendations.
Thank my right honourable friend for his statement. Can I ask him about the recent funding announcement for his department? What does that mean for the Army Foundation College and the junior soldiers who attend there, which is of course located in Harrogate and has Colonel Sir Tom Moore as its honorary colonel?
First State.
Well, better not cross that then. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend has rightly championed the Army Foundation College, which is assessed as outstanding during its most recent Ofsted inspection. The college is just one part of training and education that makes our armed forces admired across the world. We expect it to continue to play that role as we modernise the armed forces and train the skilled persons we need to meet the future threats. Mr. Speaker, as we approach and prepare for Christmas, I'd like to place on record that not only will it be the young men and women training in the Army Foundation College and the other depots across the United Kingdom, but also the men and women operating above the sea, below the sea, in Iraq, Afghanistan, and right across the world, who will be standing guard and looking after our values and interests and allies, while many of us are getting the time off at home. I think this is the last questions before that for our Christmas session, Mr. Speaker, and I think on behalf of my department and my ministers, I'd like to pay tribute to them.
Shadow Secretary of State John Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reinforce that tribute to our armed forces that will be serving throughout the Christmas and New Year period. I welcome the report that the Secretary of State has said he's replaced in the library this afternoon and his apology. Can I say I also welcomed his written statement last week after troops had begun to arrive in Mali, because on this side we strongly support the deployment of our forces to support that UN mission in Mali. I just simply believe that any secretary should report directly to and answer questions in this House before committing British forces to conflict zones. And I want to ask him now, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to report to the House on another matter, which for many is at the heart of forces' life and aspirations. Why is the Forces Help to Buy scheme now helping fewer forces families than when it was launched 6 years ago? And what action is he taking to fix the failings of this scheme so that those who serve are not denied the same dream of home ownership as everyone else?
Sir State.
Well, I would be troubled if there were less currently being helped by it. That is not our intention. And indeed, one of the early things I did when I took this office was to extend the Help to Buy scheme, because we think it is a thoroughly worthwhile scheme. I will be delighted to look into the matter and present to him why the numbers have dropped and what we can do to increase them.
Dr. James Davies. Not here, so we'll go to Taiwo Watami in Coventry, heading up to Coventry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2015 Defence Review highlighted all the things that can go wrong when a government fudge funding figures. Now, this mistake opened up a 13 billion black hole in the defence budget. It also led to a monumental failure to secure the recruitment of troops that the UK need, leaving us 12,000 short of strength. Now, could the Secretary of State tell the House what lessons the government has learned from the past review and how they plan to implement adequate funding to the MOD to ensure that they do not underfund deliver on financial resources again?
Well, the honourable member, if she has been an avid attender of these defence questions, would have heard me say on a number of occasions that the lessons of the past of both government, her government as well, and I refer her to the National Audit Office report of 2010, is to not overpromise, be overambitious and underfund, and to make sure we cut our cloth accordingly. I have read not just the 2010 report, I've read all the successive NAO reports, the SDSRs going back to 1998, to learn what mistakes we should have been and could have been avoided. And that's why this review and this record funding, and it's why the Prime Minister made the exception for a multi-year spending decision, not only in Seadale but in Ardell, that it means it gives us the space to put things right that have been wrong and to make sure we make long-term investments that match our ambition. I'm sure the whole House agrees with that. I'm always happy to take suggestions from honourable members from all the House, around the House, about what we could do even better.
Let's fly over to Bob Blackman. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Ground Control. My right honourable friend, I understand, on behalf of the Minister of Defence, has agreed a new cooperation agreement with the Israeli Defence Force. Could he update the House on the impact of that agreement and what benefits it will bring both to the United Kingdom and to the State of Israel?
State.
Well, I think what I'll do is I will write to the honourable member. Obviously, defence cooperation with a range of countries benefits both our mutual interests. For example, we are often, even unofficially, insofar as we don't have a formal agreement, we will work with countries where a threat presents itself that poses a threat to our citizens and our interests. I'll write to him about the specific details of the country he mentioned.
Let's head up to Hull with Dame Diana Johnson. Dame Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for agreeing to the 4 military planners for Hull and the Humber last week after the 3 Hull MPs asked for help due to the very high rates of COVID-19 infection. And I understand that the local area will only have to meet the subsistence costs of those 4 military personnel. So can the Secretary of State confirm that if Hull needs more logistical help, boots on the ground to get lateral flow tests out and help with mass vaccinations, that military help will be forthcoming and with no charge to Hull City Council?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Honourable Lady says, the MACA request for Hull was approved on the 1st of December, and 4 military planners have been provided to support the Humber Local Resilience Forum until the end of January, with specific areas of COVID-related planning. If that planning reveals a demand for further military resource, then I'm sure that a further MACA request will be forthcoming and we'll consider it on its merits.
Richard.
Mr. Speaker, the tradition of military service runs very deep in County Durham, with young people from my constituency currently going through training. Their parents are rightly proud of them and their achievements. When will physical attendance for passing out for parades for parents be able to resume? And can I reiterate my previous invitation for a departmental minister to come and visit suppliers in my County Durham constituency as soon as possible?
Mr. Speaker, I know that my colleagues from the Minister of Defence Procurement is itching to visit the company in his constituency. As for attendance at pass-out parades, I know how much my own family enjoyed my pass-out parade at Sandhurst. These are big, big moments in the life of soldiers and the family that support them. We have to work within the government's guidelines, but as soon as we can get parades open to family and friends again, we will do.
Going up to Scotland with Anne McLaughlin. Anne McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, we're just hearing about some great work our armed forces are doing to respond to the pandemic. So why does the government allow a shadow to hang over them by reneging on the promise of a public inquiry into the murder of Pat Finucane, where we can all be reassured that they've addressed the practices that led to collusion with paramilitaries? And how do I answer my constituents who ask me if the government has something else to hide?
Mr. Speaker, the decision to grant a public inquiry in the case of Pat Finucane is a decision for the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. I, as the Defence Secretary, had no role in it. However, as a former Minister of Northern Ireland and a former member of the armed forces who served there, she will know there have been numerous inquiries and inquests into a range of killings, both by the state or indeed by terrorists. We take every case very seriously. We examine the evidence before us, but we're also very keen to make sure that we embolden the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement, which is to help draw a line under the Troubles to allow the men and women of Northern Ireland to move forward in peace. And that does mean dealing with the legacy, but it also means making sure that when things have been examined, we can all move forward together.
Jonathan Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, COVID-19 cases in Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Torque keep us as one of the top hotspots nationally. And our local hospital, the Royal Stoke University Hospital, has had to take its critical care to level 4 in past weeks and seen staffing numbers down by 60%. So would my honourable friend be able to assist us by using our brave servicemen and women from the Royal Army Medical Corps to assist our health and care heroes?
Mr. Speaker, the men and women of the Defence Medical Services have been real heroes throughout the pandemic, working in hospitals across the country. Many of them already have jobs within the NHS, which means that they're not asked to flex in response to MACA requests. However, there are other military medics that have been used in response to MACA requests from health trusts, and I'm sure that if a MACA request was to come from the Honourable Gentleman's local authority, we'd be happy to look at it.
Let's go to Manchester with Andrew Gwynn. Andrew Gwynn.
The Prime Minister has said he's ending the era of retreat. Presumably that means an end to the retreat in armed forces personnel numbers that we've seen over the last decade. Yes?
I think it means an end to an era where successive governments, both Labour and Conservative, overpromised and underfunded. And I think what is absolutely key is that the Prime Minister determines that this government and this defence policy meets the threat and doesn't infund into everything else. The honourable member makes a comment. I distinctly remember serving in the armed forces under a Labour government. I think that's pretty much what most of the Labour government did. In fact, I think if the honourable member turned his hand upright, I think that was the attitude of the Labour frontbench under Jeremy Corbyn towards our armed forces.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could my right honourable friend comment on and commend the contribution made by armed forces personnel in Clwyd South and across Wales to the national effort during the coronavirus crisis?
Mr. Speaker, defence personnel have assisted across Wales during the pandemic, including in Wrexham and Clwyd South, supporting the Welsh Ambulance Service, the planning and staffing of Nightingale hospitals and mobile testing. Currently, Defence is supporting whole town testing a little further south in Merthyr Tydfil. I'm sure the whole House will join me in commending the contribution of our armed forces who have worked tirelessly to tackle COVID-19 in Wales and across the United Kingdom.
Tamsin Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. According to the latest figures released by the Ministry of Defence, 4 in 10 of our service personnel have actively searched for a job outside the service in the last 12 months. What does the Secretary of State think is driving that trend? Is it low morale? Is it low wages, poor accommodation? Or is it the fact that in the last decade, the ministers have not been on top of their brief?
Mr. Speaker, when we're looking at retention within the armed forces, we are never complacent and we take continuing attitude survey responses very seriously indeed. Clearly, there are things that we can do to improve the life of our service personnel. But the honourable gentleman is wrong to suggest that retention is a problem. In fact, retention is improving quickly.
Let's head up to Milton Keynes with Ben Everett. Ben Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps is his department taking to ensure that the UK can properly defend itself from cyber attacks?
Mr. Speaker, in line with the National Cyber Strategy, the Ministry of Defence works closely with the National Cyber Security Centre in support of national objectives to protect and defend critical infrastructure. The MOD has funded programmes to mitigate cyber risks against our platforms, weapon systems and core digital infrastructure, and we are developing a cyber-aware workforce to embed cybersecurity into our business and operations.
Hopkins.
Thank you. Commonwealth War Graves Commission staff have been forced to decide by today, with only 3 weeks' notice, where they will work and live in the new year. This is terrible treatment, as usually they have a minimum of 3 months with support provided by the Commission. Will the Secretary of State intervene to ensure that the Commission upholds its values by stopping this action, having a meaning review of the situation, including allowing unions to negotiate with the Commission?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for bringing it to my attention? I'll be delighted to meet with her to discuss it, and then we can discuss it both with the Department and the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the number of combat roles set to increase, does my honourable friend, the Minister, agree with me that now is a time absolutely to be investing in our people, most specifically in those aspects that support mental health resilience, as well as in hardware and cyber, so our troops are prepared in every sense of the word to do the important work that they need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And over the last 2 years, we've made a real effort to completely redesign the mental health care provision for our armed forces personnel, both during their time in service and when they leave. I'm delighted to confirm for the first time this country's armed forces will receive mandatory mental health training every year from the 1st of April next year, and I pay tribute to the service chiefs who've led the way in this significant policy change.
Let's head up to Scotland with Margaret Farray. Margaret Farray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Analysis by armytechnology.com on the 23rd of November highlighted the risk of disruption as new customs controls at borders may create delays in the defence procurement chain. Given the UK government is pursuing an increasingly reckless strategy in Brexit negotiations, will the Secretary of State clarify what measures are being taken to ensure no disruption in the defence supply chain?
The Honourable Lady is making a brilliant argument why we don't want to put borders between countries. Perhaps she could join our campaign to save the Union at the next referendum.
Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What further support does the government plan to provide as part of the UK-Ukraine Strategic Partnership Agreement in October, signed in October, in order to develop the Ukrainian Navy and deliver maritime security in the Black Sea?
Ukraine is incredibly important to the United Kingdom, not only as an ally and hopefully a future member of NATO. It's very important that we help those people defend themselves against the Russian aggression. That's why we are often on tour and deployed into the Black Sea with our ships. Indeed, only recently we had a deployment by a Type 45 into the sea. At the same time, it's important to help build Ukraine's own capability to defend themselves from aggressive Russian tactics, and that's why under Operation Orbital we are out there training them right now in how to do that.
Marco Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Military aerospace is incredibly important in my constituency of Dudley North and across the West Midlands. Could the Minister say what he is doing to promote these first-rate exports to our allies?
Only recently I hosted my colleague, the Defence Minister of Qatar, to come and see the joint Typhoon squadron that we operate in the United Kingdom. That squadron is obviously using Typhoon, a Typhoon built in Lancashire with a supply train right across the north of England. That's why he, like many in this House, will welcome the announcement of the FCAS, the next generation of future combat air systems that will see billions of pounds put into research and development to make way for the next generation of fighter that will mean lots of jobs for people in the north of England, the south of England, southwest and Scotland in the United Kingdom.
In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm suspend the House for 3 minutes. Order. Order. I call Rachel Reeves to ask her urgent question. Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Minister for the Cabinet Office if he will make a statement on the progress of the negotiations on the UK's future relationship with the EU and preparations for the end of the transition period.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful for this opportunity to update the House on the progress of our negotiations with the European Union. Intensive talks continue. In fact, the United Kingdom's negotiating team, led by Lord Frost, has been in talks with the EU almost every day since the 22nd of October and is working tirelessly to get a deal on our future relationship. Indeed, this opportunity also affords us in this place to show our collective resolve in getting a good deal and our expectations of what that needs to look like and what we will not accept. Whilst there has been some progress across many areas, familiar differences remain on the so-called level playing field, fisheries and governance. Of these, the level playing field issue is currently the most difficult. On Friday, after an intensive week of talks in London, the respective chief negotiators, Lord Frost and Michel Barnier, issued a joint statement. This outlined the conditions for an agreement had not been met and that talks should pause briefly to allow the Prime Minister and the Commission President to discuss the state of play on Saturday. Following their telephone call, the Prime Minister and President von der Leyen issued a joint statement. This welcomed progress, but noted that an agreement would not be feasible if the issues on the level playing field, fisheries and governance were not resolved. They agreed a further effort should be made by the UK and EU to assess whether the outstanding differences can be resolved and instructed chief negotiators to reconvene in Brussels. Mr Speaker, we are at a critical moment in the negotiations. Teams are negotiating as we speak, and the Prime Minister will call the Commission President later this afternoon to discuss progress again. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is also in Brussels today, meeting the European Commission Vice President in their capacity as co-chairs of the UK-EU Joint Committee under the Withdrawal Agreement. We are all working to get a deal, but the only deal that is possible is one that is compatible with our sovereignty and takes back control of our laws, trade and waters. Yeah. While an agreement is preferable, we are prepared to leave on so-called Australian-style terms if we can't find compromises. As the Prime Minister has made clear, people and businesses must prepare for the changes that are coming on the 31st of December, most of which are related to our departure from the EU Single Market and Customs Union and not the outcome of these talks. Mr Speaker, we will continue to keep the House updated as we seek to secure a future relationship with our EU friends that respects our status as a sovereign equal and independent country.
Minister Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last year, the Prime Minister said that to leave with no deal would be a failure of statecraft. So this government must take responsibility for their failure if we are to leave without a deal. And Mr Speaker, we will hold the government to account, whatever they bring back, deal or no deal. With just 24 days to go until the end of the transition period, let me ask a few basic questions in terms of this government and our country's readiness. Trading on WTO terms would mean tariffs on lamb exports of 40%. So what is the latest assessment for how many farms would go to the wall in the event of no deal? Tariffs on car exports would be 10%. So what is the viability of our great automotive industry if there is no deal on rules of origin? The Office for Budget Responsibility said last week, and Mr Speaker, I'm surprised that the Chancellor didn't mention it at all in his spending review statement, that if we leave without a deal, GDP would fall by an additional 2% next year. Unemployment would rise by an additional 1%, and inflation up 1.5%. But Mr Speaker, these aren't just numbers. This is about British industries and people's jobs. But the detail does matter. So will the Minister admit to the House how many of the 50,000 customs agents that the government agreed are needed by the end of the year have actually been recruited? Today, the Honourable Member for Braintree claimed that the oven-ready deal had already been delivered. Well, if that's the case, it must have been sent to the wrong address, because the whole country is waiting for the comprehensive trade and security deal that was promised to the British people at the general election less than a year ago. And Mr. Speaker, you will remember that the former International Trade Secretary said that a trade deal with the EU would be the easiest trade deal in human history. So let me finish by asking the Minister, is that still the view of this government?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have some sympathy with Her Majesty's opposition today, because although I have been involved with various aspects of these negotiations, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Joint Committee under the Withdrawal Agreement, I have not been in the room for these negotiations, and nor has any member of this House. And I can understand that we have so much invested in getting a good result for all the reasons the Honourable Lady sets out, and it must be like what it would have been like for an expectant father outside the delivery room waiting for news. And I can understand the tension and the frustration that many members must be feeling at this critical moment. We are all waiting for, we hope, good news. But we are not powerless in this. We are all active players and participants, and we should all be doing everything we can at this critical moment to ensure that our negotiating team are supported and that we get the best result for this country. That means that we provide the clarity and resolve in what we want from a deal and what we are not prepared to accept, that we show united support for our negotiating team, and I hope that all members of this House would join me in sending our resolve and good wishes to Lord Frost and his team as they continue to work on our behalf, and also providing the necessary focus to get these negotiations over the line, such as many members of this House did in ensuring that we did not extend the transition period. Sadly, the Right Honourable Lady and her colleagues opposite have failed to do any of those things in order to help us secure a good deal for this country. Fair enough if Labour do not have a position on Brexit, but they might like to get one in the next few days. We must show, all of us in this House, support and resolve to get the deal that the Honourable Lady articulates and that we all want for citizens and businesses, not just within the UK, but throughout the remainder of the EU. She asked, I'm turning to your questions. There weren't that many questions in the Honourable Lady's question. The tariff issues, they are published on gov.uk. I know that she has recently written to the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster, and he will reply to her in detail, as he always does. What I would say to her, having been involved with transition preparations, is that when we have got into some of the detail, site visits and so forth, helping ports, for example, put together their bids for the Port Infrastructure Fund, assumptions that have been made about what we will need are able to have been reduced. In my own local patch, for example, we were looking at having to have 10 freight gates. We now only need 3 because of greater clarity we've had about how things will work. So we will keep the Honourable Lady and the Right Honourable Lady, forgive me, and all members of this House updated on this front. But I can assure her that we are making every effort to secure a deal. That is our aim. That is what everyone, I think, in this House would want. But that deal must respect the United Kingdom's sovereignty and its integrity as a nation. We want to be able to control our own borders, set our own robust and principled subsidy control system, and we also want to be able to control our waters. Those things are not up for compromise. We will not compromise. And if the Right Honourable Lady and colleagues want to assist Lord Frost and his team in that, then that is the message that they should send them this afternoon in this place.
Sir Ian Duncan. Mr. Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for the statement? Can I say to her that I, for one, absolutely have confidence in Lord Frost and the Prime Minister, who are basing their negotiations on a manifesto that won us a huge majority at the last election. The British public voted for a sovereign departure, so that is to say that we will be a sovereign nation. She's right, therefore. And does she not agree with me that although this is entitled a trade discussion or a trade deal, the truth is, at the end of the day, this is essentially what she said earlier on about sovereignty, to have control, continuing control of our laws, of our territorial waters, and, for that matter, also of our trade, are matters of sovereign control, not just trade. So would she give that message back to our negotiators and say they've got this side of the House completely behind them?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his comments and for saving my breath in saying that again. But he is absolutely right. And I think that it has been a difficulty on the EU side to come to terms with the fact that we are a sovereign equal in these negotiations. We have made this point time and time again. I know many members on these benches have made that point many times, but that is the sticking point. And I hope that the EU negotiators and all member states have heard the right honourable gentleman's message very loudly and clearly.
Let's head up to Scotland with SNP spokesperson Pete Wishart. Pete Wishart.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So here we are at the 59th minute of the 11th hour, and we are where I suppose we were always going to be. The easiest deal in history has become the biggest unconcluded disaster of modern times. The oven-ready deal was in fact a barely defrosted turkey. We still don't know if it's to be a low deal or a no deal. The chaos is due to commence in a few short weeks, and we still don't know the scale of the carnage that each sector will have to endure. What we do know, I suppose, is that will all be the fault of these Europeans. What we do know is that even if it's a low deal, it will cost every Scot £1,600 and Scotland's GDP will fall by 6.1%. What we do know, of course, is that Scotland rejected this whole miserable project. So will the Minister concede that these negotiations have been nothing other than a shambles, that they simply don't care about the repercussions of a no deal, that the views of Scotland simply don't matter? If this government doesn't care about the views of Scotland, why should Scotland endure this misery any longer?
I think the honourable gentleman has surpassed himself today. I have to say, as someone that has worked with Mike Russell and other colleagues very hard on ensuring that their views and ideas are taken up by the negotiating team, I can tell him that throughout the course of the negotiations, the position has evolved to take on board many aspects of what his colleagues have been asking for example, on participation in programmes to be one such example. The team changed their original position and have gone in to negotiate very hard on things that they have asked for. So I hope that if we have good news in the coming days, he will give the UK government the entire credit.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend ensure that the government points out to our European partners that under their own treaty there cannot be any kind of deliberate go slow or disruption of UK exports to the continent, whether or not we have a free trade agreement, because under their own treaty they are obliged to pursue free and fair trade with their neighbours, and they're also obliged under Article 8.1 to pursue good neighbourliness. And both the UK and the European Union have signed up to the Trade Facilitation Agreement at the WTO, which obliges us to make sure that trade flows and does not get blocked by people doing box-ticking exercises, which are basically unnecessary.
Well, my right honourable friend makes an excellent point, and he is absolutely right. And I would also say that if they were to do such a thing, they would also be disadvantaging the businesses in their own member states too.
Chair Hilary Benton.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. We all wish the negotiators well, for the reason, not least, that my right honourable friend pointed out earlier, the Office for Budget Responsibilities assessment that no agreement could reduce real GDP by a further 2% in 2020 one on top of the adverse consequences that will come from Brexit anyway.
Yep.
Does the Right Honourable Member agree with that assessment? And if so, can she explain to the House why, in the middle of the worst economic crisis for 300 years, the Prime Minister still appears to believe that no deal would be a good outcome, because British business certainly doesn't?
He will have no argument from me to say that that no deal is going to be better than getting a deal. But everyone is working to get a deal. That is our objective. It is why Lord Frost, as I speak, is there with his team trying to secure that. But I would just say to the Right Honourable Gentleman that delaying a decision, extending the negotiations, well, I think that is what he is driving at, is the facts are not going to change. We have all the information and the positions are as they are. It is only by continuing those negotiations and us continuing to put the pressure on for those negotiations to be concluded that we will, I hope, arrive at a deal.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all want to see a deal, but the difficulties are not really about trade. Uniquely, we began these negotiations with the entire identity of regulations, of tariffs and of trade law, which is unprecedented in the history of trade negotiations and should have made it more straightforward. So does my right honourable friend agree that it's not really about trade, the difficulties, but EU politics? It's about ensuring that no country follows the United Kingdom in exercising their legal powers to leave the European Union and the desire of some in the EU to limit the competitive potential of post-Brexit Britain.
Well, I agree with my right honourable friend, and it is not just the issues that I've set out in the UK's position that should be focusing the minds of the EU's negotiating team and the Commission. It is also what is in the interests of their member states. And Britain's position, the United Kingdom's position, is that we want this outcome not just for our own benefit, but for the benefit of all member states and the businesses and citizens within them.
We now come to Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the Cabinet Office's leaked reasonable worst-case scenario document, in the event of a no-deal Brexit, the supply of medicines and medical devices could be reduced by up to 40%. So in the spirit of doing all we can the Minister advise which products might be affected and whether my constituents, and indeed the constituents of every member in this place, should start to stockpile these?
Well, as has been said at the dispatch box before, a reasonable worst-case scenario is not a prediction. It is the worst case that we need to prepare for and mitigate for. We thought it was right, as we do across many areas, including COVID, that we think through those consequences, that we put those documents in the public domain, and the reasonable worst-case scenario was a document that we did set out to publish and did publish. But I would also say to her that whether it is on food supplies or medicine or anything related to the COVID pandemic, we have put in place mitigations for all sorts of things that could happen and could go wrong. So we are not anticipating a disruption to those supplies, and the work that we've undertaken include stockpiling of certain goods, securing our own freight capacity and many other things.
With regards to the fact that we are the first country in the world to have approved a vaccine for COVID-19, does my right honourable friend agree with me that we really benefited from the ability to act quickly, nimbly and dynamically? And one of the key benefits of Brexit is it will extend this ability across a number of different areas. For example, international trading relationships, social employment legislation and so on and so forth. And will my right honourable friend assure me that whatever happens come the 31st of December, as a country, we will have that ability, we will have that power to chart our own course and have a wonderful future going forward?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I supported Brexit, I voted for it, and I think there are many positives and opportunities that will come from it, not least being able to increase our collaboration and cooperation with many countries around the world. I would say that in terms of the COVID pandemic, Unless we eradicate COVID, unless we ensure that every nation has access to vaccines, unless we are ensuring that that all countries can benefit from the science, wherever its provenance was from, that we will not defeat this pandemic. We're an incredibly connected nation, and we need to do that. And I think that with the future that we have, we will be able to be a major player in ensuring that that happens.
Samuel Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, the government is doing the right thing in resisting any demand from the EU to take the power to impose penalties on the UK at some time in the future if Brussels deems that we have not kept pace with laws made outside the United Kingdom. Taking back control is the whole point of Brexit. But I would say to the Minister, in resisting the level playing field demands by the EU, she must also ensure that the EU's demand for Northern Ireland to be included in their level playing field has to be resisted. Because if she doesn't do that, and if the government doesn't do that, then we haven't taken back control. We have surrendered part of the United Kingdom to EU demands.
Well, my right honourable friend makes very good points, which he has made many times over. The level playing field is, I think, the most difficult issue that is facing the negotiating teams at the moment, and I thank him for his comments, which will have been heard by the team today.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if in simple terms my right honourable friend could confirm that the UK government will not sign up to any agreement which compromises our sovereignty or any agreement which compromises our ability to reach new trade agreements with the many countries around the world that are very, very keen to do business with an independent Britain.
Well, I can give him those assurances. The Prime Minister has been very clear on this point, and it is something that the EU negotiating team will be fully appraised of.
Let's go to the member for Huddersfield, Barry Sherman. Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The Secretary of State might know that I am a member of the Future Relationship with Europe Committee, which will be abolished next week. But as a member of that committee, what I have witnessed is the sheer incompetence of the government's leadership. On Saturday, we had Small Business Saturday. A businesswoman said to me, we have suffered 1,000 cuts in this last year from COVID. Why would any government inflict this, another 1,000 cuts, by coming out of Europe on the wrong terms in the wrong way?
Well, I think what would be damaging for business is more prolonged uncertainty. Our businesses, as we've seen, especially over the last year, are incredibly resilient, and they can cope with all sorts of things. What they can't cope with is every eventuality, as opposed to any eventuality. We need to give them the certainty, and I hope that we will soon be able to inform them of the remaining issues that the negotiating teams are working on. That will provide them with 100% clarity about the situation that they are facing, and we will continue to support them get ready for that transition.
Mr. Speaker, we all wish Prime Minister Lord Frost and the negotiating team every success in securing the deal with the EU. But should the trade talks fail, the government's reasonable worst-case scenario suggests that there might be significant issues with the flow of imported medicines in the first few months. Would my right honourable friend therefore reassure all our constituents that, come what may, there will be no impediment to the imported COVID-19 vaccines and other crucial medicines, if need be, in the worst-case scenario, deploying military transport?
I can give him and his constituents those assurances. This is an incredibly serious matter. The supply of medicines and medical devices, even without the pandemic, has always been a priority right back to last year and the potential no-deal scenario planning that went on. I mean, huge efforts, and his question affords me the opportunity to pay tribute to the civil servants, the military personnel, the local resilience forums, and many other people who have been planning, who have been conducting exercises, and of course all of those people who have been working on the winter planning assumptions around that. So I can give him those assurances that we take this very seriously indeed.
Ben Bradshaw.
But, Mr. Speaker, those assurances have been flatly contradicted just last week by the head of the UK's pharmaceutical industry, Richard Talbot, who said that border delays and, crucially, the absence of mutual recognition standards in the event of no deal will disrupt the supply of vital medicines to this country, including vaccines. So why should we believe government ministers rather than the man who heads our multi-billion-pound medicines industry and knows what he's talking about?
So I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. There are many potential problems, but those problems have been methodically thought through. As I say, they range from administrative issues that he refers to, right through to freight transport issues, including us securing backup plans if transport is not available, or commercial transport is not available, or we have issues of pinch points on those key transit routes. In addition to that, and in addition to the phased approach to the border that is being taken next year, we have obviously as well, in the first few weeks, put additional measures in place to really try and ensure that there are no delays and no snarl-ups on those key freight routes.
Robert Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to my entry in the Register of Interests. My right honourable friend is right, of course, to observe that it is in everybody's interest that there should be a deal, and that uncertainty is damaging for everyone. Will she bear in mind that is particularly acute for the people of Her Majesty's Territory of Gibraltar? And will she ensure that they, above all, for whom we have responsibility in these negotiations, are not allowed to become collateral damage in these matters? Will she also undertake to ensure that the Government of Gibraltar are kept fully informed of all developments and every assistance given to ensure that whatever the outcome, there is a smooth flowing land frontier and delivery of essential services for Gibraltar?
Well, I agree with all the points that my right honourable friend has made, and I can assure him that from my involvement in the negotiations and keeping our partners informed, that all of those issues with regard to Gibraltar are absolutely at the heart of our negotiating position, and I thank him for having raised it on the floor of the House today.
We go over to Wales with Howell Williams. Howell Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the worst case of no deal, tariffs on food imports from the EU would on average be over 20%, but on beef mince 48%, cheddar cheese 57%, oranges 12%. The list, Mr. Speaker, goes on and on. But over the weekend, the Agriculture Secretary said that the impact of tariffs would be modest. Will she concede that this is not true for the third of children in Wales who live in poverty, or from poor children all across the UK?
Well, as I said earlier, information about tariffs has been published on gov.uk, but what I would say to him is that we are negotiating to ensure that we can get a deal. And I can understand the honourable gentleman's concerns, but our efforts are to secure that deal. And I hope that he would join us in that effort and send a clear message today to the EU negotiating team that it's not just in the interests of his constituents, but actually in the interests of all citizens across the EU too.
Robin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that it is in the best interest of all parties to secure a deal. However, I know that for many residents in Aberconwy who voted to leave, sovereignty was a key driver in that. It's been cited throughout these negotiations as a red line. So would my right honourable friend reassure all our constituents that, come what may, deal or no deal, after we leave these negotiations, we will do so with our sovereignty intact?
I can give him those assurances. The Prime Minister has been very clear on this point, and the EU negotiating team will recognise that it is a point from which we will not move.
17 withdrawals, so Tobias Howell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend knows more than most how increasingly unstable our complex world is becoming. Would she agree that the threats that we face, both state and non-state actors, don't actually recognise international borders or membership of political unions, and no decision taken this week should diminish our collective security responsibility?
Well, I agree with my right honourable friend, absolutely, and it is one of the things that I have never accepted about what has been said about the EU's negotiating position. I do not believe that member states would tolerate their own citizens being put in greater harm. I think that the security and defence cooperation that we have between member states and ourselves is highly valued and I think would be recognised by all member states in that respect.
Let's head down to Brighton Pavilion with Caroline Lucas. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister see the irony of UK negotiators trying to persuade our EU counterparts of our good faith when it comes to compliance with the rules of any new trade deal, at exactly the time that the Prime Minister is today asking Parliament to vote to break international law by ripping up rules that were agreed barely a year ago? And can she tell us why the government has apparently yet to agree to non-regression over current standards when ministers have repeatedly assured us that they intend to maintain and even enhance our own environmental standards?
Well, I think that the trust in which the United Kingdom is renowned is deep, and I think that it is very well understood that the moves that the government has taken with regard to the UKIM bill have had to be taken as an insurance policy to preserve the integrity of our country. The Prime Minister and my honourable friend, the Minister for the Constitution, have been very clear, as has the Secretary of State for Justice, as to why we are taking this particular course of action. And I still think that the United Kingdom is held in very high esteem in that respect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A large number of colleagues today have already mentioned the importance of parliamentary sovereignty, which we recognise as one of the most important cornerstones of our democracy. With people across the country overwhelmingly voting to get Brexit done, can my right honourable friend assure Bishop Auckland residents and the House that any deal we sign will categorically not undermine our sovereignty, our ability to set our own border policy, but also our ability to strike free trade deals with our global friends around the world?
Quite right, Mr. Speaker. We have, as a nation, gone through a roller coaster over the last few years, and the British people have been absolutely resolved, demonstrated at the last general election, that we are going to get this done, and I think it would be a very difficult discussion to be having with our constituents if we had gone through that roller coaster for no upside. We have to secure these freedoms. We are a sovereign nation, and that is the future we must all look forward to.
Stephen Farry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the rest of the UK, Northern Ireland badly needs to see a deal, not least because no deal means that the prospect of some tariffs being levied down the Irish Sea interface. But regardless of a deal or no deal, can the Minister give this House an assurance that the Government will work in good faith with the EU over the coming days to conclude the discussions in the Joint Committee around the implementation of the protocol, and that will also include consideration of a grace or adjustment period for Northern Ireland businesses because they simply don't have the time any longer to prepare for the 1st of January?
Yes, I can give him those assurances, and I think that although we are talking about issues which are extremely difficult, particularly the three issues that I alluded to earlier on, the talks and negotiations are constructive and they are continuing apace, and I hope that we will have good news in the coming days.
John Gideon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of the opposition's recent refusal to make any decision, as their constituents send them to this place to make, in support or opposition of the tier restrictions, what assessment has my right honourable friend made of demands from some parts of this House for the government to reach any deal on the European Union, with the European Union, while simultaneously considering voting against or not at all if any such a deal is brought before this House?
Great.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that it only makes sense to keep your powder dry if you're prepared to accept no deal. But the position of the opposition is one for them. I just hope they get one in the next few days.
Claire Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, this is a shambles.
I held a meeting with local businesses in my constituency about the impact of this ongoing uncertainty all year. One owner of a logistics company said to me that the damage has been done. She waited throughout November for the deal. It didn't come, and her business has now been killed. Her staff have lost their jobs. Will the Minister apologise to business owners like my constituents for this utter mess?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the plight of the Honourable Lady's constituent, and as I have reiterated many times before, I am available every day on COVID, on Brexit issues. If people want to talk, I'm available at 10 a.m. Every single day, and have been for weeks. And I'm not making a political point, I'm saying to all members, if businesses are in difficulty for whatever reason, please do get in touch. But I would say to the Honourable Lady, we would have liked this resolved earlier, but we are not prepared to compromise on matters which are of immense importance to many of her constituents. We will not compromise on that, but we are working incredibly hard to resolve these remaining issues. And I hope that in short order we will be able to provide her constituents and everyone else with the certainty that they need.
Let's head to Wellingborough with Peter Bone. Peter Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Prime Minister has done a fantastic job over Brexit. He's taken the United Kingdom out of the European Union, and I'm absolutely confident he will only bring back a deal to this House if it takes back control of our laws, borders and trade. In fact, I'd bet my house on it that he will not betray those principles. But can I ask the excellent Minister why the negotiations are still continuing? The EU said the absolute deadline for these negotiations was the 31st of October. And here we are on the 7th of December. Is the Minister hinting to us from her answer to the previous question that tonight we will get a decision one way, a deal or a no deal?
I'm not hinting at that, Mr. Speaker, although that would be jolly nice. In my opening answer, in response to the question, I outlined what I'm expecting to happen this afternoon in terms of the Prime Minister speaking to the Commission President. So I'm not raising that hope, but these negotiations are continuing because a deal is still possible. And we will continue to negotiate until that ceases to be the case.
Neil Coyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brexit has already cost our country billions. We have seen investment slump in crucial sectors, a rise in unemployment, and some businesses leave our shores before we even reach the artificial self-imposed deadline at the end of this year. So how many more jobs will be lost? How much more economic damage will we suffer? And what further undermining of our international influence and national security will it take before those who peddled the false promises of 2016 admit they are simply undeliverable in these negotiations or anywhere else?
Well, I would ask the honourable gentleman to reflect why he thinks that our nation, collectively together, voted to leave the EU. And I'm sure it was a range of issues, some economic, they may not have wanted to be tied to the Eurozone, many other reasons, but for many it was about sovereignty and being able to shape our own future. But the policies that we are carrying out and doing our best to secure a deal for are what we have a mandate to do from the British people. We put the question to them, they gave us their response, and it is incumbent on all of us in this place to act on their wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is under huge pressure this week to secure a deal, any deal. But does my right honourable friend agree with me that the long-term economic and political consequences of a bad deal, one that keeps the UK in the regulatory orbit of the EU, not an independent sovereign state, would be far worse than any temporary short-term consequences that might flow from no deal?
I agree with my honourable friend. There has to be a point to all of the upheaval that we have been through together as a nation over the last few years, and there are many positives that we can look forward to with those newfound freedoms and being able to make the right choices for this country. And as I say, again, it is not just about the interests of the United Kingdom. I think that the negotiating position of the UK is also of benefit to the remainder of the EU.
Beck Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, the National Police Chiefs Council has said that losing access to criminal information if there is no negotiated agreement would have a major impact for counter-terrorism and serious organised crime. We obviously all hope that a full agreement is imminent, but if agreement is not reached on fish or a level playing field, has the government drawn up proposals for a fallback security agreement? And does she agree that if the UK and EU negotiators fail to secure arrangements that protect our citizens' security, that would be highly irresponsible of both?
Well, I think the Right Honourable Lady makes an excellent point, and as I said, it is one reason why I think a deal is in everyone's interest, but also why I always thought that nations would not compromise on the security of their citizens. It is the responsibility of the government on every aspect, whether it is the issues the Right Honourable Lady raises or about freight transport issues, whatever, to have thought through the consequences and have prepared for those consequences. And that is the case on all issues, including the ones that she raises.
Sean Bailey.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 70% of my constituents who voted to realise this country's potential 4 years ago, they want the negotiating team to succeed in obtaining a deal. But can I ask my right honourable friend, when it comes to particularly rules of origin, I represent communities in Wednesbury, Albury and Tipton that are very heavily based on manufacturing. Can she reassure me that the negotiating team continue to negotiate robustly on this point and that they will stand up for manufacturing businesses like mine in Wednesbury, Albury and Tipton?
I can give him those assurances. The team have done a tremendous job, and I know that the detail that they have gone into on each sector on this. But it is very helpful him reiterating the importance of those matters to his constituents this afternoon.
Let's head up to Scotland with Dr. Philippa Whitford. Dr. Whitford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even if there's a deal at this 11th hour, it will be very thin, inflicting customs costs and delays on sectors that are already struggling to survive COVID. The Minister has called on businesses to get ready. The government's own IT systems aren't ready. Indeed, the fish export service will only go live just 2 days before the end of transition. Does the fact this government is having to plan military flights to bring in medical supplies, including the vaccine, not make them pause for thought before such an act of self-harm?
Well, I think it is right that we prepare for every possible contingency. And even if, I mean, there are all sorts of things that we have not mentioned this afternoon that are part of government's in-tray, all sorts of contingencies that we have to think about. I, for example, in the Cabinet Office look after cyber issues. There are many things that we have to think about, many things that we have to prepare for. And I think it is the right thing to do, particularly on medicine and medical devices, that we ensure we have every contingency in place. But I would also point out to her that the border operating model, many things that businesses will need to do to get ready are not contingent on the final negotiations going on. We have invested heavily in support services for traders, for businesses, for citizens as well, and I think it has been right to do so. Again, if colleagues have issues with their constituents or businesses, they can please talk to me and I will do my best to get an official to talk to their business, put them in touch with the many webinars that are going on to help support businesses and citizens make this transition.
Let's head up to Mansfield with Ben Bradley. Ben Bradley.
I, for one, am delighted, Mr. Speaker, that we're finally going to reach a Brexit conclusion on December 31st. I'm pleased to hear the continued commitment from my right honourable friend to the red lines that have been set, and I know many of my constituents will appreciate the stance taken by Lord Frost and the negotiating team. But will my right honourable friend also recommit that regardless of the outcome of trade talks, the government will ensure that the UK Shared Prosperity Fund is realised and that it finds its way to those places across the UK that most need it?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I do hope that next year we will be able to, as we hopefully recover from the COVID pandemic, we make progress on the phased approach to the border and all the other things that we've been working so hard to put in place, that we will really be able to turn to how we really get economic growth happening across the whole of the United Kingdom and ensure that communities such as the one that he represents get the investment that they need and the opportunities that they deserve.
Let's head up to Scotland with Martin Day. Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scottish Government modelling of a basic trade agreement along the types that the Government is still trying and it would appear failing to negotiate finds that Scottish GDP is estimated to be 6.1% lower by 2030 compared to continued EU membership. And that equates to each person in Scotland an equivalent cost of around £1,600. And this now looks like the best case scenario. What assessments have the Government made about the combined impact of Brexit on top of the already severe impact on business and those about to lose their jobs due to the COVID crisis?
Well, what we need to be focusing on is how do we ensure that in every part of the UK we can get the economic growth that we need, we can get the infrastructure investment that we need, and there will be opportunities that come from some of the investments that are being made over the transition period. And I would ask the honourable gentleman to turn his energy and focus onto those issues. We have left the EU. We will hopefully have news of a deal, but certainly we will have certainty for all of our businesses and constituents in the coming days. And we need to turn and look to the future and how we can help realise our constituents' ambitions, and I would encourage him to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 17.4 million people who gave such a clear instruction some 4.5 years ago will look on it with bemusement that there are still voices seeking to undermine that democratic mandate. And so will my right honourable friend agree with me that in order to respect that democratic mandate, that despite all of the negativity and the negative voices undermining our excellent trade negotiators, that this must be a verdict that is a binary one. Either we will be sovereign or we will not.
There is no question that we will be sovereign. This is not an issue that we are prepared to compromise on. But I will, as he has mentioned, leave voters stick up for Remain voters, because I've said this before, but I will say it again. The greatest act of patriotism in the last few years was shown by them in accepting the democratic result of the referendum. I think that everyone in this country wants us to be successful and make use of the opportunities that will be there next year as we come out of this ghastly pandemic. And I hope that all members will be working positively in the interests of all their constituents to do that.
I confess I find all of this very depressing, and partly because, if I understand the DEFRA Secretary correctly, the anticipation is that if there is no deal, the government will be paying Welsh farmers to burn Welsh lamb carcasses next spring when they can't sell them in Europe. And if I understand all the police forces in the UK and the National Crime Agency correctly, if there's no deal, they won't be able to have the same access to EU databases to be able to track down criminals and send them to prison. But even more worrying than that for me is that historically, this House and this country has always been good at doing deals. Frankly, we've always been the country that has compromised. We've always known how to get the signature on the paper, but every time another member stands up on the other side and demands more intransigence from the government, the more likelihood there is that there's going to be no deal, and that will be a catastrophe for all of us.
Well, I'd say two things to the right honourable gentleman. I think that there are many things that we can point to. In fact, I think the Prime Minister has tabled a statement this afternoon. I think it was tabled before I came into the chamber, which points to things that he has offered the President of the Commission in way of moving this forward with regard to the UKIM bill. We have at many stages compromised, sought to find ways to encourage the EU negotiating team forward. So I do reject with all due respect, the Right Honourable Gentleman's description of the way that the Prime Minister and the negotiating team have operated. They've operated in good faith and have compromised on many areas. But there are some areas that we will not compromise on because it is not in the interest or the integrity of the United Kingdom to do so. And finally, I would just point out to him that I think that the plan that the DEFRA Secretary set out at the start of the weekend just gone about the opportunities that exist for UK farmers and the opportunities that we have to look after the environment, to actually have scientists at DEFRA as opposed to lawyers, and many other things. They are hugely beneficial to UK farming and hugely beneficial to the environment, and I would encourage him to look at them.
Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I convey my full support to Lord Frost and the Prime Minister for their stance during these negotiations? I genuinely don't think they've put a foot wrong throughout this entire process. Like the Minister, I want to see a comprehensive free trade deal with the EU, but certainly not any deal, and definitely not a deal which leaves us shackled to EU rules and regulations in perpetuity. So can I urge the government to stand firm in these negotiations to make sure that we deliver on the Brexit that so many people voted for and that so many of us campaigned for so many years?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his comments and absolutely can give him those assurances. His question also affords me the opportunity not just to pay tribute to the negotiating team and Whitehall civil servants, but also the very many individuals and politicians and civil servants in the devolved administrations, but also the Crown dependencies and elsewhere too, who have worked incredibly hard to get us thus far. And it is because of all those efforts that I want to ensure that we do get this over the line. And all the encouragement that the Honourable Gentleman and others can give in that respect is gratefully received.
We now go to Catherine McKinnell.
The North East region has consistently exported more than it imports, and the government promised the people of the North East an oven-ready deal with no tariffs, fees, charges, quantitative restrictions that would safeguard workers' rights, consumer and environmental protections, and keep people safe through a comprehensive security agreement. So with the negotiations now going late in the day and these promises looking increasingly overcooked, what is the government doing to ensure that businesses and individuals in the North East are able to properly prepare for and manage these changes to come?
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a very important point. Obviously, I will reiterate again, we are working to get a deal, and we will continue to negotiate until that becomes an impossibility, but I am hopeful that we will get a deal. We have invested a huge amount in ensuring that businesses are ready. Most of the things that businesses and citizens will need to do are already known. They're not contingent on the final negotiations. Again, I stand ready to assist if there are particular issues that constituents or businesses have, but there is an enormous amount of support, not just information, but also webinars, dialogue with experts and officials to ensure that people have all the information that they have. And of course, there is the very substantial campaign that has been running now for many weeks to ensure people are fully informed about what they need to do before the end of the year.
We now go to Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm sure that my right honourable friend will join me in congratulating the International Trade Department on the new trade deals with major markets such as Japan, Kenya and Canada, with many more to come. Will she confirm that nothing will be done in our negotiations with our friends from the European Union, which will compromise our ability to do new trade deals around the world?
Can give him those assurances. It is one of the main motivating factors as to why people wanted to leave the EU. Many other reasons about the EU's trade policies and protectionism and the impact that has particularly on developing nations. I will happily join his praise of that department. They have had a huge amount of work to do in forging new trading relationships, but also, of course, rolling over existing arrangements and improving on those for many, many nations, which quite often doesn't make the press, but it is a substantial amount of work and they've done an excellent job.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to a tsunami of job losses in the British manufacturing sector. Thousands more will be lost if tariffs are slapped on British goods. Can I ask the Minister, what steps is this government taking to help British manufacturers make the critically important investment needed to save jobs and skills and compete internationally in the event of a no-deal Brexit?
Well, I would reiterate again that we are working to get a deal, and that is one thing that we are. The issues he raises are at the forefront of our mind as we do that. But the Department for Business has done a huge amount. It has its sector committees and structures, and is working hand in glove with the sector, listening to what their needs are, and that is informing, obviously, policies that are being produced from the Treasury and elsewhere. As we come into a new year and a new start, we want to ensure that exactly those types of businesses, particularly businesses that have been eroded in certain parts of the country, have what they need to have a renaissance, and that will be our focus in the new year.
Madam Deputy Speaker, is my right honourable friend fully aware of the strength of solid support for the government's negotiating position from these benches? Does she agree with me that a deal can only be done with all the necessary compromises on both sides that will entail if it starts from a point of fundamental acceptance of the United Kingdom as a sovereign, independent third country?
Well, I agree entirely with what my honourable friend has said, and I thank him for his support and the support of all members in this House who are getting behind the negotiating team and helping send that clear message to the EU negotiating team this afternoon. What I would also say is it is not just on these benches, but in our constituencies where there is huge support. Whichever way people voted in the referendum, they know that this is the way forward. They want to get these final issues resolved swiftly so that we can all get on with it in the new year.
39 withdrawn, so Peter Alders.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Reef project sets out an exciting vision for the renaissance of the East Anglian fishing industry. Two preconditions for achieving this are the certainty that significantly more fish will be available to land imports such as Lowestoft, and secondly, that there is a framework for promoting investment in ports and the processing sector. Can my right honourable friend confirm that these two requirements are not being compromised in the negotiations that are taking place?
I can give him those assurances. I mean, this is clearly fish is one of the sticking points, and the negotiating team are obviously working very hard, but it's a sticking point because we will not compromise on these issues. And I have to say, as in a former life as Coastal Communities Minister, and having visited his constituency and discussed the potential that is there for the renaissance of that industry, I think that is a prize worth holding out for.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government spent goodness knows how much money in radio adverts and newspaper adverts telling businesses to be ready for January the 1st. I've got a business in my constituency, a nursery that imports plants from Europe, and they want to be ready to continue importing. But the C1800 forms for handling freight imports isn't available on the government website. They don't know what inspection arrangements will be. Is there any inspection agents for the plants? Where will inspections take place? Nobody knows what the conditions in road haulage is going to be for outgoing goods. So can she tell me what I can tell my constituent, how his business continue to trade successfully in January 1st? Because it's not apparent from anything I've seen.
I'm sure that the honourable gentleman has done his homework and done his best to help his constituent. I don't know whether he has used the toolkit that was sent to his casework team on the 26th, I think, of November. Okay. Well, it will give that will give contact details for him to get in touch with officials that are standing ready to talk to businesses, to give them the bespoke advice that many of them will need. If he wishes to pass the details of the company to me after this, I will go and ensure that the relevant official can speak to them. And I mean this very genuinely. I'm not trying to get one over on the right honourable gentleman. We are making every effort to ensure that all members of the House have the information that they need if people need further help than what is just on gov.uk and the webinars and so forth that are going on. We want to ensure every business is supported in these efforts, and if he passes me the details, I'll ensure his constituent is.
Now go to Nigel Mills.
Thank you. What does the Right Honourable Lady say to those on both sides who seem to believe that now is not the best time to make a deal, that perhaps it will be better next year to come back and a better deal could be done? Surely that is ridiculous, and this is by far the best time for a deal. It's pretty much now or a long time in the future.
I'm tempted to say no, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think the honourable gentleman makes a very good point. We know that delaying negotiations, extending the period of negotiations, that is not a possibility now, but also it's the wrong thing to do. We need the focus and resolve for both parties to come together and agree a deal. It's very clear what that needs to look like from our point of view, but the negotiations are still continuing, and I remain optimistic.
Now go to Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite the recently signed Fisheries Framework Agreement with Norway, there is currently no legal basis for UK fisheries distant water vessels to fish cod in the Norwegian economic zone from the end of this year, as it has been doing for decades. In the event of a no-deal Brexit, what is the government doing to ensure continued access to these waters?
Well, our position is exactly in line with the existing precedent of the EU's current fisheries agreement with Norway. We now have a seat at the forums that decide these matters. We have our UK seat back. On the specifics, I will ask the DEFRA Minister to write to her. And if she wishes to give me any further details about a particular company that is having difficulties, I'll connect them with the relevant official.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Beaconsfield businesses are bracing and embracing the end of Brexit and the transition period, but could my right honourable friend provide further assurances of the plans and the support that is in place for supporting businesses, particularly small businesses, in Beaconsfield?
Well, as I stated, all members have information, special information that's been put together to help signpost any inquiries that come into their offices. But clearly we have put in place a huge amount of support for each sector. There is the trader support service that has been stood up. There is work going on in the relevant departments for each individual sector. The officials have done a tremendous job and spoken to tens of thousands of businesses across the UK through webinars and in some cases on a one-to-one basis to talk through their issues. As I say, the bulk of things that businesses need to do, we know about. And I would also give a nod to the Central Office of Information, who have been running the campaign that ministers have colleagues have spoken about this afternoon, which has had great effect in raising awareness and ensuring that people are ready by the end of the year.
We now go to Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Orchestras in the UK are being hit by a double whammy of the COVID pandemic and uncertainty around what they need to do to perform on tour after December 31st. The Northern Ireland Protocol means that goods moving between Great Britain and Northern Ireland will require customs declarations. Orchestras who work between Great Britain and Northern Ireland have to transport their instruments to perform there. Can the Minister confirm whether an orchestra in this position will require carnets for their instruments after January the 1st? Because orchestras haven't been able to find out, despite the government promising to give the information and support needed for the end of the transition period.
I suspect there is more to it than all the information I heard in the question there, because I don't think they should require, if I've understood the journey correctly, any paperwork of that sort. But again, if the Honourable Lady would like to give me the details of that case, I will get her a swift answer on that.
Mark Jenkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I remain confident in the ability of Lord Frost and his negotiating team to strike a deal over the next few days. But it is right that my right honourable friend and Lord Frost's team stand firm on reclaiming our sovereignty. Can she confirm to me and the people of Workington who stand squarely behind her and Lord Frost that we'll leave the transition period on the 1st of January 2021 on Australian terms if necessary?
As I said, we will work until there is no hope left of getting a deal. And I too have great confidence that he has kindly expressed in Lord Frost and the very great team that are supporting him. But it is very clear, if we cannot resolve these final issues, in particular the three that I mentioned in my opening remarks, then we will not be able to conclude that deal. We must ensure that our sovereignty is not up for grabs. We have been crystal clear from the get-go on that, and I think that that is what the people of the United Kingdom expect.
Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the Minister for her answers to the UQ, and also I wish the negotiating team all the best for the next few hours and perhaps maybe days. I've seen many concerning reports regarding deals done in reference to our seas, and I ask for a clear and unequivocal assurance from the Minister on behalf of the fishing sector in Portavogie and my constituency that there will be no surrender of our seas and our rights to European fisheries, and that we will bring the fishing industry and processors back home as was promised by our government in the past.
I can give him those assurances. Sometimes people say that we shouldn't be holding out on these issues, that it's a small contributor to the economy, or that it's got some kind of talismanic status because of what went before many years ago when we first went into the EEC. It is not because of those things. This is an incredibly important part of the economy, but also our communities and our identity as the United Kingdom. And we will not compromise on that. We are a sovereign nation. These are our waters. We have plans for a resurgence of these industries, and he has my assurances that the Prime Minister will not compromise.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Exactly a year ago today, I was banging on doors in Ashfield telling people we were going to get Brexit done, and we're getting Brexit done. But there's been some speculation over the past few days regarding Brexit negotiations, which has led to a number of Ashfield residents contacting me with their concerns. Could my right honourable friend please assure the residents of Ashfield and Eastwood that we will regain control over our borders, laws and fisheries, and our economic and political independence will be restored?
Well, I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if the EU negotiating team has not heard the resolve of members on these benches this afternoon, they will have heard the resolve of the honourable gentleman's constituents. It is absolutely right that this has been confirmed not just in a referendum but also in a general election, giving a very clear mandate about what the British people expect us to deliver on. And as we enter the final stages of these negotiations, I hope that is well understood by the other negotiating team. And the sooner they come to terms with that and the Prime Minister's resolve, the sooner we will be able to get a deal.
49 withdrawn. So final question, Alex Shelbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all congratulate my right honourable friend for the work she has done in getting the country ready for the new regulations that are coming at the end of this month. I must admit that it seems a bit like the Millennium Bug when everybody thought it was going to be a disaster, but everybody did the prep work and got there in the end. But could I ask my right honourable friend what plan she has in place for other things that may happen between now and the 31st of December that businesses will need to be ready for? What action plan she got? Because the work she's done so far has been outstanding and I wouldn't want it to stumble at the last hurdle.
I thank my honourable friend for his very kind words. It would be remiss of me not to mention, in his absence today, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who has done an incredible job with chairing, in addition to his work on the COVID pandemic, but chairing EXO every single day, I think, since I've been in this post. I'm the default chair, but I've only chaired it on a few occasions. He has done that. He has done a huge amount of work in building rapport with his Oppo on the Joint Committee on the Withdrawal Agreement, and I think deserves huge credit for the immense efforts that he has taken both on to the transition but also on ensuring that the Withdrawal Agreement Joint Committee and its specialised committees are churning through the work that they need to do, not just for UK citizens but for citizens in the rest of the EU. So I shall pass on, I shall take his praise and pass it on to the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster. As I said, there will be very few things that are outstanding that businesses will need to be appraised of that are contingent on the final negotiations. We have put together comprehensive information for all members in this House, and they will find that in their inboxes. We will also conduct webinars with your caseworkers if there is a demand for that. We have a programme already set up to do that. And I would also put on record the incredible work of the Border Delivery Group and civil servants in all departments who have ensured not just that we are ready for the transition and whatever comes to pass, but also have been working to secure these negotiations. And I thank all members for putting on record in the Chamber today our resolve and our will to get a deal, but not a deal at any price.
Thank you. We'll now have a 3-minute suspension to allow for safe exit and entry of honourable and right honourable members. Order. Order. I call Alan Smith to ask his urgent question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for the Foreign Common and Development Office if he'll make a statement on the sentencing of the Hong Kong pro-democracy activists Joshua Wong, Agnes Chow and Ivan Lam.
Hear, hear.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are deeply concerned by recent developments in Hong Kong, and as the Foreign Secretary made clear in the most recent 6-monthly report on Hong Kong, this has been and continues to be the most concerning period in Hong Kong's post-handover history. The apparent focus of the Hong Kong authorities seems now to be retribution against political opposition and silencing of dissent. In light of our concerns, we have taken 3 decisive action in relation to the erosions of rights, freedoms and autonomy in Hong Kong. Specifically in response to the National Security Law, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has included a new immigration path for British nationals overseas, suspending our extradition treaty with Hong Kong and extending our arms embargo on mainland China to Hong Kong. We've made clear our concerns about a number of ongoing cases. This includes the sentencing of pro-democracy activists Joshua Wong, Agnes Chow and Ivan Lam on the 2nd of December and charges laid against major media proprietor Jimmy Lai on the same day. We understand that the 3 sentenced on the 2nd of December pleaded guilty to inciting people to take part in an unauthorised rally last year. They were not charged under the National Security Law. As the Foreign Secretary made clear in his statement of 2nd of December, prosecution decisions must be fair and impartial, and the rights and freedoms guaranteed to the people of Hong Kong under the Joint Declaration must be upheld. Hong Kong's prosperity and way of life rely on respect for fundamental freedoms, an independent judiciary and the rule of law. British judges have played an important role in supporting the independence of Hong Kong's judiciary for many years. This independence is a critical factor underpinning Hong Kong's success. We want and hope it will continue. However, the National Security Law, which was imposed on Hong Kong in July, poses real questions for the rule of law in Hong Kong and the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms promised by China in the Joint Declaration. It's therefore right that the UK Supreme Court continues to assess the situation in Hong Kong and the position of British judges in discussion with the government. We have raised our concerns about these and other cases with senior members of the Hong Kong government and the Beijing authorities, and we will continue to do so. We urge the Hong Kong and Beijing authorities to bring an end to their apparent campaign to stifle legitimate opposition and reconsider their current course. The government will continue to work with international partners to hold China to account, as we did recently at the UN Third Committee on the 6th of October, where 39 countries expressed deep concern at the situation in Hong Kong, Xinjiang and Tibet. The UK government will continue to stand up for the people of Hong Kong and our historic responsibility.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer, and I find nothing there to disagree with. But as we've had in previous discussions on Hong Kong across the House, we want more, and we want to see more action. The fact is, this is getting worse, not better, despite all the warm words we've heard across this chamber and indeed internationally. Joshua Wong was sentenced to 13.5 months imprisonment, Agnes Chow to 10 months, Ivan Lam to 7 months imprisonment for offences that are at best trumped-up charges. This is a direct breach of the Hong Kong Basic Law, and it's a direct breach of the Sino-British Agreement, which guarantees one country, two systems. These are not just breaches of human rights somewhere in the world of which we know nothing. These are direct breaches of the Sino-British Agreement and direct infringements of personal rights, which the UK is guarantor of until 2047. We need far more action than we've seen. Now, I do feel for our Minister, and I have much respect for our Minister. He didn't make these decisions. He's not responsible for the internal workings of Hong Kong. I think we need to be realistic about what's achievable and what isn't. For me, it is international action concerted with our allies in the EU and internationally that's going to actually force Beijing to change tack. So we do have a number of ideas on this. What can we do now, here? We can push forward with Magnitsky sanctions. We've called for progress often enough. let's see some action on that now. We can do an audit of UK companies to check their involvement in slave labour with the Chinese companies, because there is no question that there are UK companies which are profiting directly from gross human rights infringements. We can take action on HSBC and other banks that are colluding with Beijing in order to enforce the national security law. We can also enforce further action against the fight against organised crime and fraud, which has been grievously weakened by events in Hong Kong. We can also audit and shine a light upon the role of Confucius Institutes across our academic community within these islands, because there is no question they are involved in activities that go well beyond what their expected remit should be. And on immigration, one point specifically I would be grateful for an assurance from the Minister on today. Joshua Wong, under the current UK asylum legislation, would be disbarred from applying for asylum in the UK by this sentence, which we do not respect. Can he assure me, and perhaps it's one for his colleagues as well, that the UK will look at reforming the asylum process to ensure that Hong Kongers will have access to this country and not be disbarred by trumped-up charges? So international cooperation will lead on this. The UK has not been idle, but there is a lot more that needs to be done, because we are bound to the people of Hong Kong, and they will not be forgotten by this House.
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman for firstly bringing this question to the House today. I know it's a subject we do discuss on a regular basis, but it's only right that we do so, given our history with Hong Kong. You mentioned the case of Joshua Wong and the inability to claim asylum. There will, of course, have to be any criminality checks with anyone who comes and claims asylum, but it would be perverse to turn away people from the UK because they've participated in democratic protests like Mr. Wong. He talked about international coordination. It's absolutely the case that we are working with international partners in this regard, that we are focused on giving our voice to the widespread international concerns on Hong in order to protect Hong Kong's rights and freedom. We do not, though, rule out any diplomatic options, and we will keep the position under review. He referenced sanctions, and of course, we've had this discussion before. We will continue to consider, and we are actively considering designations under our global human rights sanctions regulations, but I'm sure he will totally understand that it wouldn't be appropriate to speculate who may be designated under the sanctions regime in future. He also mentioned HSBC. We don't comment on issues relating to individual private companies. Businesses will make their own judgment calls, and they'll be judged on those calls. But we made a historic commitment to the people of Hong Kong to protect their autonomy and rights and freedoms, and so, Madam Deputy Speaker, has China.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the right honourable gentleman, or the honourable gentleman rather, for achieving this question? Yes, well, who knows? I shall certainly, on the basis of this, be promoting him. But can I just say, I agree pretty much with everything that he said. The Magnitsky sanctions, the bad behaviour, these trumped-up charges on an old colonial piece of legislation that should have been done away with years ago and has been condemned by the UN. But I want to draw his attention back to the HSBC issue, one of the issues the gentleman touched on. I had the privilege of listening to one of the legislators, Democratic Party from Hong Kong, who has fled Hong Kong, called Ted Hui, and he made it very clear that he came back because he was worried here to the UK, having gone to Denmark first, because he was worried about the charges that were going to be levelled against him. In the meantime, HSBC, obviously being prompted with two other banks by the government, the Hong Kong government and China, have frozen his accounts for no reason whatsoever. Now, I ask my right honourable friend and the government to condemn this action, because this is not a bank that has started in China, based in China, nothing to do with the UK. This is a bank that benefits from its location here in London, is highly thought of amongst the trading community and behaves in this disreputable and appalling way to freeze accounts on an individual fleeing for justice, surely that's an outrage the government can now say should stop.
Well, again, can I thank my right honourable friend for his continued commitment to this particular issue, and he speaks very powerfully, obviously, but as I have just, and as the Foreign Secretary has made clear, businesses, including HSBC in Hong Kong, will make their own judgment calls, and people will also make their mind up about those judgment calls. We have made a historic commitment to the people of Hong Kong to protect their autonomy and freedom, and more importantly, so has China. And just to reiterate the point, we will hold China to their responsibilities.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy.
Thank you very much. The arrest and sentencing of Joshua Wong, Agnes Chow and Aidan Lam sets a troubling precedent, and it's important we send a united message in our opposition to attempts to erode the rights and freedoms of people of Hong Kong. The government has recognised, though, that there have been 2 breaches of the joint declaration and a series of troubling incidents, including the charges against Jimmy Lai, the freezing of assets of a former opposition politician and democracy campaigner by a British bank, and the arrests of students for charges relating to peaceful protests this morning. Despite the steps the government has taken so far, which the Minister outlined, and broadened international condemnation, the Hong Kong executive and the Chinese government have not changed course. And the government is now in danger of trying to pursue 2 competing and confused strategies. So we would like to know, to what extent does the Minister still believe that constructive engagement is possible? Does he share the view of the United States that Hong Kong is no longer an autonomous region? And if he doesn't, what is his plan to persuade Beijing to change course? If he believes diplomacy is still fruitful, can he tell us what conversations the government has had with the incoming Biden administration about the development of a coordinated response? Will the Foreign Secretary consider convening a dialogue between our Five Eyes partners in the new year to agree a broader coordinated response, including the new US administration? And if he does not believe that that is possible, has he explored legal avenues through which the Chinese government can be held to account? And what progress has he made on sanctions, which we have debated in this House over and over again? Now, he mentioned the role of British judges in Hong Kong. A decision to withdraw British judges would be hugely significant. It would suggest that the UK is no longer of the view that we can continue to grant legitimacy to what is essentially no longer considered an autonomous system. Now, I hope he can see why this step only makes sense in that context. Otherwise, we risk doing further harm to the people of Hong Kong by removing an important safeguard in an independent judicial system. That is why today we must hear a clear view from this government and a strategy to match. Otherwise, the measures that the government have taken so far on BNO passport holders and the consideration of the removal of British judges, coupled with an incredibly weak stance on the role of British businesses in the region, will be seen by Beijing not as a firm stance but as a retreat, and send a message to the Chinese government that it can continue on that path. That would be an utter failure of our obligations to the people of Hong Kong. We need to hear a clear view and a clear strategy from the government today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She mentioned Jimmy Lai. Of course, we are deeply concerned about the Hong Kong authorities' apparent focus on pursuing legal cases against well-known pro-democracy figures like Jimmy Lai. It's crucial that the new national security law is not misused to silence critics or to stifle opposition. Freedom of the press is explicitly guaranteed in the Sino-British Joint Declaration and the Basic Law, and supposedly protected under Article 4 of the National Security Law. There were indeed deeply worrying ongoing arrests with students. These are being, again, used as a pretext to silence opposition. We always raise our concerns directly with Hong Kong and with the Chinese authorities. We urge them to uphold their international obligations. She mentioned the incoming Biden administration. Of course, the Foreign Secretary will be having conversations with his counterpart. Our ambassador in Washington is already engaged in those conversations to set that up. The Honourable Lady also mentioned the role that British judges play in supporting the independence of Hong Kong's judiciary for many years. We very much hope that this continues, although the national security law does pose real questions for the rule of law in Hong Kong and those protection of those fundamental rights and freedoms which was promised by the joint declaration. And as the Foreign Secretary discussed with the Foreign Affairs Committee on the 6th of October, these appointments to the Hong Kong Court are made independently, and we need to be very mindful of that.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I join in the concerns about HSBC and indeed Standard Chartered, both who signed a petition to support the draconian authoritarian laws brought in to Hong Kong? But on the wider note, could I commend the government on taking an ever more robust stance on China? Its conduct over COVID-19, where Beijing tried to suppress the news of the outbreak, the militarization of the South China Sea, its debt-trap diplomacy through its One Belt, One Road initiatives, and now, of course, its actions in Hong Kong, all indicate how China is pursuing a competing geopolitical agenda. Could my right honourable friend confirm the forthcoming integrated review will address the growing long-term threat China poses, and how can we can work with our allies, not least the United States?
Absolutely, and I thank my right honourable friend again for the leadership he has shown in this area. And I think we can demonstrate by our action that we are taking both practical and diplomatic actions with regard to China. And I thank him for his remarks with regard to the more robust approach that we're taking. And I can confirm also, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the integrated review will reflect the broader strategy, the Indo-Pacific tilt as it's been recorded and reported, and it will very much reflect the broader strategy globally.
Now go to Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, may I put on record my thanks to the Minister and his officials for meeting with me regarding the plight of young Hong Kongers who are not BNO passport holders. Many of these young people have bravely demonstrated and are fearing for their and their families' futures. In answer to questions like that in this House and elsewhere, he's mentioned the Youth Mobility Scheme. But as he'll be aware, this scheme, open for 48 hours in February, is chosen by lottery. Only up to 800 places are chosen at random by UKVI. Does he agree that leaving such matters to chance is not desirable? And will he work with me and others to implement a better scheme, ideally extending BNO passport status to all Hong Kongers, regardless of age?
I thank the Honourable Lady and for her time coming to visit the FCDO last week to discuss this very issue. And that offer has been made available to other parties and is very much available to the Honourable gentleman who raised this issue. I would have been meeting the opposition spokesman on Asia this afternoon had it not been for this urgent question, but I'm sure we'll be able to get that re-diarised. I do think that we have made a very compassionate and generous offer in terms of BNOs. That's been broadly welcomed. She mentioned specifically youth mobility. The existing scheme is open to people in Hong Kong aged between 18 and 30. There are currently 1,000 places available each year. They will be able to, as can dependents of BNO, relevant BNO passport holders are allowed to come. Youngsters aged between 18 and 30 will be eligible to apply for these 1,000 places. Individuals from Hong Kong will be able to apply to come to the UK, also under the terms of the UK's new points-based system.
We now go to Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, does the Minister at least recognise that it's probably only a matter of time before we pull UK judges from Hong Kong courts? Secondly, will the Minister at least condemn the actions of HSBC? And frankly, their directors should hang their heads in shame as they're now freezing accounts of Hong Kong citizens fearing oppression. And in fact, this afternoon, they've started freezing the accounts of churches in Hong Kong. And thirdly, he said that the new national security law should not be used to oppress people. Maybe I misheard him, but isn't it patently obvious that that's now what it is being used for? Thank you.
Quite a few questions in there. Maybe the honourable gentleman would like to apply for a Westminster Hall debate or some such. I'm sure, given his expertise in this area, it's not probably not a bad idea. As I said, the British judges have played an important role in supporting the independence of Hong Kong's judiciary for many years, and we do want this to continue. You know, the idea, if there weren't any independent judiciary in Hong Kong, naturally would play into China's hands.
We now go to Barry Shearman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I remind the Minister that we in this House have a sacred duty here? I was one of the many all-party delegations that went to went to Hong Kong to persuade the Hong Kong residents that they should trust China and with their obligations to keep their obligations on one nation, two systems. So we have that obligation. And the fact is that this quelling of and getting rid of democracy in Hong Kong is only the beginning. This man, President Xi, is an enemy of democracy worldwide, and he believes in world power, economic and political domination. He's got to be stopped in Hong Kong because he won't be stopped elsewhere in the world if we don't do it here.
I hear exactly what the honourable gentleman had to say. I'm not entirely sure what the question was, but you know, in terms of how the UK government is responding to these issues, I do believe we are fulfilling our moral and political obligation to ensure that China respects its obligations under the joint declaration. And I would urge him to look at the action we've taken in terms of BNOs, the new immigration path for BNOs. We consistently raise our concerns, like the ones that the honourable gentleman raises with the Hong Kong and Chinese authorities, including the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Commonwealth Office did so with the Chinese ambassador on the 13th of November.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's very clear that nothing that's been said in this place or by this government or by any government in the international community about the crisis in Hong Kong has had any effect whatsoever on the actions or the intentions of the Chinese government. And piece by piece, what we're seeing is the stripping away of the freedoms and the liberties of the people of Hong Kong. So can I ask the Minister today, does he not recognise that there is a moment here where the international community does need to do more? It's not about turning up the rhetoric and getting more bellicose in our statements. It's about practical action that shows the Chinese government that we are serious and makes them feel some of the pain that the people of Hong Kong are feeling right now.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point. And I would say, in terms of international action, that's exactly why we, alongside 38 other countries, joined at the UN General Assembly in New York our statement, which expressed deep concern at the situation in Hong Kong and also in Tibet and Xinjiang. And the United Kingdom will continue to bring together international partners to stand up for the people of Hong Kong. It's absolutely imperative that we speak up and call out the violation of their freedoms, and we hold China to account for their international obligations.
Number 9 withdrawn. Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this House watches with sadness any reduction of the freedom of expression in Hong Kong guaranteed under the Joint Declaration. Although, as the Minister confirmed, these sentences were not under the new security law. Does my honourable friend agree that Hong Kong's importance as a centre of international business hinges on its independent rule of common law, in which UK and other Commonwealth judges play a key role? And without that, the system of one country, two systems, which Deng Xiaoping and Margaret Thatcher pledged to endure for 50 years, would be sadly weakened, and we should not lightly make things worse for the people of Hong Kong.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this. I agree that the assaults on Hong Kong's autonomy and their rights and freedoms does tarnish China's international reputation. Their prosperity for Hong Kong and the way of life relies on respect for those fundamental freedoms, and as I said in previous answers, an independent judiciary and the rule of law. We've been vocal and practical in standing up for the people of Hong Kong, and we'll continue to do so.
Now go to Asfal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. China's human rights track record is extremely distressing. From the gross human rights violation against the Uyghurs to the senseless arrests of peaceful protesters in Hong Kong. Isn't it high time the government followed the footsteps of Canada and the USA and apply Magnitsky sanctions as a matter of urgency against those perpetrators of human rights abuses both in mainland China and Hong Kong? Just today, 8 students were arrested for protesting peacefully on a university campus. What assurance can the Secretary of State therefore give that the government will be doing everything they can to prevent young activists in Hong Kong from further arrests?
Minister.
Well, thank the honourable gentleman for his question. And he's right, we are deeply concerned about the situation this morning with the students in Hong Kong. What I can tell him, the FCDO were carefully considering further designations under our global human rights regime. We introduced this in July. We will gather and keep all the evidence and the potential listings under close review.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my constituents in Redcar and Cleveland have contacted me in support of the people of Hong Kong. In this country, we have historic ties and responsibilities to the people of Hong Kong. So can my right honourable friend assure me that we will never look the other way while China undermines the joint declaration they agreed to?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We made a historic commitment to the people of Hong Kong to protect their autonomy and rights and freedoms. We've highlighted China's breaches of the joint declaration 3 times since 1997, the first being in 2016, the second in June of this year when China introduced the national security law, and the third was most recently in November with the imposition of rules to disqualify legislators in Hong Kong. We will continue to hold China to the obligations it freely assumed under international law.
We now go to Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me thank my honourable friend, the member for Stirling, in gaining this urgent question today. HSBC stands yet again accused of colluding in the implementation of the national security law in Hong Kong. Does the Minister and their government agree with this point? And if so, what are they going to do about it?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question too. And as I said previously, the Foreign Secretary has made it very clear businesses will make their own judgment calls. We don't comment on issues relating to individual companies, but the world will see that these companies will be making their own calls in this regard. We made a historic commitment to the people of Hong Kong to protect their autonomy and freedom. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's worth pointing out yet again, but so has China.
Now go to Dr. Matthew Offord.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Hong Kong were supposed to be protected by the Sino-British Joint Declaration. This consists of 8 tenets, including a specific commitment to rights and freedoms, which includes those of the person, free speech, freedom of the press, of assembly, and of association. This declaration was subsequently registered with the UN as a legally binding international treaty that remains in force today. The Minister said that the issue of China's abuse had been raised 3 times at the UN. Is it not now time to build a consensus amongst the 38 nations to ensure that sanctions are imposed upon the country of China that have a dramatic effect upon the country that makes them take notice? The only way for Hong Kong to survive is for the one country and 2 systems framework to succeed.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his questions. We are and have built that international coalition with 38 other countries, and that's why the statements have been made at the UN. He refers to sanctions, and I know right honourable and honourable friends here today are very keen to know which sanctions this government is considering under our regulations, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to repeat. It is not appropriate to speculate. I'm very grateful to the honourable member for almost repeating my line. But this is an absolutely serious point. Whoever is designated under the sanctions regime, it's not right to speculate on it, as to do so would reduce the impact of these designations.
Not too many conversations across the chamber, please. We do need to move on fairly promptly to the next piece of business, because there are a lot of speakers who wish to contribute to that. So before we return to Sarah Champion, just a brief plea for concise questions and answers. We're returning to Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Pro-democracy campaigner and owner of Apple Daily newspaper Jimmy Lai is a British citizen. So can the Minister confirm that he is receiving consular assistance? And also, does he believe that denying a 73-year-old man bail is proportionate or fair for allegedly breaking the terms of a lease? And what conversations is he having with Carrie Lam about their use of the law in this manner?
Minister.
Well, we regularly raise our concerns directly with the Hong Kong authorities in this regard. We're very concerned about the arrest of Jimmy Lai and others. Now, normally we don't provide consular assistance to dual nationals in the country of their own other nationality. China doesn't recognise dual nationality, and it is highly unlikely, therefore impossible, to be granted permission to provide consular assistance.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Joshua Wong has been imprisoned for over a year for participating in an unauthorised process, and under the government's current immigration rules, this would bar him from being able to claim asylum. So will the Minister commit to following the Canadian government, ensure that these charges are not a barrier to vulnerable activists being able to claim asylum in the UK?
Minister.
Well, the honourable lady makes a very good point, one I think I answered earlier to the honourable gentleman who brought this urgent question today. It would seem rather perverse if somebody who's been involved in pro-democracy demonstrations is unable to claim asylum.
Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. China passed domestic law unilaterally to break the joint agreement. Does my honourable friend agree with me that unilateral passing of domestic laws can never be an excuse to break international laws and agreements?
Minister.
I see what my right honourable friend did there, Madam Deputy Speaker. All I would say is that we continue to raise our concerns with regard to Hong Kong and the way they are effectively abandoning the joint declaration. We consistently raise our concerns with them, with the Hong Kong authorities, and not least by bringing the Chinese ambassador to be called by the Permanent Undersecretary.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And will the Minister outline how he is offering support to the peaceful pro-democracy stand against what many claim is Beijing aggression? And does the Minister believe that we are fulfilling our moral and political obligation to do our utmost to ensure that China respects its obligations under the Sino-British Joint Declaration? Because respectively, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe we can and must do more, and our reaction to this sentencing will be telling by itself.
Minister.
Thank you. Again, the honourable gentleman is no stranger for championing this cause, but I do think we are fulfilling our moral and political obligation to ensure that China respects its obligations under the Joint Declaration. And as he will be aware, this is in line with our new immigration path. We've suspended our extradition treaty with Hong Kong and extended our arms embargo on mainland China to Hong Kong.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In light of the long-standing and close relations between this country and Hong Kong, can my honourable friend assure me that he remains committed to welcoming holders of British national overseas passports to our shores if China continues these assaults on Hong Kong's freedom?
Minister.
Very much so. My honourable friend is correct. We will continue to welcome people from Hong Kong. In fact, the route will open on the 31st of January 2021 for BNOs. It's a new immigration route. It's a major change to the UK immigration system and will afford all those with BNO status and their immediate family dependents the right to live and work or study in the UK, and gives them a path to full citizenship.
Chris Bryant.
This is so frustrating. We gather every fortnight. We all say all the same things from all the back benches. The Minister says all the same things from the front bench about how he can't speculate and it'd be terrible to actually do anything. But the truth of the matter is we are allowing the Chinese government endlessly to ratchet up the repression against the people of Hong Kong. And now we've even got British-based banks cooperating in that. So just for the avoidance of doubt, can I make it clear to the Minister, I don't want him to speculate about using the Magnitsky sanctions. I want him to use them. And secondly, surely to God, the least we can do as a British government is bring in the Chairman and Chief Executive of HSBC and say, you must not cooperate with oppression in China.
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman will understand that it's important that these sanctions are developed responsibly and on the basis of evidence. We are, as I've said numerous times, carefully considering further designations. I won't use the word that he refers to. It is not appropriate to second guess on who may be designated in the future, as I've said many times, because if you do so, it could reduce their impact.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am concerned that young Hong Kong demonstrators do not have BNO passports. So can my right honourable friend confirm that they will be eligible to apply for asylum in the UK, and we will look on those claims favourably?
Minister.
Of course, my honourable friend is right to raise this. People are entitled to apply for asylum, that is if they're outside their country and they fear that they could be in danger if they return.
We now go to Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Countries such as Australia and New Zealand, for example, have largely clear and relatively consistent strategies on China. The UK can at best describe its position as reactive and pretty thin. When can the Minister provide further detail of the actual strategy the FCDO is adopting to press the Chinese state to grow within the international rules-based order and with respect for human rights?
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady for her point, but as I've said previously in this session, I think our strategy, if you like, is demonstrated by our action. We've taken both practical and diplomatic action with regards to Hong Kong. We also take international action and bring together our international partners, including Australia and New Zealand, to whom she refers. And as I said, my right honourable friend who's not in his place when the integrated review is published. This will very much reflect the broader strategy globally.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The legally binding joint declaration was signed by China as well as the UK, of course, and it makes clear that Hong Kong will have a high degree of autonomy. Does my honourable friend agree that China must respect this? And will he assure the House that the UK will redouble its efforts with international partners to ensure that China doesn't just hear words of condemnation, but also feels appropriate acts that demonstrate our disdain for these despicable attacks on democracy?
Minister.
Yes, my honourable friend, absolutely right to raise this. We consistently raise our concerns with the Chinese authorities and Hong Kong authorities as well. As I've referred to earlier, we've raised our concerns at the UN. 39 countries joined our statement. 38 countries joined our statement on the 6th of October, expressing our deep concern in Hong Kong. We'll continue to bring together international partners in this regard to stand up for all Hong Kongers.
We now go to Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What support is the UK Foreign Office offering to BNO passport holders who have been arrested by Chinese state authorities? And how are consulate officials providing advice to BNO passport holders being held in Chinese prisons?
Minister.
As I said in a previous answer, China does not recognise dual citizenship, and therefore having access to provide consular assistance to BNOs is nigh on impossible.
Andrew Barrett.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for all that he said so far today. Does my right friend join me in welcoming the fact that already this year 216,000 BNO passports have already been issued to Hong Kong residents? That's more than any other year from 1997 to this point.
Minister.
Absolutely right, my honourable friend, to raise this. From July 2020, BNO citizens and their dependents have been eligible to be granted 6 months leave outside the rules at the border to the UK. From 15th of July to 14th of October 2020, that number was over 2,115. My understanding is that that number is now up towards 3,500, but obviously the data isn't necessarily a reliable proxy for the number that may apply for the visa when it opens in January.
25 withdrawn, so we go to Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend will know that sanctions and other actions are only effective if large groups of countries join in with those sanctions. So what steps is my honourable friend taking to mobilise the broadest and biggest coalition of international support to actually demonstrate freedom for Hong Kong and ensure that China understands that the actions it is taking are totally unacceptable?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his point too, and I think there's no greater sign of international cooperation, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we managed to get 38 other countries to join with us or a statement at the UN General Assembly expressing our deep concern at the situation in Hong Kong. We will continue to work on international partnerships in this regard.
Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And our hearts go out to those imprisoned in pursuit of their human rights. But they deserve more than that. They deserve to be remembered in our trade and in our purchases. So will he support the Human Rights Amendment to the trade bill, currently in the other place? And will he set out how he's going to prevent companies who facilitate human rights abuses from being integrated into our supply chains?
Minister.
Well, we've made very clear that companies should absolutely do their due diligence in terms of their supply chains. I don't think the amendment to the bill, which is in the other place, is the right vehicle, the correct vehicle for this. It's very much a technical bill, and without it passing in good order, we won't be able to take action on things, for example, like the dumping of Chinese steel. But I don't think that is the right vehicle. I think there are other potential vehicles which may be suitable.
Final question, Catherine Fletcher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm deeply concerned about these sentences.
and I hear from the people of South Ribble who share those concerns at this trend of Hong Kong authorities targeting the pro-democracy activists. Does my friend join me in urging both the Hong Kong and the Beijing authorities to stop this insidious campaign to stifle the political opposition?
Yeah.
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend could not be more correct in what she just said. We're deeply concerned about the ongoing arrests, even as late as today. They're being used as a pretext to silence opposition, which is outrageous. We continue, as I've said, to raise our concerns directly with the Chinese authorities and Hong Kong authorities. And as they will have heard today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are, as a Parliament, I think, on the same page as this. We are urging China to uphold the rights and freedoms protected in the joint declaration to which they are a signatory.
Thank the Minister for answering the urgent question, and we will now have a 3-minute suspension for safe exit and entry of honourable and right honourable members. Order. Order. We now come to the United Kingdom Internal Market Bill Programme number 3. Programme motion to be moved formally?
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
United Kingdom Internal Market Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now. Thank you. I must draw the House's attention to the fact that financial privilege is engaged by Lord's Amendments 48, 49 and 50. If any Lord's Amendment engaging financial privilege is agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving Commons financial privilege to be entered in the journal. Having given careful consideration to Lord's Amendment 50, which refers to state aid and Office for the Internal Market, the Speaker is satisfied that it would impose a charge on the public revenue which is not authorised by the money resolution passed by this House on 14th September. In accordance with paragraph 3 of Standing Order number 78, the amendment is therefore deemed to be disagreed to and is not available for debate. We will begin with the government motion to disagree to Lord's Amendment 1, with which we will consider the Lord's amendments and motions listed on the paper. I call Minister Paul Scully to move to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House disagrees with Lord Amendment 1. This bill has generated a lot of debates in both houses, and rightly so. It's a bill that is vital in providing certainty for businesses and for protecting the Union. It's a bill that allows the continuing smooth functioning of our UK internal market at the end of the transition period. Our approach will give businesses regulatory clarity and certainty and ensure that the cost of doing business in the UK stays as low as possible. And it will do so without damaging and costly regulatory barriers emerging between the nations of the United Kingdom. In the other place, the government and peers have had good discussions and debates on the principle behind the bill and have come to very reasonable proposals in some areas. It's right that both houses work constructively to scrutinise and improve legislation, and the government is therefore accepting a number of Lord's amendments. That's why the government is disappointed that in some cases, amendments put forward by the other place would do the opposite and generate more ambiguity and uncertainty. Other amendments put forward go further in hampering the government's ability to protect the Union and our internal market, to level up the country and to take advantage of the opportunities afforded by the end of the transition period. That's why today the government is disagreeing with a series of amendments that I will now turn to. Madam Deputy Speaker, regarding Lord's Amendments 1, 19 and 34, the other place and HM opposition here have been clear about their strong support for common frameworks. I'm pleased to hear this because the UK government is strongly committed to them as well. Joint work with the devolved administrations to develop common frameworks, I'll just make some progress and I'll continue in a minute, to develop common frameworks is progressing well, and the first 3 frameworks are currently undergoing parliamentary scrutiny. The Common Frameworks Programme represents successful joint working, ensuring that our shared objectives of making coherent policy, upholding high standards and supporting the distinct needs of each part of the UK can advance as one. They are evidence of our mutual respect for devolution. I'm pleased that work is well underway on the 33 frameworks that we're expected to conclude jointly with the devolved administrations. 30 of these will be provisionally agreed by the end of 2020 and will then be scrutinised by Parliament and the devolved legislators. A small number are likely to clear scrutiny by the end of the transition period, at which point they will become full frameworks. I'll give way for this.
For governing common frameworks, and it's good that it does recognise the importance of common frameworks. Can you explain then why there's been a common framework agreed in terms of an emissions trading system going forward between all 4 nations of the United Kingdom? It's an emissions trading system, but now the Treasury is looking at imposing a carbon emissions tax instead against the wishes of the other devolved administrations. Surely that's not respecting common frameworks.
I think discussions go on with that. I thank him for that, but discussions go on with that, and it is indeed the right. They have those discussions, but the common frameworks, with all devolved administrations and representatives from England through the UK Parliament have made their views very well known. I'll just make some. I'll give way.
Minister, further to that point, Minister, we have a very, very strong agri-food sector in Northern Ireland, and we need to have an understanding between the Northern Ireland Assembly and here to ensure that our agri-food sector can continue to expand and sell their products right around the world where they do. Can the Minister reassure us that that will happen and nothing will hinder that?
The honourable gentleman. Indeed, the whole purpose of this is to make sure that we can get the internal market right, but we do not want to hamper any business wherever they are throughout the UK from being able to trade overseas with the opportunities that are going to be afforded by global Britain at the end of the transition phase and beyond. But I want to come back now and make some progress, because there's some detail in here that we do need to get across, and I want to make sure that I can allow other members to have their say. The Common Framework Programme was never designed to be an all-encompassing solution to the maintenance of the internal market. This bill will instead provide the additional legislative protection to internal UK trade, which is required for business certainty. As an aside, I'd like to note that half the active frameworks have little or no interactions with this bill, as they do not pertain to the internal market, something that sometimes has been forgotten in recent debates. The flexibility that underpins the framework programme is key to its success. The Common Frameworks Programme was set up in 2017 with an objective to manage regulatory coherence in the specific devolved policy areas of returning EU law. While the frameworks are envisaged in very high-level terms in Schedule 3 to the European Union Withdrawal Act, they're taken forward by voluntary agreement. And that's the reason why neither the UK government nor the devolved administrations have so far felt the need to codify the Common Frameworks process in legislation. I thank the noble and learned Lord Hope for his considered contributions to the debate and for his thoughtful amendments to this bill. But whilst the government has carefully considered the arguments made in both houses about putting common frameworks on the face of the bill, we feel this may not sit well with the flexible and voluntary nature of the Common Frameworks Programme. As well as being voluntary in nature, we must also bear in mind that common frameworks are jointly owned by the devolved administrations. Any proposal to legislate them into this bill would need to take into account their involvement in the programme overall. So I'm also concerned that these Lords' amendments would automatically disapply mutual recognition and non-discrimination principles. This creates a very broad exclusions regime and uncertainty for businesses and consumers over the terms of trade within which they're operating. This is clearly not in keeping with the aim of this bill, which is to provide maximum certainty and a stable trading environment. It's a core point that none of us should wish to...
I just want to take the Minister back to his statement that the common frameworks were never supposed to be all-encompassing in relation to the internal market, because I'm just looking at the Joint Ministerial Committee communique from 16th of October 2017, and it says in its first principle that the common frameworks were to be established where they were necessary to enable the functioning of the UK internal market. Now, the government have gone back on that, haven't they?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and she'll note the point where necessary, because as I said earlier, not all of the common frameworks, indeed many of them, do not relate to the internal market, which was my point exactly. But it is a core point that none of us should wish to see internal barriers to trade erected inside our country to the detriment of jobs and growth. We've been clear in the other place about how we see the Common Frameworks Programme and the market access principles interacting with this point at the heart of the argument. And whilst common frameworks are jointly owned, the UK's full internal market regime can only be owned by the UK government and overseen by the UK Parliament. My honourable friend, the Minister for Constitution and Devolution, looks forward to completing the delivery of the Common Framework Programme, discussing further with our partners in the devolved administrations and the devolved legislators how we can capitalise on the way of working ahead through common frameworks on a sustainable and putting these areas of cooperation on a sustainable footing for the longer term to the benefits of citizens and businesses. We welcome the support of honourable and right honourable members here in achieving that. However, we have been clear that Amendments 1, 19 and 34 are not necessary and have considerable drawbacks, and I therefore call on this House to disagree with them. Speaking now to amendments 8 to 13, 15, 16 to 18, 30 to 33 and 56, the Government has taken positive steps to reach a compromise position that balances concern about delegated powers and the ability of the Government to act to protect our internal market. The Government has already made significant steps. We've removed a power which is no longer considered essential for the operation and flexibility of the internal market system. We've made further changes on transparency and accountability, such as a review mechanism and the use of such powers. In the other place, we also tabled amendments to require consultation with the devolved administrations before the use of key powers, reflecting our previous commitments. However, once consultation is undertaken, the right place for final decisions should be back in Parliament, where parliamentarians from all parts of the UK can debate and vote on proposed use of these powers. The Government is therefore disappointed that the other place... I'll give way briefly.
I'm really grateful to him for giving way. My understanding is that the Welsh Senedd will vote tomorrow on the LCM on this bill and will decline to give an LCM. Does not indicate the problem with the British Government's approach to consent. Consent means nothing without the power of veto.
Minister.
Well, if that is the case that the Welsh Assembly decides that way, then that will be regrettable. The Welsh Assembly, the Senate, it is regrettable because it's important that we continue to work together, that we continue to allow continuity of trade and business between Welsh businesses and indeed the other nations of the UK. This is what Welsh businesses have been asking us for as we've been talking to them. They want certainty, and this bill will give them the certainty. But the Government's therefore disappointed that the other place didn't take up our reasonable offer and removed key provisions needed to ensure the operation of the internal market. Removing these powers, I'll give way.
Thank goodness for giving way. Would you not accept that for places like Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland, whose main market is probably in England, that common standards which allow free trade between those parts of the United Kingdom and where the main market is are actually an advantage to everyone, and therefore the provisions in this bill should not scare or frighten anybody?
We want to say to himself.
The Honourable Gentleman, he says it absolutely correctly. When I've spoken to businesses in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, they've agreed with businesses in England as well that the main market for so many of these businesses is within the United Kingdom. We talk about global Britain, but we have to make sure that we have our internal market right so far, and the opportunities for business, including Northern Ireland, those in Northern Ireland, are absolutely at the heart of this bill, and I appreciate his time. But removing the powers that I was outlining would make it very difficult for the Government to respond to businesses and the wider stakeholder feedback and act rapidly to respond to changes in the UK internal market due to the shifting economic landscape. The other place also added in conflicting, inconsistent amendments, accepting our consultation offer, but also adding consent mechanisms. Moreover, the other places, through amendments 12, 13 and 56, introduced a new system for excluding requirements from the market access principles based on a long list of legitimate aims. This new clause would render the protections in Part 1 almost meaningless. A regulator or legislator could justify a very wide variety of discriminatory measures using the justifications in the new clause. It would result in uncertainty as to what is in scope and leave little protection from regulatory barriers for businesses operating across the whole of the UK. However, the door remains open to the other place to reconsider, and we've kept our offer on the table. Turning to Lord's Amendments 48 and 49, clauses 48 and 49 support the Government's determination to deliver on the commitments upon which it was elected, levelling up and delivering prosperity for the whole United Kingdom and strengthening the ties that bind our union together. It provides for a unified power that operates consistently UK-wide, one which, I'll just make progress for a minute, one which will allow for strategic investment throughout the UK, underpinning the United Kingdom's government's determination to see all parts of the UK flourish. It makes sure that we can deliver UK-wide replacements to EU funds, including meeting our manifesto commitment to replace EU structural funds and UK government to invest directly to support communities and businesses across all 4 parts of the UK.
Explain how it can be a strategic investment if there isn't the say of the Senedd and the Scottish Parliament in arranging it.
About the Honourable Lady, and as we've said in the last debate in this place, this is complementary. This is complementary to existing spending powers in Wales and Scotland. And we'll always look to work for the good of the people in there, which will reflect undoubtedly, I'm sure, in so many occasions, if not all occasions, the mood and direction from their elected politicians as well in the Senate. I'll just progress for a second. We need to make sure that we can deliver the UK-wide replacements to EU funds, including meeting our manifesto commitment to replace the EU structural funds and deliver a UK shared prosperity fund. This will allow the UK government to invest directly to support communities and businesses across all 4 parts of the UK. Previously, in many of these areas, the EU mandated how our money had to be spent, with little say from elected representatives in the United Kingdom. The UK government intends to take a much more collaborative approach in delivering any funding that replaces EU programmes. The UK government remains committed to working collaboratively with key partners, including devolved administrations, in the provision of financial assistance under this power. Let me be clear that this power is in addition to the devolved administration's existing powers. It will allow the United Kingdom government to complement and strengthen the support given to citizens, businesses and communities in Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. It does not take away responsibilities from the devolved administrations.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I just think the frustration of the utter confusion is this actually circumvents the devolution settlement. Devolution has been in place for some 20 years, and it is ministers in Wales that have been working with European funding in terms of how funding is allocated within projects in Wales. This new system removes the decision-making from Welsh ministers and circumvents devolution that's existed for more than 20 years. Can the Minister not understand the frustration on this side of the House and the bewilderment from Welsh, Scottish and Northern Ireland ministers about why they're just not being consulted on priority projects in Wales and any of the other nations of the UK?
I can understand the frustration if that's the willful misinterpretation of what's actually happening. The EU mandates so much of the spending in this before it gets to the Welsh Senate, to the Scottish Parliament, Northern Ireland Assembly, and indeed here in England as well, from where we are speaking. But we will work collaboratively to ensure that so many of those concerns are met. But we are disappointed as a government that the other place has decided to take out the power and hamper the government's ability to level up the country and drive investments into all parts of the UK. These Lord's amendments also alter the financial arrangements made in this House, and I therefore call on this House to disagree with these amendments. Turning to Lord's Amendments 51, I want to emphasise the importance of the UK continuing to take a clear and consistent approach to subsidy control as we move away from EU state aid rules. The government has always been clear in its view that the regulation of state aid, the EU's approach to subsidy control, is a reserved matter. This reservation does not change the devolved administration's position in practice. The devolved administrations have never previously been able to set their own subsidy control rules, as this was covered by the EU state aid framework. But they will continue to make their own spending decisions on subsidies as they do currently. The effect of this amendment would be to create unacceptable uncertainty regarding the extent of which subsidy control is a reserved or devolved competence. This would potentially give rise to inconsistency if there were different regimes to regulate subsidies across the UK. Ultimately, this could undermine fair and open competition across our internal market, inevitably discourage investment in the UK, bringing additional costs to supply chains and consumers. This reservation will enable the UK to design a bespoke subsidy control regime which meets the needs of the UK economy. The government has been clear that in any future domestic regime will operate in a way that works best for all UK businesses, workers and consumers. In the coming months, we intend to publish a consultation on whether we should go further than our World Trade Organization and international commitments, including whether further legislation is necessary. This House should therefore disagree with this amendment. Turning to Amendments 57 and 61, the Government again made reasonable and important changes to make clear in statute that the Office for the Internal Market will work for the benefit of consumers in the interests of all parts of the United Kingdom, as well as for all 4 administrations on an equal basis. I won't discuss Amendment 50 in detail because it will involve, as we've heard, a charge on public funds and has not been selected. The Government also agreed to an enhanced role for the devolved administrations in OAM appointments, requiring ministers to seek consent with all administrations with a 1-month time frame. However, Lord's Amendments 57 and 61 go beyond this, also requiring that the devolved administrations directly appoint members to the board of the Competition and Markets Authority. I wish to emphasise strongly that by changing the wider CMA governance structures would be wholly inappropriate. The CMA board ensures that the organisation operates effectively and fulfils its statutory duties, which have fallen entirely with a reserved competence. It would create a deeply unhelpful precedent, therefore, to have devolved administrations appointees on the CMA board. In contrast, it's the OIM panel that will undertake the work of the OIM, and it's in that context that the government amendments have been brought forward to ensure a strengthened voice for the devolved administrations. I therefore call on this House to disagree with these amendments. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I turn to Lord's Amendments 14, 42 to 47 and 52 to 55. The clauses in this part of the bill have rightly been subject to much debate and scrutiny. The second reading, committee stage and report stage debates in this House were almost exclusively on these clauses in the bill. The House endorsed these clauses by a significant majority after government brought forward amendments to address the concerns raised by the members of the House. I urge members to do so again. After the I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. He will appreciate having had perhaps some hand in the amendments that I've been interested in this matter. He will have seen the statement that has been put out by the Government following the meeting of the Joint Committee earlier today, in which they undertake that they would not, in effect, remove Clause 44 and deactivate Clauses 45 and 47, which was the subject of some concern in this place. Will he confirm that that is the case? And will he also confirm that were there to be any like clauses included in the taxation post-transition period bill, which may come before us, they should at the very least be subject to the same parliamentary lock as was inserted into this bill, if they were to be required at all? Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his contribution, not just here now, but also for his contribution in the stages of the earlier stages of the internal market bill, which allowed for that important lock. Taxation bill and this bill work in lockstep as well, and I can confirm his interpretation, and I will come on to that in a second about the statement earlier on today. After the transition period ends, Northern Ireland will and must remain fully integrated with the UK's internal market. There should be nothing controversial about that. The protocol itself expressly recognises that Northern Ireland will remain part of the UK's customs territory, and qualifying Northern Ireland goods will enjoy unfettered access to the rest of the UK market. We'll never accept additional burdens or barriers on goods moving from Birmingham to London, and neither should we accept those from goods moving from Belfast to Liverpool. Moreover, Clause 46 would codify in legislation the existing practice where state aid is notified to the European Commission by the Foreign Secretary via the UK mission in Brussels. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way and for the commitment that he's made about goods travelling from GB to Northern Ireland. Can he explain that the same assurance will be in place for all goods moving from Northern Ireland to GB?
Minister. I can indeed, yes, indeed. What was Part 5 of the bill originally contained vital provisions to ensure this would always be the case, whatever the outcome of our negotiations with the EU. Since these clauses were originally introduced, the UK and EU have worked constructively together through the withdrawal agreement joint committee discussions, which continue to progress, and final decisions are expected in the coming days. I can confirm today that if the solutions being considered in those discussions are agreed, the UK government would be prepared to remove clauses 44 from this bill concerning export declarations. The UK government would also be prepared to deactivate clauses 45 and 47 concerning state aid, such that they could be used only when consistent with the United Kingdom's rights and obligation under international law. However, while the government...
Okay, I'm grateful to the Minister giving way. I'm wondering if you could reflect on 2 points. The first one is that I'm relatively new to this place, but my understanding is there hasn't been a bigger vote against a resolution from this House in the other place for many, many decades, if not indeed centuries. And secondly, will he also recognise that the majority of people of Northern Ireland, and indeed businesses, want to see the solutions he set out worked through the Joint Committee, not through any breach of international law, because it's important that going forward there's a solid legal framework for businesses in Northern Ireland to conduct their affairs?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and indeed we all want this to be dealt with through the Joint Committee. That's why discussions are continuing. That's why we want to make sure that in these crucial hours of negotiations as well between the UK and the EU, that we wish them well in that regard. But yes,
I'm grateful, and I won't trespass the Minister again. Will he confirm that the deactivation of clause 47 would remove one of the areas which caused most concern, particularly to legal commentators, the notwithstanding clauses? Would he accept that that is a significant gesture of good faith on Her Majesty's Government's part, and that it would hopefully remove some of the real concerns that have been, for legitimate reasons, been expressed in other places, but it demonstrates that we want to find a constructive way forward?
And indeed he's right again. They are the notwithstanding clause. I know they've the debate that's been surrounding this, and it's important that we work together in collaboration, in partnership, as we do some difficult negotiations. But that ultimately is where we want to solve these problems, rather than have to legislate for them in the first place. But we will, as I say, deactivate them when we get to the point when it's consistent with the United Kingdom's rights and obligations under international law, as I said. But whilst we are hopeful of success, it's only prudent that until such a time as these discussions have successfully concluded, we retain these clauses in their current form as a fallback option. As been said many times, the Government is fully committed to implementing the withdrawal agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol, and have already taken many practical steps to do this. But these clauses ensure that irrespective of the outcome of our negotiations with the EU on implementation of the protocol, we will always protect Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom and ensure that businesses based in Northern Ireland have unfettered access to the rest of the United Kingdom, and ensure there is no legal confusion or ambiguity in the UK law about the interpretation of the state aid elements of the Northern Ireland Protocol.
I thank the Minister for giving way again, and I just want to get some clarification. Article 16 of the Northern Ireland Protocol makes it quite clear that where the protocol does serious economic damage to Northern Ireland, or societal damage or environmental damage, then the Government has the right to act unilaterally. If this clause is to be removed and set aside, how then will the Government be able to take action, unilateral action, in the future if some changes in the protocol or demands from the EU do the kind of damage which is outlined in Article 16?
Oh, as I've said in these clauses, these changes that were set out in the statement earlier on today are working on the assumption that we have success in the discussions, that we can solve this elsewhere, because we hope that the notwithstanding clauses will never have to be used. And we understand that the concerns that have been raised. Making regulations of this nature would not be done lightly. That's why before this clause is commenced, this House, as we've discussed, will be asked to specifically approve a motion to that effect, and the other place will hold a take-note debate. And of course, any regulations made under this clause would be subject to the affirmative or made affirmative procedure, meaning they would be subject to debates requiring a vote in both houses. Moreover, as the Prime Minister has made clear, in addition to taking these steps in domestic law, if we had to make clear that we believe the EU was engaged in a material breach of its duties of good faith as required and provided for under the withdrawal agreement and the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, we would seek an arbitration panel and consider safeguards under Article 16 of the Protocol in parallel. But we must ensure that in any scenario we are upholding the economic integrity of the United Kingdom, maintaining the Belfast or Good Friday Agreement and the gains of the peace process, and protecting the delicate balance between communities in Northern Ireland. These notwithstanding clauses are a limited and reasonable step which creates a safety net to enable those aims to be met. It ensures that the UK Government can always act as necessary to protect and maintain our UK internal market and Northern Ireland's integral place in it. And that's entirely in keeping with what the government has constantly said, including public commitments from the Prime Minister, our manifesto commitments, and our commitments to the people of Northern Ireland. That's why the government cannot agree with the Lord's amendments, which would remove what was Part 5, and why I urge honourable members to disagree with these Lord's amendments and restore these critical provisions in full. I'll give way one final time.
I thank the member for giving way, and I thank him for allowing me to intercede on this way. Does he welcome the comments that were made by the Irish Foreign Minister, Mr Coveney, where he said, essentially, that all of the commentary that has been made for the last 3 years about erecting borders on the island of Ireland, it was basically a game of bluff by the Irish Republic? And does he welcome the fact that they've now conceded that point?
Minister.
I haven't heard those words, so I won't comment, but there's been a lot of commentary, but what is important is the reality. It's the Northern Irish businesses that want the certainty offered by this bill and the unfettered access to the GB market. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to emphasise that the government has and will continue to be reasonable in discussions on this bill. We've made many positive changes to the bill and they're on the table. But ultimately, government needs to balance this with the need to deliver a bill that provides the certainty that businesses want and need to invest and create jobs, to maintain high standards and choice for consumers whilst keeping prices down, to ensure that the government can continue to level up the whole of the United Kingdom and strengthening our precious union, and ultimately to preserve the UK internal market that's been an engine of growth and prosperity for centuries. I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Now, colleagues will see that there are a large number of honourable and right honourable members who want to contribute to this debate, and if we've got any chance of getting them in, I will start with an immediate 5-minute limit on backbench speeches, but that may well have to go down. Shadow Secretary of State Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be opposite the honourable gentleman. This big bill began its life with the Prime Minister, then the Secretary of State. It's a pleasure to be opposite him. I have to say to him, I have enormous respect for him, but I did feel I was listening and living in a parallel universe when I heard him this afternoon. This bill has been absolutely savaged in the other place. It's been absolutely savaged, not just on international law, but on devolution as well. Not just by opposition parties, not just by crossbenchers, not simply by the former Lord Chief Justice or the Archbishop of Canterbury, but it has been savaged by the heart of the Conservative Party. Lord Howard, Lord Hague, Lord Clark, Lord Cormack, Lord Lamont, Lord Barwell, the former Chief of Staff to the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. The honourable gentleman laughs from a sedentary position. He may not consider him exactly a Conservative, but he is a Conservative peer. Even, Madam Deputy Speaker, believe it or not, the Duke of Wellington spoke out against this bill. I should say, I gather he has recently left the Conservative Party, and who can blame him? But nevertheless, he said this: in a single piece of proposed legislation, the government have managed to antagonise almost everyone, including a multitude of counterparties and international public opinion. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Duke of Wellington is right, and given his family history around our relationship with Europe, he is in a position to know. That's why, as we heard earlier, we saw the largest defeat in a generation on this bill in relation to, I'll give way in a moment, let me just make a bit more progress, in a generation on this bill, including 44 Conservative peers, 7 former Conservative cabinet ministers, and many other former ministers as well. And I just make this point, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I think we heard the beginnings of the grinding of the wheels of the climb down in what the honourable gentleman was saying. 3 months of posturing, undermining our reputation in the world. And today, an hour before the debate begins, we see some preparations maybe for the brakes being applied before we go over the cliff. I have to say, I'm not going to give the government any credit for that, and I don't take their word for it either, because there is one thing this whole sorry saga has shown the world, I'm afraid, beyond any doubt. is that with this government, their word is not their bond. They cannot be trusted because they are willing to rip up international agreements they made less than a year ago. I give way.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I was going to congratulate him for endorsing the hereditary principle, which I didn't know he was such a big supporter of. But the real question I want to ask him is what should a state do if it finds its obligations under one treaty conflict with those under another treaty or its own constitutional law?
Well, first of all, as the honourable lady I think says, not sign it. But I make this other point. This was an agreement that this government signed, but it was very well exposed by the member for East Antrim. Article 16. Not only is there a joint committee set up as part of the protocol, there is the capacity for unilateral action in the case of social and economic disruption. So the answer to the member for East Antrim, what happens if these clauses go away? Will the protection still be in place for unilateral action? I can answer him. The Minister didn't answer him. Yes, they will. Yes, they will still be in place because they were in place all along. This has all been a completely unnecessary charade. And here's the thing, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not just on international law that this bill was savaged. It was savaged on devolution as well. And this is very, very important because this goes to the heart of the way we are governed as a country and the heart of our future as a country. We on this side of the House, along with that side of the House, believe in our United Kingdom. But what many people, including on the Conservative side, feel about this bill is it deeply undermines devolution. Just listen to Lord Dunlop. Now, for the benefit of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, Lord Dunlop is the government's devolution guru. He's the guy actually advising the government on devolution. He describes the bill as an unnecessarily heavy-handed approach to balancing the demands of free trade with respect for the roles and responsibilities of devolved institutions. And he says this: the government should think long and hard before overturning, on the back of Conservative votes alone, sensible changes on devolution that have been made to this bill. So on devolution and on international law, this bill has been savaged. And something has changed in government on this bill during the course of the last 3 months. The truth is, the top brass of government are running a million miles from this bill. And not just on international law, but on devolution as well. What did we read a few days ago from the very reliable Paul Waugh? The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster has got some thoughts on this bill. He wrote this: even some Whitehall officials were baffled why the bill was drafted in the first place. Sources tell me that Gove has been looking at ways to either amend the devolution section of the bill or ditch it altogether, with the whole bill left quietly. Well, the Honourable Gentleman says it's completely untrue. I mean, I hope it is true in the following sense, which is, unless this bill is amended, unless we remove the provisions on law-breaking, and unless we amend the provisions on devolution, we are massively undermining the union, because we are departing, as I will explain, we are departing from the principles of shared governance that we have developed over 20 years. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not surprising that the government is running, that the top brass of the government is running from this bill. Has it succeeded in improving our international standing? No, it's been calamitous, embarrassing, and toxic for our international reputation. President-elect Biden, among others, deeply concerned about this. Has it succeeded in upholding and strengthening the United Kingdom, something I know the Honourable Gentleman supports? No, it has not. It's given a stick for those who want to undermine the United Kingdom to beat the government with. Has it succeeded in getting the Brexit deal that they told us it would hasten? Well, remember what they said. It would show we were standing up to the EU, show we meant business, face them down. I've got to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a very important day to be talking about this issue. Where is the deal, then, less than a month before the end of the transition period? Where is the deal? As a country, we desperately need a deal for business, for workers, for our economy. But it's 12 weeks since this piece of legislation got its second reading, and still no deal struck. And this day of all days, as I say, they choose to bring this bill back to the House. Our message to the government is simple. Deliver the deal the government said was oven ready. Deliver the deal so business can plan even for these short weeks, and deliver what was promised. Now let me turn to the detail of the Lord's amendments from the point of view of these benches. And I want to start by going back to the issue of the rule of law. It was, as I said, members across all parts of the other place that worked together to defeat the government on Part 5. And I can't do any better, Madam Deputy Speaker, than Lord Howard, and I've never said that before. He said this, I do not want the UK to be an independent sovereign state that chooses as one of the first assertions of that sovereignty to break its word, to break the law, and to renege on a treaty that it signed barely a year ago. That's not some Ramona, as I think the saying goes. It's not some person who voted Remain. It's Lord Howard, a Brexiteer, the former leader of the Conservative Party. Or listen to Lord Cormack. This is shameful. There is no other word for it. I'm deeply ashamed that a Conservative government should have embarked on this course. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to be defending the rule of law. Now, the Minister... Well, it's always a pleasure to give way to the honourable gentleman, so I will give way, yeah.
Thank you very much. But perhaps the right honourable gentleman will recall the fact that Section 38 of the Withdrawal Agreement Act 2020 was passed not only by the House of Commons by 120, but also by the House of Lords itself. That contained the same principle regarding the whole of the notwithstanding arrangements, specifically in relation to Section 7A.
I think the honourable gentleman and I had had this exchange before, that the fact is that it's absolutely clear that this is coming along, and the reason it's caused such concern, 5 former Prime Ministers, all of the people in the House of Lords that I've talked about, is that it is ripping up a treaty we signed, and that message has been sent loud and clear around the world. I said there is provision. There's already provision in the protocol in Article 16 for unilateral action in the event, and I quote, of serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties. So these provisions are not only wrong, but they are unnecessary. I want to deal, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, with this insurance policy argument that has been put forward. Safety net, the Minister said. This is not a safety net. This is not an insurance policy. This is a trapdoor for us, and I'll tell him why. Let us just say that the worst happens and we fail to get a deal. And then we trigger these provisions. What then? We set off an escalating dispute with the EU, and we don't know where that dispute ends. We further alienate President-elect Biden, and we scupper any chances of a US trade deal, and we destabilise the politics of Northern Ireland. This is no insurance policy. It is a guarantee of destabilisation of our country piled on no deal. In other words, the very last thing the country needs. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's why we will vote to uphold the Lord's amendments in this bill around keeping Part 5 out of the bill. And of course, I give way to him.
Of course, we all want agreement and we all want a trade deal. But what happens if relations break down? Will the right honourable gentleman confirm that first and foremost the Labour Party is a unionist party? It believes 100% in the economic integrity of the United Kingdom. It will not act as a poodle to the nationalists. Can he give me an absolute guarantee that if relations break down and we reject this bill, that we will not be in a very difficult place in terms of the economic integrity of the United Kingdom?
Madam Deputy Speaker, he and I agree absolutely about the United Kingdom, and I'm now going to come on to why I have such fear about this bill, because I fear that it is ignorant and blundering on the most important question about the way we share power across the United Kingdom. And my fear about this bill is that it has given those who want to undermine the United Kingdom a further weapon to do so. And that's why I want to turn to the devolution aspects of the bill. Now, I particularly want to put on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, my thanks to the noble Lord Hope, former Lord President of the Court of Session, and Lord Justice General for his work in relation to this bill. This is a complex issue of the common frameworks, but it is worth spending some time explaining it. The Common Frameworks process, and the government deserves some credit for this, was established in 2017 to enable us to agree high standards across the United Kingdom and manage any divergence in these standards. But the problem about the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is there is no mention of common frameworks. Instead, the bill provides a blunderbuss principle that the lowest standard in one jurisdiction is the standard for all, with no voice for the devolved nations. So take the issue of single-use plastics. This is a very concrete example where the Welsh Government wants to legislate to ban the use of single-use plastics. Well, the problem is that the bill as it currently stands enables the UK Parliament to simply come along without discussion, without a voice for the Welsh Government, to legislate to stop them doing that. And they've actually said very clearly in a written answer earlier this month that to be aware that they believe they're not going to be able to make that legislation stick. So in its current form, the bill allows the UK government to simply undercut, I will give way in a moment, to undercut the powers of the devolved administrations in key devolved areas, including the use of plastics, other environmental standards, animal welfare, other consumer standards which are devolved. This is very serious, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is very serious because the common frameworks are a way that we can both secure high standards, and this is the intention of the noble Lord Hope, secure high standards and manage divergence when it occurs across the United Kingdom.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. He's making a very valid point here. And does he agree with me that really the problem with the bill is that it enables the British government and its control of the UK Parliament to become like a boa constrictor around the devolved parliaments, constricting their ability to act in their policy fields that they have responsibility for?
Well, however you describe it, I do not believe, however you describe it, I do not we describe it, I do not believe that it properly respects the principles of devolution. And these are principles that we have developed in a very sort of British way, in a sense, over the past sort of 20 years or so, principles of devolution. And I think they are principles that we must crucially uphold. Now, I would ask the Minister, he should think again. He should agree to Lord Hope's amendments, which puts the common frameworks into this bill. It makes no sense that the government has spent 3 years. The governments of the four nations have spent 3 years working on these common frameworks, and then they make no appearance in this bill. Now, then we have a related issue, which is in the absence of legislating for common frameworks, and the Minister mentioned this. Amendment 12 seeks to have a wider set of exclusions from market access principles. Now, the reason for this is very simple. In the absence of common frameworks, the market access principles apply with very, very narrow exclusions. I think human, animal, and plant health. And so, if the government is not willing to agree to common frameworks, another way forward would be to have broader exclusions which allowed the devolved nations to uphold their powers. And it's very important this is about whether powers that have been devolved over 20 years are effective or ineffective, and whether this Parliament can simply override them without a voice for the devolved nations. These are deeply serious issues, and I think it is recognised by Conservatives, as I said, like Lord Dunlop, about the importance of this. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be absolutely clear what will happen if the old version of this bill is restored and is passed into law. And I'm afraid this is a sort of prediction, but I think this is what will happen. It's a recipe for a constitutional punch-up within a very short period of the bill becoming law. And frankly, if it doesn't happen naturally, it will be provoked by those who wish to have the punch-up. And the government will find itself accused, rightly, of undermining the devolution settlement. And I'm afraid it would be correct. And it will be a disaster for those who believe in the United Kingdom. And I think that includes the government. Now the most generous interpretation is that they have been cavalier and they have blundered into this. And I really, that may be too generous. And I hope they will put it right. And it's also in that spirit around shared governance that we have concerns about the provisions on spending and state aid. I think these relate to Lord Thomas's amendments 48 1949. A key pillar, Madam Deputy Speaker, of devolution in the last 20 years has been the right of devolved areas to set their own priorities. Now, the bill, as it went to the Lords, gave incredibly wide powers, huge powers to ministers. I could read out for the House the list: economic development, sports and cultural activities, projects, events and infrastructure, education and training and infrastructure, capital investment in water, electricity, gas, telecommunications, sewerage, railways, roads, transport, health, prisons, courts and housing. It gave incredibly wide and overriding powers in devolved areas. Now, yes, they say this is about the Shared Prosperity Fund, right, but the Honourable Gentleman says it is about the Shared Prosperity Fund. There's been no details about how these powers are going to be exercised. There's been no consultation. The consultation apparently ended, I don't know, 12 months ago or so. We don't know what this is going to look like, this Shared Prosperity Fund. There hasn't been consultation, a proper consultation with the devolved nations on it. And I think, I will give way in a moment, I think there's a really important point here for the House, which is take back control was an effective slogan. I think we can agree. I didn't support the cause, but it was an effective slogan. But I think what voters throughout the United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, will worry about is that taking back control starts to look like taking back control to the Westminster Parliament. And that is not just an issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is not just an issue. That is not just an issue in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. That is an issue in England as well. How these funds work and whether it all gets decided from the centre is a really, really key point. Yeah.
I thank him for giving way. And on that point, the National Infrastructure Policy has just been published, and in that it says changing how decisions are taken, increasing the UK Government's ability to invest directly in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland through the UK Internal Market Bill. Is that not just smack of, we'll spend the money and we'll make the decisions and it won't be collaborative at all?
Well, I think there is an anxiety. I think there is a very legitimate anxiety, which I hope the Minister will reflect on. And again, it was expressed in the Lords. And we are talking, Madam Deputy Speaker, about, yes, the government gets defeated in the Lords. All governments get defeated in the Lords at some point. But by unprecedented margins, the depth and breadth of concern among their lordships about this bill, including on devolution, in a sense, because the bill went through so quickly here, there was less time to discuss the devolution issues, and more of the focus was on international law, but deep concern. And the issue is the same on state aids. Look, we support. I will give way in a moment. We support a UK-wide state aid regime, but once again, there was no mechanism in the bill to engage with the devolved nations in the process of setting this regime. Now, the best that can be said again is maybe the government has blundered in. But the worst is that they simply don't believe in giving power away when it comes to it in practice, and they believe in hoarding it here. And I do say, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll give way in a moment, we cannot overestimate the seriousness of this collection of devolution issues. I believe in the United Kingdom. I believe deeply in the United Kingdom. But the way we uphold that is by upholding the settlements of the last 20 years and recognising that commitment to shared governance. And that is not what this bill does.
I thank the member for giving way, and I want to make this point very genuinely to him, in that this fidelity to devolution that is now being expressed from the dispatch box, members in Northern Ireland and the Northern Ireland Assembly are asking, where was it 6 months ago, 8 months ago, 12 months ago, whenever his party was prepared to ride roughshod over the views of the people of Northern Ireland on the issue of abortion and impose laws on Northern Ireland that are there forever, even though the Northern Ireland Assembly has a completely different view to this House on those matters. This fidelity to devolution rings very hollow tonight in many houses in Northern Ireland.
Say to the Honourable Gentleman, and he and I have known each other a long time, I think if you look at the record of these benches when it comes to the devolution settlement, everything that has happened over the last 20 years, I think we absolutely have shown fidelity to that devolution settlement in what we have done. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to conclude because there are lots of members who want to speak. I think there are. This is not just a technical discussion about the Lord's amendments. This is a much deeper set of issues about what kind of country we want to be. We've got to be a country, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is confident of our place in the world, working with others on the basis of shared democratic principles. We must be a country that stands up for the rule of law. We must be a country that recognises we will be better governed if we share and devolve power, don't hoard it at Westminster. And I believe this bill achieves none of those things, it undermines them. And I'm afraid it is a mark of cavalier government. Cavalier with our international standing, cavalier with the law, and cavalier with the United Kingdom. So we on this side, Madam Deputy Speaker, will fight for the values our country needs. And I hope that as this bill proceeds back, and I suspect forth, to the other place, the government will listen and work with us in the national interest.
We now have to have a time limit of 5 minutes. Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first remark I would simply make is this, that I found when I read the proceedings in the House of Lords that they were very strong on assertion, but empty when it came to the question of argument. And I found that rather disturbing because, after all, they do have this potential power under the Parliament Act. And I also appreciate that Lord Judge himself actually said towards the end of the proceedings, we may need these powers, referring to the powers in Part 5 and the clauses that we're dealing with, in particular regarding notwithstanding, we may need these powers at some stage. Maybe we will. And then he said, I hope not. He then said it would be open to government to come back to us, to Parliament, to before us what he called emergency legislation. Well, the circumstances that we're facing at the moment could not be more important and more relevant. And I simply take the view that what he said effectively conceded the principle, but I'll certainly give way to my honourable friend.
Exactly that point, that the remarks that Lord Judge made, very respected as he is, basically conceded the principle we might need notwithstanding provisions to overturn provisions of the Withdrawal Act, or the Withdrawal Agreement. We're not talking about the principle anymore, we're just talking about when it would be appropriate to introduce the provisions. And they might as well be introduced now with the parliamentary safeguard that the government is conceded.
More or less the same took place in my exchanges with my honourable friend, the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, where he said very much the same. There is a threshold beyond which it would be necessary for us to take such action. So without going into the detail, I just want to put those two things on the record. The issue is basically, and always has been, about parliamentary sovereignty, and this is an internal law in the UK context as an internal law of fundamental importance as expressed in Article 46 of the Vienna Convention. And it is by virtue of parliamentary sovereignty that we have taken the line that we have, and I certainly have in my own case on many occasions, including my proposal for Section 38, which I referred to earlier, and which itself it does have the whole concept of notwithstanding built into it, and in respect of Section 7A as well, which deals with direct effect under the withdrawal agreement itself. So when that was passed by a large majority in the House of Commons, and then again was also passed in the House of Lords, without any dissent of any description, I really find it quite extraordinary that it's now been turned into a matter of such fundamental anxiety without any supporting argument that I've ever seen, certainly in my reading of the debates, that I find that there's a great deal of posturing going on here, although I do understand very much the emotional concern that some people have in being quite incapable of accepting the fact that we've lawfully left the European Union, that we've passed all the Acts of Parliament through both Houses of Parliament by a series of enactments, and then on top of that, a general election, not to mention in addition to that, that under the Salisbury-Addison doctrine, it would be inconceivable in the context of a general manifesto for the Lords to stand against these clauses on the basis that the House of Commons passes them again tonight and again perhaps on another occasion. So basically, why do I say all this in terms of constitutional law and international law? Well, first of all, I'll deal with these very briefly. In my judgment, the European Union has breached Article 184, which is the negotiating in good faith clause, and they multiplied that manifestly over the last few days in the way in which they've demonstrated their refusal to accept the manner in which the negotiations have been conducted so far. So there's also the question of their demands on retention of power over crucial aspects of our sovereignty in economic and in our national interests as a precondition to concessions on trade. They've also, in my judgment, breached Article 184 on the basis of the recognition, as they put it, of our internal market. And I believe that the basic principle that one party to a treaty cannot obtain from the other the execution of its obligations if it does not respect its own commitment. And on that basis, I believe that if they continue in these negotiations on the basis that they have so far, and most particularly over the last few days, that the United Kingdom would actually be entitled to terminate the withdrawal agreement on the basis of the EU's breach of Article 184. Lastly, I'd simply say this. As I said in the committee stage and the report stage, there is a long list of occasions when Conservative, Labour and Lib Dems in part of the coalition have agreed to override treaties. There aren't just one or two examples, there are hosts of them, where it was quite explicit in finance bills, in independence acts, and in relation to prisoner voting and various other things, where there have been quite clear and deliberate overrides of treaties. The EU, as well as the EU member states, frequently violate international law, and I could give you the Western Sahara case, and defying Security Council rulings and breaking the Lisbon Treaty, just as a few examples. And indeed the EU, and I say this in conclusion, itself grants supremacy according to its own constitutional principles when in conflict with international law. In the Cardi case, where the European Court stated the obligations imposed by an international agreement cannot have the effect of prejudicing the constitutional principles of the treaties. So there I am, and I say again, I support very strongly the government's position on this, and I reject the amendments in the House of Lords.
Drew Hendry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In, out, reinstate. As the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North has pointed out already, the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State have dropped this, and it's left to the Minister to hold on to Dominic Cummings' baby here and front this up in the Parliament. I almost feel sorry for him. And then I remember that in this government, both the Treasury Solicitor and the Advocate General have already resigned over this because it is such a terrible move by this government. The House of Lords, as we have heard, have rightly carved up this disastrous, petty, grubby, law-breaking, power-grabbing Tory bill. And of course tonight, because of the announcement that came just an hour before we came in here tonight, we can add shambolic to that as well. Now, we welcome the Lord removing a number of threats to devolution from the face of the bill. We know already that the Tories hate devolution, and the Prime Minister has made this clear, and I'll come back to that shortly. What we see from the Lord's amendments in 48, Clause 42 authorises the UK Government to spend on devolved areas. The UK Government intend to use Clause 42 for the purpose of a shared prosperity fund. However, as we've heard, we've yet to see details of that. I've personally been asking about that since 2017, and yet we've heard nothing on it. And of course, as we've heard, we've also yet to see any sign of the long-promised consultation. It's been repeated over and over, there'll be a consultation, but we've not seen that. Lord Thomas in the other place said, he confirmed, it is therefore plain that the purpose of Clause 42 is to cut across the powers of the devolved governments to provide financial assistance in areas such as economic development and commercial activities, taking away a power from the Scottish Parliament. Baroness Finlay, Clause 40 said, would enable the government to work around rather than work with the devolved governments. Yeah. On number 4, no, could we?
Being very generous, and I thank the honourable member for giving me, because I know he's just started. He may disagree with the right of the UK government to intervene financially on all the areas as has been specified earlier on. But he can't stand there and say that this amounts to us taking away a power from the Scottish Parliament, because that is fundamentally untrue, and he's in fact misleading the House when he does so.
You know,
Honourable gentleman is not misleading the House. Drew Hendry.
Thank you. I could have come back with a different response there, but I appreciate you intervening for that, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable member tries to say this is not a power grab, not taking back powers from the Scottish Parliament. What I'm quoting tonight is not SNP folk saying this. It's not even the Scottish Government. This is other people, as we've heard from around the different parties, including his own, around the nations of the UK and across the world that are talking about this. So, it really doesn't hold any water, what he's saying there. I was coming to number 49. The amendment removes the UK government attempt to re-reserve state aid. Lord Thomas noted unashamedly the government want to use this legislation to alter the devolution statements. They are trying to make state aid a reserved matter by device of expanding or extending the competition policy reservation. And Lord Jermyn confirmed, blunting and reducing the power of the devolved authorities is deemed to be a price worth paying so that the UK government can determine alone the route they wish to follow in directing a new regime. Yet we don't know what this regime will look like. And leading for the government in the Lords, Lord Callanahan confessed, Clause 44 reserves to the UK Parliament the exclusive ability to legislate for a UK-wide subsidy control regime. Well, I can tell the House the SNP will not accept this brazen power grab. State aid must remain a devolved competence. In Amendment 11, the amendment means devolved governments must either give their consent to regulations within a month, or the government can continue but would have to explain to the Parliament why they were proceeding without agreement. Lord Bruce noted Amendment 15 takes the need for consultation but adds to it by saying there must be a requirement to secure consent. And that is what is absolutely what is required. He went on to say that draws on the common framework's principles, which suggests that every sinew should be bent to ensure consent. Not consultation, but consent. Yeah. On 57, Lord Thomas noted the composition of the CMA should now reflect its different position and role under this bill. It's critical that it commands the confidence of all of the people of all of the nations of the UK and that it has representations from them. In Lord's Amendment 1, the amendment seeks to protect the role of the common frameworks from the Internal Market Bill. When moving his amendment in the report stage, Lord Hope summarised, not only does the bill ignore the common frameworks process, but it destroys one of the key elements in that process that brought the devolved administrations into it in the first place. It destroys policy divergence. It destroys those administrations' ability through that process to serve the interests of their own people and to innovate. And Baroness Finlay warned, if the bill, she meant, is not based on, the bill is not based on warm support for devolution, but rather on hot resentment of the fact that devolved governments and legislatures can innovate at speed and take their populations with them, something this government can't do. In Lord's Amendment 8, the amendment removes sweeping Henry VIII powers which allow the Minister to alter the definition of key requirements for the bill and in each case rewrite those principles substantially in secondary legislation. In Lord's proceedings, the government accepted the argument and removed the Henry VIII powers from Clause 3, but refused to remove them from Clause 6. Under Clause 6, the Secretary of State can act without the need to introduce new primary legislation or to obtain the consent of the devolved governments, taking power away from the devolved governments. And the UK government's offer to consult, as I've said before, is meaningless. Consult is not the same as consent, and that is what is required.
Will we give way?
I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. And the truth is that this bill is an absolute abomination and drives a Trojan horse through the devolution settlement. But he's right to put his finger on that very issue of the fact that Brexit was supposed to be about Parliament taking back control. How does he reconcile the idea that Parliament's taking back control by granting these sweeping Henry VIII powers to the United Kingdom government?
Indeed, it's this UK government that are seeking to take back control from Scotland and from Wales with this bill going through. The internal market bill is a clear and utter power grab. When it comes to devolution, yes, I will.
I'm extremely grateful to him for and for his forensic analysis of the British government's tactics in relation to this bill. But essentially what the British government are doing is that they're hollowing out devolution as the middle ground in the constitutional debate in Wales and Scotland. For the people of Wales and Scotland, the choice becomes independence or direct Westminster rule.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right, and it's no surprise that in Scotland we've now had 15 opinion polls in a row that show a majority of people are supporting independence. That's not happened overnight. That's happened because they've been watching what's been happening here, seeing the contempt that Scotland's Parliament and Wales's Parliament has been treated with. And that's what's the result now, is there is that growing demand for us to protect our Parliament in that way. When it comes to devolution, the Tories used to wear a mask to hide their contempt. But this bill and recent comments from the Prime Minister and the Leader of the House have ripped that away once and for all. The Prime Minister recently told his MPs that devolution was a disaster and Tony Blair's biggest mistake. The latest in a long line of statements he's made to show his distaste. We all remember him saying, "A pound spent in Croydon is of more value to the country than a pound spent in Strathclyde." The Leader of the House has called devolution a failure and is arrogantly dismissing it, while the Scottish Social Attitude Survey shows only 7% of the Scottish people don't support devolution. This bill is an orchestrated attempt by this Tory government, as I've said, to re-centralise powers. I will give way.
Honourable Member for giving way to me for a second time. I simply can't sit here and listen to him describe this party, this government's position on devolution in the way that he is. It's under the Calman Commission, under the 2016 Scotland Act, we have devolved more powers to Scotland than any government in the history of devolution. We've created police and crime commissioners across England and Wales. We've devolved power to our greatest cities and regions across England and Wales. Next year we're publishing our devolution white paper. To stand there and say that this government doesn't respect or believe in devolution is simply baloney.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the man who said the UK government is back in Scotland and we'd better get used to it. Well, I can tell you, we've seen the Tories for an awful long time. In Scotland, we haven't voted Tory since 1959, I think. 1951 to have a Tory government. That's how long the Scottish people have seen what the Tories are at. We don't want a Tory government making decisions for people in Scotland. That's why the vast majority of people not only voted with settled will to have their own Scottish Parliament, but all polls, the Social Attitude Survey, show that the Scottish people more and more not only support devolution, but they support independence. They want to drive a wrecking ball through the devolved settlements, and that's been reflected by the fact that this bill, as we've heard, has been ripped apart in the Lords. Let's come to what they said about the Shared Prosperity Fund. They said that the UK government must explain why such a broad power for the UK government to spend money in devolved territories has been included in this bill. And delegated powers in the bill are extraordinary and unprecedented, and many of them are constitutionally unacceptable. Of course, we know what happens when UK ministers have control of spending from experience. The former Tory Prime Minister, John Major, took much-needed cash from the Highlands to redirect it to Tory marginal seats under pressure in the southeast of England. Decades on, nothing has changed. As we know from the pork barrel scandal over the 61 constituencies funding directed by the Community Secretary, they were key in gaining or retaining seats for the Tories in the general election. Priorities for Scotland will mean little or nothing, and probably the latter to them, unless the Tories see some political advantage. Their naked intention to break devolution and break the law have been condemned across the world and even within their own benches. This bill is not worthy of this or any parliament. Outside of Tory government circles, it has been rightly and absolutely panned. Catherine Barnard, the Professor of European Law at Cambridge University, said, "This is a remarkable piece of legislation, and it expressly contravenes our international legal obligations to a point that the legislation itself says this is the intention." Imagine that. Steve Pearce, Professor at the University of Essex, says it is an obvious breach of international law. And David Anderson, QC, tweeted, "The Ministerial Code still mandates compliance with international law despite changes to its wording, as the Court of Appeal confirmed in 2018. Simon Davis, for the President of the Law Society of England and Wales, said the rule of law is not negotiable. And perhaps most telling, George Peretz, QC, tweeted, "But it's hard to think of a better argument for Scottish independence than a UK government that is prepared to use Westminster's unconstrained sovereignty to override a binding treaty commitment it entered into less than 12 months ago." Madam Deputy Speaker, former Tory Prime Ministers, including a member still sitting in this House, have savaged this shoddy piece of legislation. From their own benches, they've been told that a willingness to break international law sits ill for a country that has always prided itself on upholding the rule of law. And they've been told also by their own benches it's an act of bad faith and that the rule of law is not negotiable. In the United States, of course, it's also been condemned. This is a government that's really good at negotiating no deals, and it looks like they're just about to negotiate another one with the US where they will get no deal. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, said the UK must respect the Northern Ireland Protocol as signed with the EU to ensure the free flow of goods across the border. If the UK violates that international treaty and Brexit undermines the Good Friday Accord, there will be absolutely no chance of a US-UK trade agreement passing this Congress. Now, of course, we've heard the comments from Taoiseach, and we've heard from others across the European Union about this. But in America, Anthony Blinken, the chief foreign policy advisor to Joe Biden, has said Joe Biden is committed to preserving the hard-earned peace and stability in Northern Ireland. As the UK and EU work out the relationship, any arrangements must protect the Good Friday Agreement and prevent the return of a hard border.
Will you give way on that?
And Joe Biden, I will give way. Yeah.
I'm glad to see he is so supportive of the Belfast Agreement. But would he accept that the Belfast Agreement was all about ensuring that Northern Ireland stayed within the United Kingdom as long as the people of Northern Ireland wished that to be the case, and a border between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, as is in this protocol, certainly does not protect the Belfast Agreement and therefore doesn't even meet the criteria which he has set himself?
Indeed, it should be the right of those people living in any country to determine their own future, and he's right. If the people in Northern Ireland choose a different path, they should be respected, as should be the case for those in Wales and in Scotland as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll start to wind up my comments now. I could go on for much more time, but I know that you've got packed benches waiting to come. I was just about to talk about Joe Biden. He has said himself, we can't allow the Good Friday Agreement that brought peace to Northern Ireland to become a casualty of Brexit. Any trade deal between the US and UK must be contingent upon respect for the agreement and preventing the return of a hard border, period, is what he has said to that. So this bill continues to facilitate its race to the bottom on standards, threatens our quality food and drink, opens the door to genetically modified beef and chlorinated chickens, amongst other products, opens the door to privatisation of our water and our NHS. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've pointed out, the House of Lords have rightly carved up this disastrous, petty, grubby, law-breaking, power-grabbing, messy Tory bill. Their amendments must be respected and agreed. The Scottish Government has always engaged willingly to take forward the Common Framework's progress. This devolution record... Well, he says rubbish. He knows that's not the case. We understand that the Tories have a very casual relationship with the truth, but we expect them to at least have a one-night stand with it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill confirms the contempt that the Prime Minister and his government have for devolution. People in Scotland see this clearly. As I've said, 15 polls in a row are showing that independence is the only way to save our Parliament's powers and the voice of the Scottish people. And as the Defence Secretary confirmed earlier, we can have that discussion in the referendum that's coming.
Dr. Liam Fox. Oh, sorry, 5-minute limit on speeches. Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I voted to leave the European Union, it wasn't primarily over concerns with immigration. It wasn't about concerns with how we would divvy up the money that came back following the contributions we weren't making to the European Union. It was entirely as a constitutional lever. I believe in the principle that the people who live under the law should have the right to choose the people who make the law. That, incidentally, also shapes my views on how the House of Lords should be reformed. But that principle, Madam Deputy Speaker, could not survive as soon as we had the direct application of EU law and the use of the ECJ. That therefore meant for me there was only one choice, which was to leave the EU. I explained that to an American audience by saying that if in the United States there was a court in Ottawa or Mexico City that could override the US Supreme Court, and nothing that legislators could do in the US, how would they like it? And they said, absolutely, we would never, ever accept it. That, for me, is the key principle. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I first heard of this internal market bill, I was at the WTO in Geneva, and frankly, I was shocked to hear that the government was intending breaking international law, until I came back and looked at the provisions themselves and found out that nothing was actually being broken in this bill whatsoever. In fact, nothing was actually being done in this bill other than setting out a set of contingency measures, which is, of course, a well-accepted legal principle. It was... I will give away one to my honourable friend.
Virtually no discussion during this entire debate about the fact this is a safety net, which we hope will never be used. If you're on the high wire, and when you're dealing with the EU, you are on the high wire, you may not want to use a safety net, but it has no harm to have one.
I entirely agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I used the analogy myself as it's a lifeboat that we hope we never have to launch, because we hope the ship will never go down, because we will reach a trade agreement, and we should reach a trade agreement, because, as I said earlier in the House, there has never been a trade agreement that has begun with the two parties in complete identity of trade law, of tariffs, and of regulation. It should be, if it was only about trade, an easy agreement to reach, but it's not just about trade. The main stumbling blocks are constitutional, the very constitutional issues that made me want to vote to leave the European Union in the first place. Now, there are those who have said that this bill is outrageous, it sets new precedents, but this bill is in fact only saying that under certain circumstances, domestic law might have to be used to overrule treaty law. Is it revolutionary? Is it unprecedented? Well, on the 12th of February 2016, the German Federal Constitutional Court said that treaty overrides by national statutory law are permissible under their constitution. It says, under the system of the basic law, international treaties have the same rank as statutory federal law. Therefore, they can be superseded by later federal statutes that contradict them. That is merely the power that the United Kingdom government is seeking to use as a contingency power should it need it, and yet nobody screams about the German Parliament being able to exercise an absolutely identical power. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the short time, I want to make a couple of comments about the value of free trade in the internal market to the Union itself. The 1707 Articles of Union between England and Scotland and those between Great Britain and Ireland in 1800 abolished all customs duties between the different parts of the United Kingdom. Free trade across the whole of the United Kingdom was an integral part not only to the development of the whole of the United Kingdom from the Industrial Revolution on, but it was particularly important to Scotland and Ireland, whose citizens could freely trade with the much bigger English market. Something that exists today. It's a point that was made very well by the Honourable Member for East Antrim earlier in this debate, and it's easy, given how successful it's been, to forget how important that single market is and how easily it could be damaged and what the implications would be if it were interfered or restricted. Which, of course, is why, I'm sorry he's left his place, that the Honourable Member for Glasgow North was unwilling to engage in the debate with me last week when I asked what estimates had been made by the Scottish nationalists of the breakup of the UK internal market in terms of the Scottish economy. He said, we will come and make those arguments in due course, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, they don't want to hear those arguments aired in front of the Scottish people at the present time. But in terms of the devolved legislatures, they were created after the UK joined the European Community and then the European Union. And because the single market rules applied to regional governments and legislatures, as well as central governments of member states, there was no pressing need during our membership of the European Union for specific UK-based rules maintaining the UK internal market against fragmentation. But Brexit changes all of that. And that is why it is, I believe we should be rejecting the Lord's amendments tonight. But in supporting the government, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just ask this one question. When did the government's legal advisers advise ministers that the Withdrawal Act, indeed, by direct application, threatened the internal market of the United Kingdom? It was not something that I heard discussed at the time, but I would like to know the answer to the question, as would many of us who are supporting the government tonight and who believe that what we're seeing is a proportionate contingency planning, fulfilling the duty of the maintenance of the UK internal market, the key part of the United Kingdom itself.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, who would have thought that we'd be here on the 7th of December, there are 24 days to go, with the government wanting to put these international law-breaking clauses back into the bill and the Brexit negotiations still going. And I've always thought that there will be an agreement, but I have to confess that in the last few days I felt a bit gloomy, and I don't know whether the announcement in the last 20 minutes that the Prime Minister and Ursula von der Leyen are going to meet later this week to pore over the areas of disagreement is something that should raise our hopes on or not. What do they say? It's the hope that kills you. Anyway, the truth about this bill is out. The offending clauses are nothing more, nothing less than a piece of negotiating leverage, which we now know will be dropped the moment a satisfactory resolution is found to the questions which the Joint Committee is properly considering, and that was confirmed in the Prime Minister's statement this afternoon. Now, I think the Prime Minister's dilemma with this bill, and indeed with the talks, is best explained in this way. 4 and a bit years ago, he famously decided to publish the second of 2 articles which he had written about Brexit. One of them was for leaving the EU, the other was against. And when he made that decision, he climbed on the back of what I would describe as the Brexit tiger. It's taken him on quite a journey. It's taken him through the door of 10 Downing Street, which I'm sure was his hope. But there is just one problem. It's not entirely clear he knows how to get off the tiger in order to secure a deal. And he is the prisoner of the fateful decision that he made. Now, it's not that he wasn't aware of the consequences, because we now know, thanks to Tim Shipman, what he wrote in the other article that was not published. He actually said this, and I quote, "Almost everyone expects there to be some sort of economic shock as a result of Brexit. How big would it be?" Well, we know the answer, because the government's had its own economic assessment. We saw what the Office for Budget Responsibility reported a couple of weeks ago. The economy is hit either way, but it's much worse if no agreement is reached. So the question now for the House, for the negotiators, is how do we get out of this? Well, clearly not by these clauses that the government is seeking to put back in the bill. One of the reasons why the government is having so much trouble with the level playing field negotiations is because of the existence of these clauses. Just think about it for a moment. Why do ministers think that the EU negotiators are so keen to tie down commitments that both sides will be asked to give in the negotiations? For the very simple reason, as my right honourable friend in another absolutely brilliant speech made clear, we have shown that we are not to be trusted to keep our word. And if you're in the process of negotiating a new international treaty, it doesn't really do wonders for your credibility if you're busy preparing to tear up part of the previous treaty you negotiated with the same partners that you signed just over a year ago. The other issue is sovereignty, and about which we've heard an enormous amount today. I wanted to make this point, if sovereignty is absolute, and if you were to take it to its logical and absurd conclusion, for example, why should we be negotiating on fish at all? Wouldn't giving any of our fish, as some people describe it, be a betrayal? If sovereignty is absolute, what are we doing in the World Trade Organization?
Exactly.
The World Trade Organization in particular, because there is a dispute resolution body, as the right honourable gentleman who's just spoken knows only too well, which gives other countries, if they win a case against the UK, the ability to impose countervailing measures upon us, including tariffs. Now, how could that be acceptable to a sovereign country if you claim complete sovereign control? And the truth, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that sovereignty is not absolute. It's what you choose to do with it that matters. And you cannot avoid that choice, and you cannot avoid that choice in these negotiations, because the only way out of this mess, in the interests of the country, is if both sets of negotiators grasp the heavy responsibility that they have at this moment to make the choices that will secure a deal that the country desperately needs. And in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, since German car makers, as was once rather fancifully suggested, are not going to turn up late in the day to rescue the negotiations, a bit like Blucher at Waterloo, we have to save ourselves. That's what we have to do at this point. Because whatever the bluster, I simply say to the front bench opposite, the country will not forgive this government if it imposes no deal upon us.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And always an enormous pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Leeds Central. I was struck that for decades the EU was a train that we had to stay on, and now Brexit is a tiger that we've got to get off. And I'm really, there isn't time to re-engage in the old arguments about sovereignty, but it was very telling that he thought sovereignty was, the importance of sovereignty is what you choose to do with it, not what you are imposed with. And there is no international organisation in the world of which we are a member which is like the EU, which imposes its will on us through our own laws and our own courts. Every other international body, like the WTO, which refers, is a voluntary association governed by international law, which is a completely different matter. Now, the other place, Madam Deputy Speaker, has excelled itself in revising this bill. Is it a revising chamber, or has it become an opposition chamber? And much of the attention is concentrating on Part 5 of this, but I just wish to talk briefly about the devolution aspects. I would just reflect that the Honourable Gentleman for Inverness, Nairn and Lochaber and Strathspey, if I've got that right, I would ask him the question, there is only one party in this Parliament that wants to take a wrecking ball to the devolution settlement, and it is the SNP. Because every other party wants devolution to work. And the other difference between him and me is there was a referendum in 1997 when I opposed devolution. Since then, I have been a supporter of devolution because I accept the result of referendum results. And he neither accepts the referendum on Brexit, nor does he accept the 2014 independence referendum. And that's the difference between him and me. I'm a Democrat, and he is something else. And it's time we called a spade a spade. What we do want, and I've got some sympathy for those who believe that this bill is somewhat unfinished as we vote on it and send it back to the other place. We want better devolution arrangements, and I have presided over the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Select Committee, which I no longer chair, producing several reports about how to produce a more stable and productive devolution settlement. And it's not represented by what the House of Lords have sent us back in this bill. For example, they have taken out clause 8.7, which and that removed the power of the government to make regulations, and then they've required the government in the new clause 7 to consult with the devolved governments about the regulations, and it says in the revised bill, a clause removed as it refers to these regulations, and then they've obliged the government to obtain consent from the devolved governments for these regulations. Well, there has to be some understanding that consultation is good, but the veto of one part of the United Kingdom over another part of the United Kingdom makes the settlement unworkable. And of course that's what the SNP wants. They don't want a workable settlement. But I'm struck by clause 60, the new Amendment 60, which I think has the seeds of a better method of operation, which talks about the appointment to the OIM panel, that it suggests in clause 2b, subparagraph 2c applies if the consent to an appointment is not given by those authorities within the period of 1 month, beginning the day on which it is sought from that authority. And it says that the Secretary of State may in the end make that appointment, but it's got to give reasons as to why it's not accepting the views of the devolved authorities if it's to make that appointment. I think we do need new methods of consulting with each other, and they need to be interparliamentary methods as much as intergovernmental methods, and those interparliamentary methods should be scrutinising the decisions that are being made on behalf of the whole of the United Kingdom that affect the devolved governments and the devolved parliaments. That is where the development needs to be, with rather less hysteria and hyperbole. And if I can just say, for the official opposition to protest that we should uphold the principles of devolution, and I love the United Kingdom, and then to whip up the fury about this bill is just feeding the nationalist beast, and it's about time they stop doing it.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, the United Kingdom, as the previous speakers pointed out, one of the most important parts of the United Kingdom is to have a common market and trade between the different parts. That's where the prosperity which attracts people to being part of the United Kingdom comes from. And the withdrawal agreement, in my view, and I've expressed it here many times, undermines the economic integrity of the United Kingdom, as well, of course, undermining the constitutional integrity, because part of the United Kingdom, as a result of the withdrawal agreement, will now have its laws made in Brussels and not in London or indeed in Belfast. And that's why I believe that this Internal Markets Bill is so important. That first of all, it ensures that standards within the UK internal market are maintained, and that each part of the United Kingdom, for maybe very selfish, very parochial and even very temporary reasons, may want to make differences in its laws, regulations, standards, and in doing so damage not only the internal market, but damage their own markets as well. But when it comes to the controversial clauses of this bill, I believe that the Lords have done a great disservice to Northern Ireland. And I believe that, as someone has already pointed out, they're strong in assertions but very pure in arguments. Because, of course, the withdrawal agreement, while it promises unfettered access, while it promises that Northern Ireland will remain part of the UK customs territory, while it promises that the integrity of the United Kingdom will be maintained, in reality, we will finish up with a plethora of trade barriers. We'll finish up in a moment or two. We'll finish up with with laws made which are different from the laws in the rest of the United Kingdom, and we will finish up with Northern Ireland being part of the EU single market rather than the UK internal market. And I will give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. And instead of doing so, does this withdrawal act has been put forward, or the Northern Ireland Protocol that's included within this bill, not send a message to those who are from the unionist community? Your views do not matter, but appease those who are nationalist and republican and are only interested in their links with the Irish Republic. And Europe have done us a disservice in not giving us a free access to both the Republic of Ireland and to the UK, and forget about the links that we have with the United Kingdom. That seems to be the message they're sending out.
Well, of course, any agreement which means that laws can no longer be made in the United Kingdom, any agreement which puts economic barriers between ourselves and our main market, is bound to act as a change in the position of Northern Ireland, which is totally contrary to the Good Friday Agreement, and which requires consent. But what this bill is seeking to do is, some have argued, it puts a safety net in place. That some of the aspects, and only some of the aspects, I've got to make this very clear, only some of the aspects of the withdrawal agreement which could damage the Northern Ireland economy can be countered through the measures in this bill. And that is, by the way, totally in line with the withdrawal agreement itself, which allows the UK government to act unilaterally where there is economic or societal damage done by the withdrawal agreement. Now, the member for Doncaster North said, well, there you are, you've got your assurance in the withdrawal agreement. But all the withdrawal agreement states is that the government will have the right to act unilaterally. It must have the means to act unilaterally. And the provision in this bill gives it the means to act unilaterally. Ministers, notwithstanding what is in the agreement, can make new regulations, new laws which protect the Northern Ireland economy and the Northern Ireland market. And that's why it's so essential to have these provisions. What disappoints me is that we now have the Prime Minister today saying that, by the way, once we've got the agreement, a negotiated settlement, and the work of the Joint Committee, then we can withdraw this. I think that fails to recognise the nature of what we have entered into. Because, of course, the safety net is there, not just for a one-off event. The safety net is there because we will be continually walking the withdrawal agreement tightrope, because Northern Ireland is still going to be subject to the rules of the internal market. Northern Ireland is still going to find itself, and indeed the withdrawal agreement makes it quite clear, that the work of the Joint Committee will go on, because at any stage EU officials could demand that checks be placed in Northern Ireland, and that UK officials would have to adhere to that. So if those demands become unreasonable, then you need a safety net. And if you need a safety net, you don't need it until these negotiations are over. You need it whilst any part of the withdrawal agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol is in place. And therefore, I'd like an assurance from the Minister that if the government does intend to withdraw this safety net if negotiations turn out fine this week, then what protection will there be for Northern Ireland from the depredations of the withdrawal agreement in the future? Because that's important. I believe that this bill is essential. The government owes it to Northern Ireland, having signed a disastrous agreement this time last year, and if the integrity of the UK is to be maintained, then the provisions in this bill, and indeed other provisions, are going to be necessary.
Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman, though I fear I can't agree with him on one point, and that's this. I understand the point of view of those who voted against the withdrawal agreement, that they can attack what they regard as inadequacy. I voted for the withdrawal agreement, as did everyone else on this side of the House, or pretty much everyone else on this side of the House, and I take the view that one should not deviate or depart from it, save under the most exceptional and pressing circumstances. And that is, I think, at the end of the day, despite a great deal of debate, pretty much where we have ended up. I wouldn't be comfortable about doing so were it ever necessary. I wouldn't find it attractive. But sometimes events occur in the nature of international negotiations that may render it necessary. And I think the government, having reflected, as I'm glad that it did in the passage of the bill through this House earlier on, and added the parliamentary lock, as we might term it, which was added to Clause 56, there is a proportionate means of dealing with such an unwelcome eventuality should it arise. It's not something we should look to, it's not something we should desire, and it's not something that we should make easy, frankly, either. It's something that should only be done if a high bar of evidence is met, and if this Parliament, the sovereign Parliament, to use a phrase that's been used very much, is itself satisfied of that. I think that is reasonable. I think that is not inconsistent also with the international law approach under the Vienna Convention in Article 46, where it is possible under certain circumstances, limited but urgent ones, to deviate from an international rule of law if it is necessary to maintain the fundamental internal rule of law of the state. So this is not something that has been dreamt up without sound legal foundation. And that's why, whilst I am normally most reluctant to disagree very respectfully with two former Lord Chief Justices, both of whom in the noble Lords Judge and Thomas of Congate I regard as friends and admire very greatly, I do take the view that they take a more restrictive approach than is necessary in this case. To take a contingent power is not, I think, of itself a breach of international law, of itself a breach of good faith. If that were used disproportionately, or without the sort of checks and balances and proper lock that we have now adopted, then it might well be. I can see that will be the case. But I don't believe the taking of the power, which is not yet brought into force and wouldn't be, save certain hurdles having been met, itself offends against the principle of the rule of law with every respect. Indeed, I hope we have, in that respect, managed, sought at all times to adhere to the rule of law. And that's why, because the government, I'm glad to see, intends to reinstate the parliamentary lock, which was removed by their lordships, as well as those clauses which they found offensive, which was perhaps surprising. I suppose it was sort of, charitably I say to my honourable friend, it perhaps was seen as consequential and inevitable if you remove Part 5. You'd remove the commencement part of Part 5 to be kind. But the reality is, because the government has committed and reaffirmed today that it's committed to restoring the parliamentary lock, and I think gone further and indicated that in subsequent related pieces of legislation they will adopt the same approach. I think that does show an internal consistency and logic in what is being done, and makes a situation which I, somebody who was a lawyer before I came here and regard myself as a lawyer after I've left here, I suspect, not happy, but satisfied that the proper tests had been met under these exceptional circumstances. And that's why I'm content to support the government in these motions to disagree tonight, but with the very profound hope that this is never necessary, that we never come anywhere near this, with the profound hope that the Prime Minister is able to achieve a deal, and if he does come up with a deal, he will have my wholehearted support, and I think of many others of like view to myself, because that is by far the best outcome for the whole of the country, for the Union and for business. But at the end of the day, I don't think that the clauses that the Lords sought to remove actually offend against propriety, and for that reason I'm prepared to support the government tonight, because they have, I think, shown willingness to be pragmatic, to make compromises and to listen, and that should be something that one should applaud. And I hope, therefore, we'll be able to return the bill to their lordships and say, perhaps reflect, and it's not necessary for them to insist upon their amendments.
Alistair McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Bromley and Chislehurst, and I feel like if anybody has a chance in this place of persuading the vast ranks of angry lords in the other place that my right honourable friend described earlier, if anybody has a chance of persuading them, it's him. Unfortunately, I think even he doesn't have much of a chance, given the levels of consternation down the corridor at the clauses in particular that we have been discussing this afternoon. And unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, to add insult to injury, this afternoon, whilst we have been debating, the Prime Minister has given the game away. Because he has said that if the negotiations that we're all very concerned about complete in a positive way, these clauses won't even be needed. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm worried about that because, as any parent knows, when it becomes clear it's just a negotiation tactic and you don't really mean it, you've already lost. And in fact, more seriously, I listened to the member for East Antrim describe the situation, and he and I don't agree on much politically, I would think. But he said that if these clauses are really needed, they're needed. If they're just able to be removed, depending on the negotiations, then they're not really needed. And that is the heart of the problem. Now, their lordships have explained why the rule of law does matter for its own sake. I am no great legislative or legal theorist, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I know why the rule of law matters for all our sakes. And that is because of the terrible economic impact of the current situation that we all face, which unfortunately the Chancellor, when he gave his statement last week, didn't make much of. But the OBR described in all its horrendous glory that on top of the gruesome impact of the pandemic on jobs and on the economy of this country, the situation that we are facing next year with Brexit could be horrendous. Now, this matters because this bill describes exactly how economies function by common rules, by frameworks applying consistently to markets over space and time. And they do that because there are institutions that police those rules. And therefore, the institutions that we create matter, and the trust in those institutions matter. They matter not just but for its own sake, but for the markets that they underpin, the jobs of the people who work in them, and the fate of the people that are part of them. And every step we take either builds those institutions, Madam Deputy Speaker, or it knocks them down. Every action creates trust or it undermines that trust. And because trade is a repeated exercise, as other people have mentioned, all of this debate makes it harder for us to agree new institutions and new frameworks and new rules in the future. That is how our reputation as an international party is won or lost. And I know this, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we engage in this kind of madness, there is always a price. Not just some kind of theoretical, legalistic nicety of a price. There is a price in jobs for my constituents, and there is a price at the shops every time my constituents do their shopping. So we can have no more of this. And finally, on devolution, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard about the deep consternation amongst those in the devolved institutions about the clauses in this bill that relate to them. And it is about time we realised the connection between unpredictable and unreliable action from the UK government and the deep dissatisfaction in the constituent parts of the United Kingdom. And I speak not only having heard those from Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, but I speak from Merseyside, where European structural funds made a profound difference to our economy. Why? Because the investment was predictable, it was possible to understand why that investment was being made, and it was possible to understand what would happen to that investment for the future. The European Union was a reliable investment partner. If the UK government chooses never to be reliable, then the people in this country will pay the price.
After the next speaker, the time limit will be reduced to 4 minutes. But with 5 minutes, Andrew Bowie.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise to speak in this debate and to follow the honourable lady. There's a distinct sense of déjà vu today. The House of Commons is sitting, debating Brexit legislation. The Prime Minister is locked in talks with the President of the European Commission regarding our exit from the European Union and our future relationship with it. And so honourable members will forgive me if I break out into a cold sweat when the division bell rings later on today, given as it will bring back some rather tense memories for myself in this place. I'm going to focus my remarks today on devolution and the devolution aspects of the internal market bill, but I want to say a little bit first about the common frameworks. And look, we know that there is still work to do regarding common frameworks. The government and the devolved administrations have already agreed the principles that will guide the development of common frameworks, and indeed Lord's Amendments 119 and 34 address the issues. However, I do not agree with their amendments, as they would have the effect of undermining the UK government's ability to set new rules of divergence through modifying appropriate exemptions to market access rules and the power to ensure unfettered access for Northern Irish goods into Great Britain. That's why I will be opposing those amendments this evening. But to turn to devolution, it was a real pleasure to listen to the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North, and I believe him when he says that he's a passionate advocate for our United Kingdom. I remember him campaigning in the referendum in 2014. I do disagree with him, however, because this is a very good bill, I think, for the Union of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And I know that because the SNP are so vehemently opposed to it. Because if this was not a good bill for our United Kingdom, then they would, of course, be supporting it. It's a bill that's good for business, good for jobs, good for people, and it will bind the United Kingdom closer together. This bill will deliver a significant increase in decision-making powers to the involved administrations. There will be no power grab, as we've heard time and time again, and the reason I know this, I would be delighted to give way.
The gentleman has repeatedly said there's no power grab, but in the Lords, Lord Hope of Craighead, who's very widely respected in Scotland and indeed across these islands, said that initially he thought when the SNP described it as a power grab it was hyperbole. But having read the bill and having read the report of the Constitution Committee, he could very well see why the expression power grab has been used. Now, who's right, Lord Hope or the Honourable Gentleman?
I thank my honourable friend on the Treasury bench. Look, there is disagreement about this bill. Of that, there is no doubt. But we have debated this time and time and time again in this place and in other places. And every time it's been put to the Scottish National Party, the Scottish Government, or anybody else who opposes this bill, the term power grab is false. They cannot in any way describe one power that is being taken away from the Scottish Parliament. I'm aware that there are others. Look, I will, because I do like the Honourable Lady, in respect.
It's not as simple as listing a power. It's the whole scheme. No, it's the whole scheme. This is not my view. It is the view of Professor Michael Keating, a very well-respected constitutional expert, again across these islands. It's the cross-cutting powers that give not just this House, but this government the last say across a whole range of devolved fields, which Donald Dewar devolved to Edinburgh.
I thank the Honourable and Learned Lady for her intervention, but she knows full well that this place will not have the last say over vast swathes of devolved powers. No powers are being taken back to this place. In fact, we are giving more than 70 powers to the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish Government as a result of our leaving the European Union. And it's not, and Professor Keating, who I know very well, as he was a professor of politics of mine at the University of Aberdeen, knows it will not be the first time that I've disagreed with him on such points. I will not, because I know there are far more people that want to intervene. But it's not just me that says it's not a power grab. Former SNP Deputy Leader Jim Siller says, Nicola Sturgeon has been dancing up and down in the ball saying, you know you're stealing powers from us. The irony is, of course, that if the SNP get these powers, they want to hand them straight back to Brussels. That's a massive contradiction in their policy position. And the Honourable and Learned Lady cannot shake her head and disagree with that, because that is a fact. And I'm afraid I can't, because we haven't got very time. This bill will amount to more money being spent in Scotland. That is a fact. As a result of this bill, no power is being taken away, and the Barnett consequentials will not be affected. Jobs will be safeguarded as a result of this bill. And it does amuse me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear members of the Scottish National Party defending and supporting amendments being put in the other place. I really wish the Scottish National Party one day will come in here and stand up for democracy, stand up for the elected House, the democratically elected chamber of this United Kingdom. When will the Scottish National Party defend the democratic will of the British people? I do seriously urge them to reconsider their support for Lord's amendments and stand up for this bill, because it's good for Scotland. But I know they won't, because frankly, the Scottish National Party, the Scottish Government, doesn't care that this bill protects jobs. It doesn't care that it's good for business, good for the country, because it binds the United Kingdom closer together. That's why they don't like this bill, because it binds the United Kingdom closer together. And that is the truth of it. They do not want the internal market to succeed. They do not want it protected. They do not want the United Kingdom to succeed. And they will sacrifice Scotland's prosperity, Scottish jobs, and anything else, as long as they achieve their aim of undermining the United Kingdom and achieving separation. And as if to make my point, on BBC Radio Scotland's Good Morning Scotland this morning, we heard Mike Russell, the Constitutional Affairs Minister in the Scottish Government and a fellow member of the National Executive Council of the Scottish National Party, congratulations on your election, by the way, say that the Scottish National Party won't vote for a Brexit deal even if one is achieved. They would vote against a deal. They haven't even seen a deal, but they would rather say no, because they think that will further the cause for separation. They want the United Kingdom to fail, and that is why they are against this bill this evening, and that is why they will be voting against the Brexit bill, the Brexit deal, if we get one in the coming days. We want to level up the United Kingdom, and like my honourable friend the Minister has set out, that is why we are disappointed that their lordships have, in Amendments 48 and 49, attempted to remove the power of the UK Government to intervene to provide financial assistance across the United Kingdom. It is a fact that former EU assistance powers now rest with the EU Government, and through the UK Prosperity Fund and with consultation with the devolved administrations, it is right that we have the same powers now that the European Union had previously. I have great respect for my honourable friends, and indeed some members across the aisle, for voting against the Lord's amendments tonight. I disagree with them, but they have principled objections to the bill, as do many of their lordships. I'm afraid, although I respect the Honourable and Learned Lady who is on the SNP benches personally, I do not respect the position of the Scottish National Party, which, as ever, is opportunist, divisive and seeks only to further their aim of breaking up our country, with everything that means. I will back the government today, because this bill binds our country closer together. It's good for trade, good for jobs, good for people, good for Scotland, and good for our entire United Kingdom.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This was a controversial piece of legislation when it was debated at second reading, so it's no surprise to find that our noble friends in the other place have made historically substantial amendments to it. It's probably a sign of the remarkable times we're living in that the government should not only attempt to table legislation that effectively breaks the law, but to do so in such a way as to destabilise a critical bilateral negotiation, the outcome of which will have a major impact on the lives of every single UK citizen. According to announcements made while we've been here in the Chamber, the Government have so far been unable to conclude our negotiations with the European Union over a future trading relationship. To proceed with this legislation when these critical discussions are at such a crucial stage ought to be unthinkable, were it not for the fact that this Government has routinely ridden roughshod over every convention, broken faith with every promise, and undermined every pillar of our society where they threaten to stand in the way of Brexit. I feel somewhat relieved, therefore, that their lordships have inserted some normality into proceedings by taking as their first principle that legislation and legislators should not break the law. The Liberal Democrats wholly endorse their amendment that removes the whole of Part 5 from this bill and oppose the Government's motion to reject this amendment. Since 2016, the Conservative Government has repeatedly ducked the difficult choices required of their decision to implement the referendum outcome in the most damaging way possible. Many of us thought that these choices would finally have to be confronted once Brexit stopped being a right-wing dream and became a reality, but it doesn't come as any surprise that this government will break the law and destroy our international reputation in order to delay unpleasant reality for a little while longer. We do not know what unintentional consequences will be unleashed from reinserting this clause into our national legislation, but if we, as a nation, break treaties, act in bad faith and undermine our international relationships, we should expect that there will be a price to pay. It's a recklessly foolish action at a time when we urgently need to build and strengthen our links with other countries, not just because we need new trade deals, but because we urgently need coordinated global action to defeat coronavirus and fight against climate change. It's not as if this bill, in undermining our international standing, compensates by strengthening our internal union. Quite the reverse. I welcome their Lordships' amendments that assert the primacy of the Common Frameworks process over the provisions contained within this bill and oppose the Government's motion to reject them. The Common Frameworks approach was developed to enable the four nations of the United Kingdom to agree together how these powers would be exercised in the UK. Considerable work has already been undertaken to develop these frameworks, and more importantly, this work has provided a forum for all the devolved nations to discuss their future operations on an equal footing. Who can be in any doubt that this government resents power being wielded in the UK by any group other than itself, and that this bill deliberately seeks to give the UK government the power to overrule any other authority? My particular concern is that the Common Frameworks process can act, much as the European Union does, to encourage all participants to raise mutual standards, economic, environmental, agriculture, rather than undercutting to compete. The unamended provisions of this bill enable the standards in one country to apply in all, permitting a race to the bottom which will disadvantage local economies. Passing this bill without these Lords' amendments will send a clear message to voters in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland that the UK government regards them with contempt. This message can only provide a boost to nationalists who wish to break up the United Kingdom, making each constituent nation yet still poorer and less powerful than we are already being rendered by our departure from the European Union. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Lords' amendments to this bill as they seem to me to recognise the great diplomatic and constitutional danger that this legislation represented in its original forms, and the Liberal Democrats will oppose government attempts to overturn them.
David Jones. Deputy Speaker, and I will, if I may, focus on the amendments that seek to remove the entirety of Part 5 of the bill, which is the most controversial part of the bill because of the remarks by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, that they would breach international law. Those remarks proved as incendiary in the other place as they did in Brussels. I can well understand the consternation that greeted them at the other end of the corridor. However, we must remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the purpose of this bill, as the Right Honourable Member for East Antrim pointed out, is straightforwardly to ensure that trade can flow freely within the internal market of the United Kingdom. That internal market is specifically preserved and protected by the Act of Union 1800. And equal access to the internal market is therefore a constitutional right of the people of Northern Ireland, as in due course will be parity of treatment in the future trade relationship with the European Union. And pursuant to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, that right should not be disturbed without the consent of the people of Northern Ireland. However, considerable difficulties do arise under the terms of the Withdrawal Agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol. It became increasingly clear during the course of the negotiations with the European Union that the EU was intent upon using the provisions of the Withdrawal Agreement as leverage in the negotiations on the future relationship. Those provisions could have the effect of disrupting UK state aid policy and of causing considerable friction in trade between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. Part 5 of the bill and the forthcoming taxation bill, therefore, seek quite properly to neutralise that potentially detrimental effect. But it must be remembered, as my honourable friend, the member for Bromley and Chislehurst pointed out, that the powers contained in Part 5 do not come into effect until such time as the Secretary of State makes a commencement order, and that can only happen with the approval of this House. The government has a positive duty to safeguard the integrity of the United Kingdom's internal market and to take whatever action it is lawful to do. The bill gives the government the power to take necessary action in order to neutralise the abusive implementation by the European Union of the provisions of the Withdrawal Agreement, including the Northern Ireland Protocol. Furthermore, the same provisions safeguard against the potential breach of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement by ensuring that the constitutional rights set out in Article 6 of the Act of Union are not infringed. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, there can be no doubt as to the constitutional propriety of Parliament enacting these provisions. Parliament is sovereign. That is the fundamental principle of the Constitution of this country. Moreover, and importantly, it is a principle that is specifically reasserted in Section 38 of the EU Withdrawal Agreement Act 2020, the statute that brought the withdrawal agreement into domestic law, notwithstanding the direct effect provisions of the withdrawal agreement. It is to be hoped, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the free trade agreement will shortly be concluded. And if it is concluded, there will be no need to trigger the powers contained in Part 5 of the bill. But as my honourable friend has pointed out, this bill acts as a safety net. It is therefore clearly in the national interest that these provisions should be reinstated in the bill, and I urge honourable members to vote accordingly this evening.
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's obviously somebody dropped out. My 10-year-old son asked me what we were debating this evening, and I confessed it was Brexit, to which he replied, "Not again. Haven't you been doing that for a while?" I tried to come up with an analogy which explained why we're still doing this, and I compared it with the Apollo landing, the Apollo 11 program, a commitment, an obvious mission to land a man on the moon, a clear tactical goal with a strategic objective. In contrast, our 2016 referendum could not have been more different. Think back to that question that we were asked, should the UK remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union? Unlike that moon landing, where the difference between success and failure was clear to absolutely everybody, what leave meant was never formally articulated nor agreed. And the world watched with intrepidation as Apollo 11 completed its mission, not just landing targeting the moon, but a specific place on the planet. Yet years later, a global audience would yet again witness another journey into the unknown. But this time it's Brexit that was given the green light to launch, but without formally agreeing a specific destination, but with a vast spectrum to land in, which 4 years later we continue to dissect in detail. And now, with talks going to the wire, we have to think the previously unthinkable and prepare for the possibility of no deal. Now, to be very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely respect the result of the referendum. I care, though, about where this project lands, and that's what we are discussing here today. Now, step back from the battle itself. We need to, looking at the details, you begin to appreciate how a no-deal Brexit will actually impact on global Britain. The world order that we helped create after 1945 and globalise after the fall of the Soviet Union is in decline. Threats are diversifying and becoming more complex at the very time that we witness a decline in Western resolve, what we believe in, what we stand for, what we're willing to defend. And as the UK assumes the G7 presidency and hosting COP26, we have the chance to stand tall with a new White House administration invigorated to repair our frail world order and contest the rise of both authoritarian state and non-state actors that for too long have been given free rein to pursue their own agendas. Yet here we are, seemingly willing to retreat from the world stage, potentially distancing relationships with the continent and indeed with the US by entertaining the prospect of no deal, only a week after we cut our overseas aid budget. Our soft power, arguably the most influential in the world, has already been bruised by the UK's willingness to flout international law by breaching the withdrawal agreement, however well intended. Indeed, we are here today to put back the offending Clause 5, removed by the Lords, because of the wider implication that the UK was willing to breach international law. Make it very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased at the Government's intention of removing Clause 44, 45 and 47 in the event that a trade deal is confirmed. But I also make it clear that it would be an abject failure of statecraft to leave the EU with no deal. If more time is required, then so be it. We will live with the consequences for years, indeed decades. We must summon the political courage to get this right. The West is about to regroup. Our voice, our experience and our leadership are needed on the global stage.
Hannah.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure to follow that very thoughtful speech. I have a daughter who's younger than the Brexit negotiations, and I think she would probably concur with your son. I've also been around enough fairly torturous, protracted negotiations in Northern Ireland to know that when a U-turn is being executed, it's polite to let it do so. So I do welcome the apparent acknowledgement that the clauses relating to the breach of the protocol will be removed. But it is fair to point out just how damaging their inclusion was in the first place, and that proposal to breach international law has proven to be, as many of us said when we discussed this in September, cack-handed and a massive own goal. But threatening the operation of the protocol again through the taxation bill would be equally wrong-headed and reckless and counterproductive, and I hope that that will be affirmed before legislation is moved. The Joint Committee is, as we all know, the place to resolve issues relating to the protocol, and far from showing that the UK is serious about a deal, as they had tried to do with this bill, it has shown that they're untrustworthy, and it undermined the very UK negotiators who were trying through the Joint Committee to get resolution on some of these issues. It's fair to say that nobody loves the protocol. It's not beloved in Northern Ireland, but it is in response to the challenges presented by Brexit, challenges that we and others sounded the alarm on for years before and since 2016. It's a response made by decisions against decisions on the opposite benches, and the irony is that that is the threat to the Union, and I see my honourable friends from Northern Ireland are no longer here, but it is worth saying that those of us in the centre and nationalists in Northern Ireland were minding our own business in 2016 when this was thrust upon us, and in fact it is Brexit and laying out the imbalances in the United Kingdom that in fact is the threat to the Union, and those of us who get into politics not to bang on about constitutional change but to improve people's lives can get on with doing that while others appear to make our case for us. But neither the EU or the UK are happy about what the protocol means, so you have to think about how it feels to those of us in Northern Ireland, but it is necessary protection from Brexit. Businesses don't want it to be repudiated and trashed, they want it to be implemented, and moves like we have had leave Northern Ireland more exposed. They leave us looking vulnerable to those who want to invest and to those who are trying to develop their businesses. So the point of the protocol was to take Northern Ireland and its complexities and its fragilities off the table and try and manage those rather than undermining them. It remains a fact, and one that's always worth repeating, that if people really do want to minimise the friction between Britain and Northern Ireland, the way to do that is for a closer EU and UK relationship, but yet somehow that argument never gets made. Moving to the amendments, we welcome the very clear message that the Lords sought to send about good faith and about the rule of law, and indeed about devolution and seeking to enhance the duty to cooperate and consult with devolved administrations. I won't repeat the points that I made when we discussed this in September, but it is important to say that devolution, local decisions in local hands, is also a fundamental part of the Good Friday Agreement, and that the proposals in this bill do offend devolution, which is supported by people in Wales and Scotland and in Northern Ireland, and it's appropriate, we agree with the Lords' attempt to offer us protection against that direct overrule and trespass into that settlement. I suppose all that's left to say is that it is time to get this done. I regret that in the biggest economic contraction in living memory, that no deal is still somehow on the table, and I do urge those who have the decision to make it and get this sorted.
Catherine Fletcher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for the Honourable Lady. A big act to follow. I rise to talk about Part 5 of the bill and the Lord's amendments. Firstly, without the amendments in this part of the bill standing as it was originally intended, the United Kingdom risks being divided. We could get into a position where goods and services from Northern Ireland are treated differently to those in the rest of our Great Britain. This can't happen. As Conservatives, we have a manifesto commitment, barely a year old, to give unfettered access to Northern Ireland from Great Britain's markets. The Northern Ireland Protocol, Article 6, also states this. The Good Friday Agreement states that Northern Ireland's constitutional status cannot be changed without consent of both communities. And even the Act of Union in 1800 states this too. As an MP in the northwest of England, the people of Northern Ireland are closely entwined geographically and culturally. A short ferry ride or a quick hop on a plane. Barely a street, let alone a community, doesn't have someone with an Irish accent. They are not separate, they are part of a wonderful whole, and for artificial lines to be drawn across our shared sea is unconscionable. For a business in Northern Ireland to have customs checks for their products or to be treated differently is not something I've proposed, would consider or support. We need a safety net. Take, for example, the best cake makers in Northern Ireland. They must be able to source Welsh ingredients, ship them across the Irish Sea from an English port, and then return their delicious wares to the tables of Glasgow and London without reams of paperwork, extra charges or big delays. These clauses, put back in today, ensure it's illegal to introduce new checks on goods and services brought about by rules created outside of our proud union. Rightly so. We're not being obdurate. We have agreed some checks are reasonable and that delivering on our commitment to make sure, for example, the phytosanitary checks are put in place. We've built centres by ports, make sure that crop and animal disease can't spread, as we should. Secondly, this bill eliminates the possibility of external rules and controls being used to damage UK business. There is a risk that Article 10 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, agreed with the EU, could be used to take a very nitpicky view of the approach of state aid. For example, should one of Lancashire's fine manufacturing businesses need a bit of financial help to restructure and then sell their big shiny product or machine to a firm in Northern Ireland, then, without these changes, or an agreement which makes it defunct, it would be possible for the EU to claim this breaks the rules. Nonsense. This would be overreach of a grand scale, and this bill, unamended, prevents problems before they manifest. Finally, the legislation makes sure the Parliament of the United Kingdom, as it should, has a vote. Before any powers in the bill can come into force, it needs to be agreed here on behalf of all of the people of these lands by a vote. And with an agreement with our friends, should we not need these clues? Wonderful, we've got an agreement. They can be removed. All together, this is enough for me to support the passage of this bill, and I'll be voting for it tonight.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady. Noble peers in the other place have given the Government a chance to reconsider the irreparable damage that passing this bill will do, not only to Britain's international reputation, but also in undermining the rule of law. And let's be absolutely clear that using the powers in this bill will break international law. And attempts to justify this by saying it will only be done in a limited and specific way are laughable. When it comes to deciding what the impact of this bill will be, well, I prefer to listen to 2 Lord Justices and 5 Prime Ministers with regards to the rule of law. It also will affect Britain's ability to influence matters globally. As the former Conservative Party leader, Lord Howard, asked, how could UK reproach Russia, China and Iran for their conduct when it's prepared to break international laws? It's contrary to the principle of good faith set out in the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, which governs so many international treaties and allows nations to enter agreements with free consent and good faith. So why should anyone trust negotiations by a nation who gives itself permission to go back on its word? And I think we found the answer to that today when the Prime Minister decided that he would remove the offending clauses if a deal was done. The stance is actually hampering negotiations by fostering mistrust in other nations. And isn't this a further erosion of Britain's place in the world, where the rule of law, keeping one's word, and the sanctity of treaties were once bywords for Britain's respectability, and we now see a government that is trashing Britain's own reputation? The Lords recognise this, which is why they voted to remove Part 5 of the bill. Measures in this bill, in Part 5, which no peers have rightly voted to have excluded, give ministers the power via secondary legislation to disapply housed in Northern Ireland in clear breach of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And in doing so, ministers will, without any scrutiny, be able to subvert the rule of law and break international law. The measures in the bill are also contrary to the dispute resolution articles in the withdrawal agreement. Now, members opposite have in recent weeks been complaining about the lack of scrutiny and opportunity to challenge the government's restrictions imposed on England due to the COVID-19. Yet they seem blithely willing to surrender power to the executive and have ministers make decisions away from Parliament. This isn't so much taking back control as relinquishing all power. What's worse is that these measures would be put beyond any meaningful judicial review. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Internal Market Bill is a bad bill. The noble lords in the other place have tried to salvage. There can be no rational dispute with the logic they've applied in trying to get Part 5 of the bill removed. The bill disregards the rule of law, it trashes Britain's international reputation and gives power to the executive away from Parliament, public and judicial scrutiny. The Lords' amendments go some way to fixing this mess, but if the government seeks to disagree with those amendments, then I will be voting against.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
It's an honour to follow the member for Enfield and Southgate. Now, I've spoken on numerous occasions about the invidious creeping damage this bill will do to devolution. Therefore, the decision to press ahead without changing course, while unsurprising, does nothing but drive home the disregard this government has for Wales and its people. Firstly, it attacks the devolution settlement by hollowing out and reserving the Syned's powers, powers for which the people of Wales have voted not once, but twice. This isn't merely an abstract argument about constitutional arrangements. The bill paves the way for the deregulation of goods and services. This means that in the coming years we can expect to see a weakening of devolved standards in Wales, with bad consequences, from substandard beef finding its way into the diet of people in Wales, to landlords providing inadequately regulated services in the private rented sector. Now, turning to the Lords' amendments to the bill, I support the exemptions of market access principles to existing regulatory divergence as agreed under the Common Frameworks approach, as these safeguard existing Welsh standards and policy divergence, such as the minimum unit pricing for alcohol. But these amendments do not offer protection to future legislation, no protection, therefore, to future divergence. The Lords' removal of clauses relating to additional financial powers is also welcome. These measures are completely disproportionate to the aims of the bill and act as a cover for further centralisation of power by the UK government. The removed clauses would reserve state subsidy powers to this place, while undermining a future Welsh Government's ability to manage and invest in the economy, cutting across devolved areas such as health, education and housing. And Lord Thomas, I think he said it well when he said that clause 42 of the bill is unnecessary, and I quote him, he said, "It will enable the UK Government to spend funds in a way that they think best, but which the people of Wales may have rejected. That is not democracy as I have known it. It is, in effect, giving legislative underpinning to the now discredited principle of Westminster knows best." The Senate's Finance Committee has noted that the constitutional and financial implications of this bill passing unamended would undermine devolution and set in motion the means for the UK Government to reduce the Welsh block grant in future. This we should be alert to. In addition to the Finance Committee, two other committees of the Senedd have called on the Senedd to withhold its consent to the bill. Consultation without consent is a deceit. Consultation without the power of veto is worthless.
Hear, hear.
Removal, of course, of clauses in Part 5 of the bill related to Northern Ireland Protocol is welcomed. Plaid Cymru unequivocally supports upholding our international commitments in the EU withdrawal agreement, of course. The government's disregard for the rule of law internationally, coupled with its bulldozing of the UK devolution settlement, exemplifies its totalising approach to governments, with power and control at the heart of its modus operandi. When the Prime Minister described devolution as a disaster, he insulted our young democracy as a disaster. The bill is entirely consistent with the contempt in which this government holds Wales. If the government can talk up sovereignty and taking back control, then Wales can seek our sovereignty, our control, our independence. Diolch yn fawr.
Gary Sambrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight to support the government in its approach to the way in which it's handled the internal market bill, because it's incredibly important for this United Kingdom. And I also speak in favour of disagreeing with the Lord's amendments also. And for me, it's a reason why is because of a couple of things. First of all, on the issue of high standards. And we hear in this place constantly lots of myths about what we're going to be doing in this country post-Brexit with our high standards. And of course, the European Union is some kind of beacon for food and for animal welfare standards. And we see at the moment a very live issue with fur in the European Union, because as we've seen, the United Kingdom back in 2002 outlawed the sale of the production of fur across the United Kingdom, something that we cannot do at the moment because of single market restrictions. And so there is a number of we cannot ban the import of fur across the country. And also, like with things such as live animal exports and the sale of whale meat, it will be when we leave the single market at the end of the transition period and have our own single market across the United Kingdom that we will be able to ban these things, and increasing animal welfare protection and much higher protections than there will be in the European Union. You only have to look at the last couple of months in Denmark when you've seen millions of minks being culled because of intensive farming in Denmark, which has meant that those mink have been infected with coronavirus. These levels of standards, which we would not accept in our own country, Madam Deputy Speaker, are things that we are going to be able to outlaw after the transition period has ended. And where the single market has held back the United Kingdom in its high standards, the United Kingdom is going to be able to become a world leader in this when we finish the transition period. And the member for North Somerset earlier said that for him it was about the constitutional settlement of the reasons why he felt that Brexit was so important. To me, the reason why Brexit was so important, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because of the clauses 48 and 49, which will enable this country to fulfil its manifesto commitment about levelling up. And I look at communities across my own constituency, and I've mentioned it several times in this place, including during the second reading debate for the Internal Market Bill, about MG Rover and the opportunities which have been lost there for many, many years, and how we can spend this money in the United Kingdom to be able to offer jobs and opportunities and skills and training to people in communities that have felt left behind for far too long. And you look at places such as GKN Aerospace in my constituency, which unfortunately is closing. And we need to look at ways in which we can try and upskill people and retrain people who have done that work for 20 years, 30 years in the same factory unit, and be able to give them the opportunity to be able to move on and work in new work and new industries. And I think, in a very brief conclusion, I think it's very my member for Stone members for Stone set out earlier about why it's important that we have this safety net, because the EU have acted in bad faith over the last days, weeks and months. It's important that this union, through the internal market, continues to provide the economic and social benefits that it does, but also seeing the democracy dodging from some of the separatists on the other side, Madam Speaker, when the 2,000 people in the opinion poll is more important than 3.6 million people in an independence referendum in 2014, and when millions of people across this country who voted for our manifesto last year are less important than a couple of hundred unelected peers down the corridor, I think it's very important when we get this internal market bill through.
Bill Esterson.
What are we being asked to do this evening by the government? We're being asked to break international law, albeit in a limited and specific way. It's still breaking international law. It tears up a deal that was negotiated by this Prime Minister, that was put to the people of this country by this Prime Minister, and that was voted on by every single member of the governing party earlier this year. And it isn't just about breaking international law. This is a breach of trust with the same partners who we are now 24 days away from ending a transition period with, that we desperately need to conclude a deal with. And didn't the members opposite, who are sitting laughing at the prospect of no deal and the effect on jobs and prosperity of their constituents, didn't they anticipate the reaction of the European Union to us proposing to breach international law? Didn't they know that one of the key elements of negotiation is to understand what your negotiating partner will ask for? So is it any surprise they've asked for the level playing field protections because of the breach of faith implicit in the breaking of international law?
Will you give way briefly? Certainly. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way on such an important point, and he's making an excellent speech. Will he agree with me that many people around this country will find it absolutely staggering that the government can make an agreement one year and go back on it in the next year?
Well, that's exactly right, and it was a point made by their right honourable friend, the right honourable member for Torridge and West Devon, who pointed out to them that they all voted for this withdrawal agreement that they now want to abandon. And most people believed the guarantee of the Prime Minister when they voted for him in last year's general election on the basis he had an oven-ready deal for them. And it wasn't out of ignorance or dishonesty, as the member for Braintree would have us believe. It was a shameful abandonment of the trust of the people of this country. And if no deal is the consequence, people will remember that promise that they all made when they were elected last year on the back of the Prime Minister's promise. So they must move on from this. They have 24 days left, and the clock is ticking, because no deal will be disastrous. It will be disastrous for those workers that the last speaker mentioned in the car industry. It will be disastrous for livelihoods. It will be disastrous for national security as well. And it will be disastrous for security in Northern Ireland if the Good Friday Agreement is upended too. It will be disastrous for the prospects of future trade agreements. The United States President-elect Biden has already made clear what it means to him if the Good Friday Agreement is put at threat by what this government is doing in this bill. And as to our reputation and authority on the world stage, prior to this debate we had an urgent question on Hong Kong. My honourable friend before from Enfield Southgate mentioned the countries that Lord Howard had mentioned as well. We will be in no position to lecture anyone on the world stage, will we, if we go ahead and break international law? Our credibility will be shot. And how will investors be able to trust that their investment will be safe in this country if we are prepared to tear these things up so readily? Who will trust our word? Who will believe anything we say? Who will believe in this country from overseas? Our people deserve better than this. So for the sake of the jobs, the livelihoods of the people that I represent, the people that they on the government benches represent, do not allow no deal to happen. Because if they fail, the British people will remember who is responsible, and they will blame the Prime Minister, they will hold him responsible, and they will hold them responsible too.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The withdrawal agreement as agreed by the UK and the EU contains a statement under Section 38 that preserves parliamentary sovereignty. To be clear, Clause 36, and I quote, states that it is recognised that the Parliament of the United Kingdom is sovereign, despite Clauses 1, 5 and 6 of the Withdrawal Agreement Bill. This means two things, in my opinion: that this Parliament is quite within its rights to propose its own laws, as the Internal Market Bill does, and that as a consequence, any such proposal that detracts from sovereign control is contrary to Clause 36 of the Withdrawal Agreement itself. The Internal Market Bill ensures that if a trade agreement is not possible, that sovereignty is preserved, given that the Withdrawal Agreement does itself detract from parliamentary sovereignty, such as by giving the ECJ binding powers of interpretation. Unfortunately, Lord's Amendments 48, 49 and 51 are but examples of how sovereignty is diminished, as the EU would control how taxpayers' monies are spent in the UK. We know that this is a stumbling block for EU negotiations, and clearly it is the preference of some members here and in the other place for the EU to retain control. Madam Deputy Speaker, much has been reported about control of our fisheries. Control over our territorial waters is important for our fishermen, even though many detractors to this argument seek to ridicule the amount it contributes to GDP. Yes, the contribution to GDP is in fact small, but that is because our fishing industry has been decimated since we relinquished control of fishing rights to the EU. But aside from the GDP argument, Madam Deputy Speaker, those who use it miss the point completely. It is about who exerts control over our waters, and a sovereign nation must have that control. And this is what my constituents of Dudley North and the rest of the country voted for. Thank you very much.
Stuart MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To present this appalling bill to this House once, I think, was outrageous, showing contempt for our European friends and neighbours, trampling all over international law and riding roughshod over devolution. To push it through for a second time, deliberately putting back in place all the same flaws as before, is therefore simply shameless. But that is exactly what the government is attempting to do today by way of these motions to disagree. The government simply isn't listening, not to some of the most serious, widespread and weighty criticism any government bill has received in recent times. And it certainly is not listening to the devolved governments and parliaments. And so every single one of the reasons for rejecting this bill previously remain equally valid now as reasons for opposing these government motions. Like others, Madam Deputy Speaker, I focus on the amendments that relate to international law and to devolution. On the former, the House of Lords did what had to be done by taking out the clear breach of international law and the attack on the rule of law that Part 5 represented. It bears repeating again. The government is expressly asking us to pass legislation in breach of an agreement it signed just months ago with a counterpart it is still negotiating with. That is simply astonishing, and we can't let it be spoken about as if this is no big deal or in any way normal. Proceeding in this way represents a very real and direct threat to the rule of law, which includes the country's obligations under public international law. Not my words, but those of the Law Society and the Bar Council. Now, when these provisions were first introduced, it seemed simply like a totally cack-handed and counterproductive negotiating tactic. But embarrassingly, here they are still pursuing this reckless possibility. And offering up removal of these clauses as part of negotiations in the future relationship changes nothing. It simply confirms that the government is happy to threaten to go back on its word as a means of trying to get its own way. What an astonishing way for any government to behave. On devolution, all the House of Lords did was to water down the clear, obvious and extensive power grab on devolution. They did this through some modest obligations around consultation and giving the Common Frameworks process priority over ministerial diktat. They ditched the reservations of state aid and powers to bypass devolved governments and devolved public spending. And they provided greater scope for divergence on environmental, social and other grounds. None of that should be controversial. But again, shamefully, the government seeks to restore the power grab to its fullest extent. And in doing so, it undermines the possibility of policy divergence and the opportunities for the devolved governments to deliver policies that protect and advance the interests of their citizens. And it restores the grim prospect of a race to the bottom. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, these government motions are anti-devolution and they are anti-democratic, and again they should be rejected. So in conclusion, let's be clear what these proceedings tell us about the UK government and the UK constitution. It tells us that governments can, and that this one will, rip up international agreements signed just months ago. It tells us that power devolved is exactly as was promised, power retained, with the devolved settlement to be amended or deleted at the will of the UK government. And finally, that with the UK out of the EU, with the human rights regime under review, judicial oversight under attack, the second chamber in reality toothless, and this chamber a rubber stamp for the government, with devolution undermined, we see the checks and balances in the UK government have never ever been weaker. In short, this bill shows us that the UK's political system and constitution are not fit for purpose, and the sooner we are out of it, the better.
Fleur Anderson.
I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East. We are in the middle of a public health emergency and an economic crisis. And yet, as always, the government is doing its assignment the night before it's due, or maybe later. Now is the time for competence and consensus so the country can move on and recover. Instead, the government has introduced legislation that knowingly and openly breaks international law and will frustrate the process of getting a deal further still. It's unnecessary. It undermines the rule of law. It undermines devolution. It's internationally damaging to our reputation, and it threatens to undermine the Good Friday Agreement. I've had 80 constituents write to me ahead of this debate expressing their disgust at what this deal is attempting to do and urging me to support the amendments made in the other place. And they are representative of constituents across Putney, across London, across the country. It's not just my local constituents who were left bemused by the first publication of this bill. President-elect Joe Biden has made it crystal clear that the Good Friday peace agreement in Northern Ireland cannot become a casualty of Brexit. He has made clear that a future trade deal hinges on this, and that this bill is undermining trust in us as a country. I therefore urge colleagues to accept Lord's amendments to Part 5 of the bill. For those of us who still believe in the rule of law, these amendments are crucial. As the convener of the cross-bench peers, Lord Judge has said, Part 5 of this bill would undermine the rule of law and damage the reputation of the United Kingdom. By supporting it, Parliament, which is responsible for making the laws and expecting people to obey the laws it makes, would be knowingly granting power to the executive to break the law. The strength of feeling of this by the learned, noble peers in the other place cannot be ignored. At committee stage, members of the other place voted by 433 to 165 to remove clause 42. This vote was the largest in terms of turnout since remote voting was introduced in the other place, and the third largest since the House was reformed in 1999. How can we ignore this disappointment and anger in the other place? How can the government expect the public to, say, follow lockdown restrictions? Expect China to respect the Sino-British Joint Declaration when they grant themselves a mandate to break the law themselves? States and citizens alike are going to rightly think it's one rule for them and another for us. This is about Britain's reputation, not Brexit. Do we want to be a trustworthy nation that stands by its commitments? Do we want to be able to strike good deals, good trade deals with other countries? As we deal with the economic damage inflicted by this pandemic, we need to be winning international friends and not alienating them. Brexit has actually done enough damage already. In my own constituency, businesses have already had to close. Jobs have already been lost. Let's not compound this by not accepting the Lord's amendments this evening. So I welcome the Lord's amendments, and I urge colleagues, for Britain's sake, to support the Lord's amendments to Part 5 of this bill.
David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the government and against the Lord's amendments tonight. And I do so as somebody who campaigned for and voted in the referendum for the United Kingdom to remain in the European Union. And I believe very passionately that a close, positive relationship with our friends and allies is very important to us and very important to them for the future. But it seems to me that in addressing these issues tonight, we need to be enormously pragmatic. And those on this side of the House, when we fought an election and accepted that our plan was to acknowledge the decision of the British people and to put it into effect, we accepted the responsibility to make the decisions that enabled that to happen. And taking the stand which the government is on this matter this evening, in my view, is a crucial part, a crucial step on that journey. It is overwhelmingly in the mutual interest of all parties involved for us to reach a deal, and my constituents, who very marginally voted to remain in the European Union, have the expectation that I will call for that in this House. It is possible that the leaders of the two parties have already reached such a deal in the negotiations that are taking place today. So with such a fundamentally different view of the facts between the two sides of this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems to me that we need, in the spirit of accepting that responsibility, to say we have made this decision, we have set this course, we will support our government, and we will achieve the outcome that we need to achieve. And on so many issues, we have heard concerns passionately raised and passionately articulated. Concerns about the impact on refugees and migrants, something on which I have a personal issue. Concerns about the impact on business. Concerns about the impact on people's ability to access medicines and healthcare. And I've listened carefully, because my constituents are asking those questions as well, to the responses that I've heard from ministers with responsibility for each of those areas of government activity. And I am therefore assured that we have measures in place that are sufficient to meet the test. Are we taking these steps in good faith as a country, in a negotiation which is being conducted in good faith, with all the perils and risks that negotiation inevitably and always involve, but in pursuit of a desirable outcome which both sides in good faith wish to achieve? And it therefore seems to me that we serve no purpose by engaging, as Parliament, I accept, previously had done when there was a government without a majority, in so much hand-to-hand fighting and negotiation, point by point, on so many of these issues. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let us draw a line under this matter. Let us make the decision. I was very struck by what my honourable friend, the member for South Ribble, said about the practicalities of this. The United Kingdom needs to be ready for whatever the outcome of these negotiations are. We hope, we expect, and are working towards achieving a deal which is in the mutual interest of all concerned. In the event that that breaks down, and as many have commented, that would involve breaches of good faith and potentially of the law on both sides, we need to be ready to ensure, in exactly the same way that our friends and allies in the European Union are, that we have the arrangements and powers in place to deal with whatever consequences might come our way. And that's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the government is taking the right course, and I intend to support these measures and vote against the Lord's amendments this evening.
Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to focus largely on the Lord's amendments to Part 5 and to speak in support of them. I am conscious that we may well be part of a charade this evening in light of discussions that are happening elsewhere, but it is surely self-evident that no deal with the European Union can be concluded, let alone ratified, if the offending clauses remain a part of the bill going forward. And if we end up indeed with a no-deal situation this month, something I very much hope we don't, the UK will be facing into huge economic damage and will be forced back to the negotiating table. I think most people privately would recognise that as the reality. And once again, these issues will have to be addressed and overcome. Also, since this Chamber last debated this bill, we've had the very welcome election of Joe Biden as the United States President, and it is very clear that there was no prospect whatsoever of a trade deal with the United States if there's any threat to the Good Friday Agreement arising in particular from this bill or indeed the subsequent taxation bill that may well follow. And obviously that is something that is of fundamental importance to the UK going forward. I think that the Biden administration will be very much open to a deal with the United Kingdom, but that will not come at the price of undermining the Good Friday Agreement, something that Americans of both parties are extremely proud of in terms of their role and contribution towards that. The Internal Market Bill is not helping those negotiations at all. At best, they are a distraction from them. They're certainly not a source of leverage. But at worst, what they are doing is giving the indication that the UK cannot be trusted in terms of agreements. So in particular, if there's some deadlock around issues of governance, the European Union is going to be very reluctant to give too much in that respect, given the precedent that has been set, a very sad precedent. So again, the UK is actually shooting itself in the foot in terms of crucial negotiations. I also want to stress that for the majority of the people of Northern Ireland, for the majority of members of the Northern Ireland Assembly, and indeed the majority of businesses in Northern Ireland, they do not want the UK breaking or threatening to break international law on their behalf. The outcomes from this bill are, of course, very seductive, but they represent a false solution. The only way to address those issues is via the withdrawal agreement, via the joint committee of that withdrawal agreement, and indeed to achieve those flexibilities and derogations, again we have to look to that word trust, which again has been undermined by the action. So again we're making it more difficult to reach a conclusion in terms of the joint committee processes. Breaking international law may give some short-term relief to businesses, but it actually ends up hurting them because it puts them in the situation of not having a secure legal environment in which to do business going forward. And that is of fundamental importance to businesses. It also potentially risks a return of a border on the island of Ireland, and I know some people want to dismiss that. The difficulty comes from the fact that if there is not a guaranteed alternative system via the protocol, the pressure on the EU to protect the integrity of its customs union single market falls back onto the island of Ireland. And that's one of the key concerns in terms of how the Good Friday Agreement may well be breached from this particular bill. In conclusion, I do want to stress that some people seem to think that everything can stay the same in terms of how things operate across these islands. The difficulty is this reflects the choices made by the UK and its government around Brexit and the nature of that Brexit. Northern Ireland is a different place, and due to those choices, special arrangements do have to be put in place. The backstop was a better alternative. The protocol is where we are, where we've landed, warts and all, in terms of the negative consequences from that. Thank you.
Brown. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So yet again, we've been relying on the Lords to try and remedy matters in this bill, which from the outset has shown a complete disregard both for the rule of law and for devolution. Now, the fact that the government is going to overrule the Lords' amendments tonight actually means it does beg the question of what's the point of the Lords, even when they do good work. Now, in this chamber, right from the outset of the Internal Market Bill, we've been treated to backbench Tories standing up and telling us they're proud unionists. But just saying they're a proud unionist and being wedded to the idea of the United Kingdom, being wedded to the Union Jack, while supporting a bill that rides roughshod over devolution, shows they don't really care about the Union and they don't care about Scotland, nor understand Scotland. And that goes for the Prime Minister in particular. Now, we know the Lords are unionists, and the Lords have told the government that this bill will put the Union at risk. So I want to ask the question, is the government and their sycophants willfully stupid, or are they just naturally stupid? Because they're certainly not listening. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to focus on Lord's Amendments 48 and 49, which aim to delete the clauses of the same numbers. This is what we know is a real power grab about spending Scotland. Lord Hope summarising debate, it's difficult to avoid the conclusion that this government really regards devolution as an inconvenience. Now, from that rebalance, I'll quote Lord Forsyth, who reckoned that the Act of Union has brought about more than 300 years of prosperity. So, if the Union has been so successful and brought so much prosperity, why is this government having to embark on a levelling up agenda? Why has Scotland and other regions around the UK have to rely on EU structural funds to plug the gaps from Westminster over the years? And incidentally, the EU has never imposed a single project in Scotland against its will, whereas this bill allows the government to create projects and spend money against Scotland's will. And where is the Shared Prosperity Fund anyway? Sadly missing in action. Now again, If the union was so successful, why is this government legislating for supporting cultural activities, projects and events ministers consider benefits of UK and devolved nations? And the same for sport, education and training activities. So what kind of education projects do they want to impose in Scotland? Why do you think that should be in the bill in the first place? It's clear they want to subject us to Union Jack Fest, but I can tell the Minister that will not go down well in Scotland either. Actually helps our cause. Now, we've also been told infrastructure spending would be additional money coming to Scotland, but yet when you look at the spending review, we've just been suffered a 5% cut in our capital budget. It's quite clear there's going to be some top slice in the Scottish budget so that they can take some money off the Scottish budget and then recirculate in Scotland with a Union Jack. It's so transparently obvious. And the fact that the National Infrastructure Policy says the Internal Market Bill allows them to spend directly in devolved nations tells us this has been planned all along. And Mr Deputy Speaker, the consequential clause 49 remains a complete affront. Basically, the UK government can interfere and spend money, as I've said, in Scotland on projects that might not be wanted by the Scottish Government, and then clause 49 allows them to impose repayment conditions on Scotland, on the taxpayers. It's ridiculous. It's like a con. And any Scottish Tory who argues that this is not a power grab and who thinks these conditions are acceptable must be completely devoid of self-respect. Now, Lord-in-law, former Scotland Office Minister, said he hoped the government would think long and hard before overturning the Commons in the back of Conservative votes along. Well, there's no long and hard thinking to be done in these benches. It's been done by the people of Scotland. Those who voted no in 2014 are changing their minds rapidly because they know the contempt this government treats Scotland with.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the member for Kilmarnock and Loudoun. And I'm pleased to be able to speak in support of the amendments tabled here today. I'm thankful to the members of the other place for trying to restore a shred of decency to this piece of legislation. Sadly, the government seems to be determined to destroy the rule of law, Britain's international reputation and the devolution settlement that holds the UK together. Mr Deputy Speaker, the provisions removed by the other place would enable ministers to derogate from the obligations of the United Kingdom under international law in broad and comprehensive terms and prohibit public bodies from compliance with such obligations. Not my words, Mr Deputy Speaker, but those of the Law Society of England and Wales. Such a legislative statement would be unprecedented, cutting across the precedent that political and judicial bodies uphold the rule of law. Turning to devolution, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am deeply troubled to hear that if the government votes to reintroduce the parts of this bill the other place so sensibly removed, that the Welsh Government's proposed ban on single-use plastics would be prevented from happening. Another groundbreaking step by the Welsh Government stopped by this government's complete disregard for the devolution settlement. And if it's plastics first, well, what's going to happen next? This legislation will prevent the Welsh Government from standing up for Wales's interest, preventing it from legislating to ban chlorinated chicken or hormone-injected beef, preventing it from setting higher standards on house building or environmental standards. By proposing mutual recognition without legally underpinning minimum standards, the UK Government is proposing that the lowest standards chosen by one Parliament must automatically become the minimum standards across all nations. There are also significant concerns over the financial aspects of this bill. By legislating to allow the UK Government to spend in devolved areas, it undermines the devolved government's ability to outline their own spending priorities. Mr Deputy Speaker, none of the devolved governments would be opposed to having more money to spend on their citizens, of course not. But this government has had numerous opportunities to increase the amount received by each government or to reform the Barnett formula, yet it's chosen not to do so. This is not kindness, Mr Deputy Speaker, but a cage. The Welsh Government have said they are open to negotiating common frameworks, but they must be worked out in common and they must contain mutually agreed minimum standards. A UK single market is vital for the continued internal trade of these islands. But if this is how the UK Government go about ensuring it, they will soon be the Government of England only. The Welsh Government called this bill an attack on democracy and affront to the people of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, who have voted in favour of devolution on numerous occasions. I implore the Government to act as a government for the whole of the United Kingdom, not just for themselves.
Cherry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to concentrate my remarks on the Lord's amendments in relation to devolution. But first of all, I want to say something about the reports that the Government may yet agree to the removal of Part 5 of this bill. That's all very well and good, Mr Deputy Speaker, but the problem is that the damage is done. It's now known across Europe and internationally that this British government is prepared to break its word in an international treaty in order to get its own way. Now, of course, we knew that this government was prepared to break its word in Scotland already, and for that matter, so did the Irish. But now everyone knows it across Europe and the world, and indeed the new American administration know it. Turning to devolution, I welcome the removal by their lordships of a number of threats to devolution on the face of this bill. Scotland didn't vote for Brexit, but we did vote for devolution by 74% in the 1997 devolution referendum. And this House should not use something voters in Scotland didn't vote for, Brexit, to undermine something that we did vote for in very large numbers. And the scheme of devolution was very clear. There was a division between reserved and devolved powers. And the House of Lords have seen through the truth-twisting of this government and the sleight of hand of this government in drafting this bill. And you know what, Mr Deputy Speaker? They agree with the SNP and they think this bill is a power grab. They don't think Holyrood's getting any new powers, but they see that Westminster's getting back control over state aid and an explicit power to cut across devolved decision-making. What we are seeing here is a rebalancing of the constitutional settlement insofar as devolution is concerned, and it completely flies in the face of what voters were promised in 2014 during the independence referendum, when we were offered a more powerful parliament, and indeed what we were promised by Michael Gove and others during the Brexit referendum campaign. It doesn't matter, Mr Deputy Speaker, that on the 7th of October, all parties in the Scottish Parliament, apart from the Scottish Tories, what a surprise, voted to reject this bill, because we know now that the Sewell Convention isn't worth the paper it's written on. So this Brexit process has told Scottish voters a lot about the reality of devolution. It has confirmed, if it were ever in doubt, that power devolved is power retained. And the United Kingdom is not the union of equals that we were told about during the independence referendum, but rather a unitary state where the executive can do what it likes. We also know that Scotland doesn't lead the UK, as we were told in 2014, but must rather follow where England wishes to go, whether we like it or not. But the good news and the message that members opposite and indeed in the Labour Party should take away tonight is this: 15 opinion polls in a row in Scotland show that voters now realise what's happening and they don't like it. And a consistent majority of well over 50% want a second independence referendum and they want to vote for independence. And the reality is that no matter what this House does tonight, it is increasingly irrelevant to people in Scotland and to the debate that we're having in Scotland. And before long, Mr Deputy Speaker, it will be Scotland's turn to take back control. And we won't do so at the say-so of this House or this government. We will do so at the say-so of the sovereign people of Scotland. Thank you.
To resume your seat at 8:50. Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The desire and the right of the UK as a sovereign nation to trade unhindered with all its region and nations is undeniable. But it is what was Part 5 of the bill, which is highly politically charged and controversial. It has serious implications of the relationship between the UK and the Republic of Ireland, but most importantly, it represents a direct challenge to the rule of law. The rule of law is not just a domestic obligation, but applies to our international obligations, including the principles of good faith and cooperation with the withdrawal agreement, which the Prime Minister himself signed only a year ago. If the bill is unamended, it would severely undermine the UK's reputation across the world and have long-term global effects. Not only does it damage the UK's current trade talks with the EU, which are on a knife's edge, it will have severe consequences for any trade deals with any country. So why is it here, Mr. Deputy Speaker? I wonder to this day why those who so uncompromisingly campaigned to leave the European Union ever gave a serious thought about Northern Ireland. At the core of the Good Friday Agreement is the ability for the people of Northern Ireland to look both ways, to the United Kingdom and to the Republic of Ireland, and allow people, goods and services to move unhindered across boundaries. EU membership greatly facilitated the Good Friday Agreement. This balance was always going to be severely upset by leaving the EU, and to this day, Tory governments of any shades have not solved the problem. With the bill unamended, this current government has now chosen the nuclear option to upset and destabilise not just the domestic settlement between all four nations, but to blow to bits the remaining goodwill between the UK and the EU. Part 5.
Order. Apologies to the 7 members who didn't get in. Wind up. Paul Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to thank everybody who spoke in the debate today, and also once again to thank the honourable and right honourable members who have engaged with this bill throughout. We had from many speakers, especially at the beginning, what businesses and people have wanted across this country, to talk about certainty and talk about consistency, which this bill will deliver. But unfortunately, as we have through the passage of this bill, we've had a lot of inconsistency from members from the other side. We've heard the SNP talk about the fact that we're not going to get a trade deal with America. But by the way, when we do, we've got to accept chlorinated chicken, neither of which is true. We've heard the fact that people want the government to change and negotiate and work with the European negotiating team. And when we indeed reach out to them to talk about, explain what Part 5 is all about, and the fact is we will not need a safety net should we get successful talks in the Joint Committee, which is described as shambolic. Which would you like? Would you like change, Mr. Deputy Speaker? I think we want certainty. People have talked about the need for devolution in Northern Ireland and respect Northern Irish businesses and the parties in Northern Ireland to give them their businesses certainty. But then members opposite will vote against Part 5, and in doing so will vote against unfettered access for Northern Ireland into GB. We've heard again from a member of the SNP describe the UK government as a boa constrictor. Yet they will want independence from the UK government and from the other nations to go back to the boa constrictor that is the EU. We need this bill now. We need these clauses now because parliamentary time dictates such that we want this to be ready clearly for the end of the transition phase, whatever happens with the remaining days of discussions with the EU. And I wish both sides well in their discussions. But to sum up and conclude, the UK's internal market has been the bedrock of our shared prosperity for centuries. It's enabled businesses and individuals to thrive, and it's been the source of unhindered and open trade across the country. And it's helped to demonstrate that as a union, our country is greater than the sum of its parts. This is a government that's committed to safeguarding the union. The government fully supports devolution and continues to put the union at the heart of everything we do. I very much believe that the four corners of the UK are stronger together, and this bill supports and respects the devolution settlements. Some members have raised that this bill is a threat to devolution. In fact, in reality, trying to further their narrow political arguments rather than looking at the wider political arguments and their narrow political arguments about independence. Nothing to do with devolution. But I must stress that these proposals are designed to ensure that devolution can continue to work for everyone. All devolved policy areas will stay devolved, and the proposals only ensure that there are no new barriers to UK internal trade. Indeed, at the end of the transition period, Mr. Deputy Speaker, hundreds of powers that are currently exercised by the EU will flow back to the UK. Many of these powers will fall within the competence of the devolved administrations, and this flow therefore represents a substantial transfer of powers to the devolved administration that before the EU exit they did not exercise. So this bill is vital in preserving our internal market and continuing to provide certainty for businesses as we seek to recover from COVID-19 prepare for the opportunities after the transition period and protect jobs. It will ensure UK businesses can trade across our 4 home nations in a way that helps them invest and create jobs, just as it has for hundreds of years. I want to emphasise again that the government has and will continue to be reasonable in discussions on this bill. We've made many positive changes to them, and they are on the table. But ultimately, government needs to balance this with the need to deliver a bill that provides the certainty that businesses want and the need to invest and create jobs. I therefore call on this House to support the government in these objectives that I believe we all share when they vote today. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Very good. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Leo Doherty. Tell us for the noes, Jeff Smith and Bamba Sheralambus. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 359. The noes to the left, 265.
The ayes to the right, 359. The noes to the left, 265. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Order. Order. Under the order of the House of today, I must now bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord's amendments. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 8.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 8. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 10.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 10. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 11.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 11. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 12.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 12. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 12. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no.
No.
Tell us for the ayes. James Morris and Leo Doherty. Tell us for the noes. Jeff Smith. Sorry, Jeff. And Bamba Sharalambas. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 360. The noes to the left, 265.
The ayes to the right, 360. The noes to the left, 265. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 13.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 13. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 14.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 14. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 15.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 15. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 16.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 16. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 17.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 17. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 18.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 18. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 19.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 19. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 30.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 30. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 31.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 31. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 32.
I beg to move.
Question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 32. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 33.
I beg to move.
Question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 33. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 34.
I beg to move.
Question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 34. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 42.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 42. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Is everyone keeping up? Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 43.
I beg to move.
Question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 43. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that the Government Amendments A and B be made to the words restored to the Bill by disagreeing to Lords Amendment 43.
I beg to move.
The question is that Government Amendments A and B be made to the words restored to the Bill by disagreeing to the Lords Amendment 43. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 44.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 44. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 45.
I beg to move.
Question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 45. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 46.
I beg to move.
Question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 46. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 47.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 47. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 47. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, James Morris and Leo Doherty. Tellers for the noes, Jeff Smith and Bamba Sharalambas. Is the 8 minutes have gone, yes? Just to check, are there any more people voting? I'm going to lock the doors. It's gone 8 minutes now. Lock the doors! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 357. The noes to the left, 268.
The ayes to the right, 357. The noes to the left, 268. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 48.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 48. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 48. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Aye. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Leo Doherty. Tell us for the noes, Richard Thompson and Owen Thompson. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 359. The noes to the left, 55.
The ayes to the right, 359. The noes to the left, 55. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. As I have informed the House earlier, I have given careful consideration to Lords Amendment 50, which refers to state aid and Office for the Internal Market. I am satisfied that it would impose a charge on the public revenue which is not authorised by the money resolution passed by the House on the 14th of September. In accordance with paragraph 3 of Standing Order number 78, Lord's Amendment 50 is therefore deemed to be disagreed to. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 51.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 51. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 52.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 52. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 53.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 53. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 54.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 54. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 55.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 55. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 56.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 56. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 57.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 57. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 61.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 61. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I must now put the question necessary to dispose of the remaining Lords' amendments. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 2 to 7, 20 to 29, 35 to 41, and 58 to 60. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1, 8 to 19, 30 to 34, 42, 44 to 57 and 61. That Paul Scully, Michael Tomlinson, Joe Gideon, Mark Fletcher, Ed Miliband, Jill Furness and Drew Henry be members of the committee. That Paul Scully be chair of the committee, that the quorum of the committee be 3, that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1, 8 to 19, 30 to 34, 42, 44 to 57, and 61, that Paul Scully, Michael Tomlinson, Joe Gideon, Mark Fletcher, Ed Miliband, Jill Furness and Drew Henry be members of the committee, that Paul Scully be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. In order to observe social distancing, the Reasons Committee will meet in Committee Room 12. I call the Minister to move motion number 3 on Parliamentary Works Sponsor Body.
Deputy Speaker, I beg to move formally.
The question is motion 3 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr. Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to Mr. Speaker for granting this debate. And I want to thank the Minister and his colleagues for assistance to me and other members, a number in the Chamber this evening, as we seek justice for our constituents. And I hope tonight's debate might push things a little further. In April last year, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was approached by my constituent, Mr. Balbir Singh Second. I've known him since 1984, the year he took up work as a traffic warden with the Metropolitan Police, and I became his local councillor. He migrated from India to Kenya in 1956. For 18 years, from 1957 to 1975, he was a secondary teacher in Kenya. He was offered and took up British citizenship during that time. For the last 12 of the 18 years, he taught English language and geography at Nairobi Technical High School. He retired in the UK in 1994. A couple of years later, he asked the Kenyan High Commission about his Kenyan civil service pension. He was relieved to learn that he would receive a pension, just £1,154.07 per year, paid through the Crown agents. He received monthly payments thereafter. In the year ending 5th of April 2019, he received £1,546.45, but then the payments stopped. The Crown agents say they have not been paid by the Kenyan government. I wrote to the Kenyan High Commissioner in June of last year. He replied very quickly, within a couple of weeks. He asked Mr. Second to provide urgently a number of documents to the High Commission. Mr. Second did so, but he's still waiting for the money he is owed. Other members have constituents in a similar position. My honourable friend, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, has devoted a lot of effort on behalf of 2 people, both former teachers in Kenya. Before they came to the UK in 1975, they claimed pensions in the mid-1990s. Later on, they inquired whether their payments would be adjusted for inflation, and at that point, the payments stopped. I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Washington and Sunderland West, who's led this campaign with great energy on behalf of her constituent, Mr. Sohan Singh. He's in the same position. His Kenyan pension has not been paid since the 29th of March 2019. The Crown agents say they've not received the payment. My honourable friend took Mr. Singh's case up with the former minister, the member for West Worcestershire. Her advice to raise it directly with the Pensions Department of the Kenyan Treasury wasn't very helpful. Both Mr. Sekon and Mr. Singh had tried that already without success. But a month later, yes, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Member Malhotra, I just want to remind everybody, because we started before 10 o'clock, one of the more interesting procedures is we have to move the adjournment again at 10 o'clock, so don't be frightened when I call order at 10. Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank and congratulate my honourable friend, the right honourable member for East Ham, for securing this debate, which is, as he has said, a matter of great concern for many of our constituents. And I also just want to acknowledge and thank Mr Mungle Chidder in my constituency, who also brought this to my attention along with two others. He's just made the point about how the minister, the UK minister, has told our constituents to write to the Kenyan ministries. But if I could just raise a concern with him and perhaps ask his view on this, because when I wrote to the Foreign Secretary, to the Minister last year, in October, I received a reply that whilst this is the matter, this matter is the responsibility for the Kenyan authorities, the British High Commission in Nairobi has written to the Kenyan Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the head of the Department for Pensions in the Treasury, seeking an explanation for non-payment of pensions and lack of increase in line with inflation. I was very surprised to see subsequent responses to parliamentary questions, for example, that tabled by our friend, by our honourable friend, the member for Washington and Sunderland West in February, saying that this matter is the responsibility of the Kenyan authorities. However, the British High Commission in Nairobi has written to the Kenyan Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the head of department in the Kenyan National Treasury, seeking an explanation for the non-payment of pensions to former Kenyan civil servants and the lack of increase in line with inflation. Our honourable friend, the member for Brentford and Isworth, received exactly the same response in July. Does he agree with me that it is for the government to be doing more to support our citizens?
Well, I think my friend is quite right. There is no evidence of any reply having been received to those inquiries. I don't know how many times the question has been asked, but perhaps the Minister can shed some light on what's going on. But after that initial response, my honourable friend did receive a further letter from the Minister which explained something which I thought was helpful and worth informing the House of, quoting from her reply, in very broad terms, HMG accepted responsibility for the pensions of those who were employed in Kenya on expatriate terms, that is, had paid leave passages outside the country during their employment, and who were not citizens of Kenya on the 1st of April 1971 or the date of retirement if later. The pension of anyone who did not meet the above criteria remained the responsibility of the Government of Kenya. That is why some pensions are paid by Her Majesty's Government and others, such as the constituent, by the Crown agents on behalf of the Government of Kenya. I will gladly give way to the honourable gentleman.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman and congratulate him on bringing this forward tonight. And he and I talked last week about the issue. But does the honourable gentleman not agree that in each constituency, mine own included, where we come across injustice that we are unable to correct ourselves, and in cases like this where this House has influence and the Minister has as well, there is a moral imperative that we use it for those we represent, such as the honourable members' pensioners who have been abandoned by their government and must not be abandoned by this one.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable member, and I think he raises an important point. Of course, today, their government is our government. In the past, they were indeed living under another government, and we don't quite know what's happened, why these payments have ceased. But he's absolutely right, and I'm grateful for the way he's expressed it, that it is right for members of the House to raise these issues here in the hope that the government can prevail. Its influence can ensure these payments resume. There was a further letter to my honourable friend, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, from the member for Pendle, who moved to the Foreign Office in the reshuffle that summer, which said that, as my honourable friend has already told us, that the British High Commission in Nairobi had written to the Kenyan Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the head of the Department for Pensions in the Treasury to, quote, seek an explanation for non-payment of pensions and the lack of increase in line with inflation. And that minister assured my honourable friend his officials would be in touch when they received a response. As far as I know, nobody has ever heard any information about that response, whether one was received or not. But in any case, there was no progress. My honourable friend for Washington and Sunderland West tabled a written question on 21st of February this year. The Minister, who's in his place, I'm pleased to say, tonight, replied that his department had been in touch, again with the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, the head of the Department for Pensions in Kenya, for an explanation. And he added in that answer that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office was now helping the Kenyan National Treasury to contact Crown Agents Bank to expedite the reinstatement of the pensions. Now, that was encouraging, but over 9 months later, the situation remains unchanged. The pensions have not been paid. There is some history here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In 2009, Vince Cable tabled a written question to the Foreign Office what representations he has made to the government of Kenya on the non-payment of pensions to retired Kenyan civil servants with British citizenship who are resident in that country. The minister at that time, Ivan Lewis, replied, I quote, "The government is very concerned by the freezing order issued by the High Court on the 23rd of October 2009 on accounts belonging to the government of Kenya held by Crown Agents Bank. The freezing of these accounts affects the payment of pensions to former Kenyan civil servants. We are raising," he said, "the issue with the government of Kenya, who are fully aware of their responsibilities in the matter." So this is not an entirely new problem. On the 9th of July 2013, the then member for Brentford and Isleworth asked what recent discussions the Foreign Secretary had had with the government of Kenya. The then Parliamentary Under-Secretary, Mark Simmons, answered, and I quote, "In recent years, we have raised this issue with Kenyan government officials on a number of occasions, including..."
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Continuing with the answer, including... I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's indeed being very generous, and he is raising the very kind of confusing issue as to why we haven't been able to get an answer to the questions around the non-payment of pensions to the former civil servants, but also the lack of the increase in line with inflation, which I understand was part of the agreement many years ago between the British and the Kenyan governments, I think in 1977. But my constituent has also highlighted to me that he is one of 300 people who's not received an inflationary increase since 1991, and then from last year is not receiving his pension. So there has been some confusion over a number of years. Without answers to these questions, it's very difficult for people who are now in their 80s or sometimes in their 90s to be getting these answers directly from the Kenyan government, which is what our government is advising them to do.
I think he's absolutely right. I must say, I think my constituent has received inflation increases. There does seem to be some variability about who has received those increases over the last couple of decades, and who knows what the reason for that is. But I was just reading an answer from 2013, which concludes, I quote, "British High Commission staff in Nairobi asked the Kenyan Ministry of Foreign Affairs about public sector pensions on the 2nd of July 2013 and are awaiting a response." Now, that was 7 years ago. Whether any response was received at that time, I don't know. But certainly I don't think any member here has seen a response to any of these questions, which clearly have frequently been asked. My honourable friend.
I thank and congratulate my right honourable friend for securing this late night, niche but important debate on the non-payment of Kenyan civil service pensions. In addition to the other examples just raised, I want to highlight the case of my Slough constituent, Amrit Singh Bance, who was a former civil servant in the teaching profession, whose pension sadly stopped without notice over a year ago, and he has also informed me that, astonishingly, he has received no increment since 1992. Would my right honourable friend not agree that it's simply unacceptable that individuals who have worked so tirelessly throughout their career, that they are being left high and dry in such an egregious manner, and that's why our government must intervene?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I think there is no dispute at all that our constituents are entitled to these payments. A promise has been made to them, and the government of Kenya needs to honour its promise to my honourable friend's constituent and to all the others. Just coming forward to this year, last month I co-signed a letter to the Minister with the honourable members for Washington and Sunderland West, Brentford and Isleworth, Harrow West, my honourable friend the member for Slough, my honourable friend the member for Feltham and Heston, and the honourable member for Peterborough, who I can see in his place. We asked that the Minister meet with us to discuss what further steps the Foreign and Commonwealth Office will take to ensure that these pensions are reinstated and uprated in line with inflation. The Foreign Secretary confirmed to me in Foreign Office questions last month that he would look to arrange the meeting. So we look forward to that. But I wonder if the Minister can clarify tonight, firstly, how many people living in the UK does the Foreign Office think are affected by the non-payment of Kenyan pensions, and perhaps separately by the issue which has been surfaced in this debate about the non-uprating of some of those pensions which have been in payment. Second, can the Minister tell the House what recent discussions he has had about this with his Kenyan counterparts? Clearly, the Foreign Office has asked about this on quite a few occasions. Has the Foreign Office received an answer from the Government of Kenya to any of its inquiries? What does the Minister make of it all? And why is it that our constituents have not been paid at all since the spring of last year? And lastly, what is the Department's plan should the Kenyan government continue to withhold these payments to which our constituents are entitled? Mr Deputy Speaker, our constituents have not received the pension that they are entitled to for almost 2 years. Some have been waiting longer. Many, as my honourable friend has said, are elderly. They are entitled to their pension, and there is an issue of dignity here. These people who've worked and are expecting to receive the fair pension that they're entitled to. Give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way on that point. And would he agree with me that this is, as well as just an administrative nightmare for our constituents, that it's also highly distressing for people who are battling for something that they are to a right of theirs, something that they also earn through their hard work and commitment to the Kenyan government and the Kenyan nation through their public service. And this isn't what they should be fighting in their retirement. This is a time when we need our government to step in and to help them.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think sums up the message of this debate extremely well. So I hope that the Minister will provide some hope for our constituents that this matter will finally be resolved, and I look forward to hearing his answers after others have contributed to the debate.
Paul Bristow has sought and received the permissions of the relevant bodies in order to make a short contribution in the adjournment debate. Paul Bristow.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate the Right Honourable Member for East Ham for securing this debate, because the non-payment of Kenyan civil service pensions isn't a high-profile issue. But although it might not be a well-known problem, it's a very real problem for individual constituents. There are people affected across the country, represented by members on both sides of this House. Our debate tonight is hugely significant for them. The Right Honourable Gentleman spoke very eloquently on behalf of his constituent. He covered the basic issues well, and I don't intend to retrace that ground beyond agreeing with the undeniable principle that those who work diligently for the Kenyan government over many years should be paid their pensions. It's entirely wrong for these relatively small sums, around £40 a month in many cases, but still of huge value to individual constituents, to be withheld. because small as they may be, it matters both morally and practically to the former Kenyan civil servants who have settled here in the UK. My involvement, like that of other honourable members present, stems from local casework. My constituent, Mr Darshan Chana, stopped receiving his pension in April 2019. No explanation was provided by the Kenyan government or the Crown Agents Bank who administer his pension, along with the others. Mr Chana came to me because, in his words, all attempts to all concerned have been entirely unsuccessful. I want to place on record my gratitude to the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and my right honourable friend, the Minister for Africa in particular, for his efforts on Mr Chana's behalf. This is of course a matter for the Kenyan authorities to resolve, but I know that the British High Commission in Nairobi have been directly in touch with the Kenyan Treasury officials. Similar contact has continued with the Kenyan High Commission in London. Mr Deputy Speaker, we all hope that this saga can be drawn to a close and our constituents can have their pensions restored and backdated. I look forward to the Minister's response so I can quickly provide a further update to Mr Chana. After 20 long months without his pension, perhaps we can finally provide some hope for the future.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also would like to express my gratitude to the Right Honourable Member for East Ham for securing this debate, and I pay tribute to the work that he's done advocating for pensioners as chair of the Work and Pension Committee. I also would like to thank the honourable members who have raised individual cases from a number of parts of the country. My honourable friend, the Minister for Africa, is frustrated that he will be missing this debate, but he's currently travelling on ministerial duties. And it is therefore my pleasure to respond on behalf of the government. I will try to answer as many of the questions as possible, but there may well be details that I am not able to respond to in this meeting, and I hope that members will forgive me if that is the case, and I will try and provide more complete responses if there are gaps. The individual constituents referred to today were previously dedicated civil servants working for the government of Kenya. They have not received their pension payments, in some instances for over 18 months. And prior to that, as has been mentioned by a number of honourable and right honourable members today, have not had a pensions uprating since 1992. As has been mentioned, there have been previous occasions where pensions payments have been withheld, but not for this duration. Now, of course, a prolonged period of payments being withheld have real-world consequences for the day-to-day lives of the people involved. And there is a risk that this will push individuals into a position where they face the unacceptable choice about what basic essentials they should forego. The people that we are speaking about here have worked often lengthy and distinguished careers in public service with the promise that they would receive their pension benefits. And I therefore join the House in voicing our frustration at the harsh and unfair reality with which many of these individuals have been forced to grapple. In 1963, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government of Kenya inherited both the assets and liabilities of the pre-independence era, including the payment and administration of public service employees' pensions. In 1970, it became clear it was becoming an increasing burden on Kenya, and as an aid initiative, and in recognition of our history with Kenya, Her Majesty's government announced that it would assume responsibility for the award, control, administration and payment of pensions benefits of certain former public servants and their beneficiaries. These were those, and the Right Honourable Member for